You're watching Force 13, United States and Caribbean's live streaming service.
Welcome in to Force 13. I am Joshua Tipton on behalf of the U.S. team, and we're going to go ahead and come on the air for a quick briefing of the severe weather today. We got two areas of concern to go over. So first, we'll go ahead and go over this area here in Michigan. Looking at the state capital in Lansing, the Detroit metro area, Toledo, Cleveland, all under this wind-driven enhanced risk. Okay, so this is wind-driven 30% significant severe risk in this enhanced area here. It includes Flint, Lansing, Detroit, Toledo, Cleveland, Akron, Youngstown, and all areas in between. It even includes I think just barely includes the Grand Rapids radar site. Yes, it does. And so we expect these storms to fire off later on tonight. But the risks today, we've got a 5% risk for tornadoes in this area. I'll go ahead and pull up the map here. And there you go. There's your 5% tornado risk right here. It includes all areas around the Detroit metro, Sterling Heights, Flint, Lansing, Cleveland, Akron, Youngstown, and over into Erie, Pennsylvania as well, actually. At a 2% extending into Buffalo, New York, Grand Rapids, Michigan, Canton, Ohio, home of the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and Creek, Tawaga, New York, including Pittsburgh as well, Mansfield, Ohio, Kalamazoo, Michigan, and all of the areas in between those places. The big thing, though, we got to watch out for today, and this is why we have an enhanced risk today, the wind. Once again, we have a wind-driven enhanced risk this year. This is far from the first time it's happened, but here we are once again, a 30% significant severe risk in and around Detroit, Toledo, Cleveland, Akron, basically all around where that enhanced area is. And pretty much all of the 30% hatched, pretty much all of the 30% is in a hatched risk, and the hatched risk even extending a little bit outside of the 30%. So Kalamazoo is in the 15, but is also in the hatched risk. Canton, Ohio is in the 15% hatched, 30% hatched down here, 30% non-hatched, I should say, does not includes Grove City. So Grove City, you're not under the hatched risk, but you're still under the 30%, so you're going to have some things to watch out for tonight. Detroit Metro is in the 30 hatched. Flint, Lansing, Sterling Heights, Toledo, Cleveland, Akron, Erie is actually under the 30 hatched as well. And the hail threats, and we'll show you the upper Great Plains in just a second, but this is where we're really going to have to start paying attention to the hail for that area. But first, this 15% again includes Detroit, Ann Arbor, Lansing, Flint, all the way over to the other side of southern Michigan, basically. So Holland, Kalamazoo, and even South Bend, Indiana, are going to be under that 15% for hail. South Muskegon, Grand Haven, Michigan's going to be in there. Saginaw, Bay City, Mount Pleasant, Jenison, Cannon Township, and all those areas in between, basically all along Interstate 94 over to the Detroit metro area, and anywhere along Interstate 69 north out of Auburn, Indiana, and over here towards Sarnia. So with that, let's go ahead and shift gears for just a second. Going to take a look now at the slight risk up in the Dakotas, the state of North Dakota, and in northwestern Minnesota. So we already have some discrete cells firing off, basically forming a big oval around Minot. And there was actually a tornado warning here earlier on. There was a tornado warning along this line here near Towner, I do believe. That warning has thankfully expired. Actually, it was down here, but the cells thankfully have weakened and the tornado warning was dropped. But the slight risk here, and this is a hail-driven slight risk up in North Dakota and Minnesota. So we'll go ahead and once again pull up our severe parameters here. So we got the slight there once again. We have a 2% risk for tornadoes basically all across the slight risk area. So Belcourt, Rugby, Harvey, New Rockford, Carrington, Devils Lake, Grafton, and Grand Forks, and Mayville in North Dakota with a 2%. And over here, and see if we can find some towns in Minnesota. So Halleck, Caribou, Greenbush, Stephen, Warren, Carlstad in Minnesota, you are also under the 2%. So a fairly rural area of Minnesota there in that 2% risk for tornadoes today. We got the 5% for wind all across this area, stretching actually all the way down to Nebraska, northwestern Nebraska. So Rapid City, Valentine, Nebraska, Alliance, Nebraska, and the KLNX radar site here in Thedford. The office in Thedford is actually under this 5% as well. Rapid City, South Dakota, the office there. The state capital of North Dakota, Bismarck, Belcourt, Rugby, Devils Lake, Carrington, Jamestown, and actually North Fargo Metro is in the 5% for wind as well. This is going to stretch over into Crookston, Thief River Falls, Minnesota, and even including Grand Forks, North Dakota. So, and here is our 15% for hail. So you see the storm is basically getting into that 15% risk area, and it's still fairly early on as far as like the day-long festivities for the weather are going to be, the day-long risks today. But this is going to be the early part of it that we're going to need to watch for. We're going to need to watch for the possibility of some hail over the size of 2 inches potentially in this area. So this whole area here is basically the driving factor for the slight risk here in North Dakota and Minnesota. So this whole area here, the 15%, up into Winkler in Canada. I believe that's just to the southwest of Winnipeg. But Carrington, New Rockford, Harvey, Rugby, Devils Lake, Grafton, Grand Forks, northwestern Mayville, and into the rural areas of northwestern Minnesota once again, all under that 15% for hail. That is the day one outlook as it is right now. And so go ahead and shift focus, or actually we're going to stay with this system of storms right here. We're going to stay with this cluster. And if anybody has any questions about anything, please don't hesitate to ask. Just drop them right in the chat, and we will get your answers to your questions, hopefully as soon as we are able to. Once again, I am Joshua Tipton on behalf of the Force 13 U.S. team, and we're likely going to be on for several hours today. This is going to be the early part of it here. Again, these storms working across central to northern North Dakota and even over into Minnesota. But again, this here's the area that we're going to have to watch out for. This enhanced risk area in Michigan and Ohio. And I'm going to actually pull up the models here to kind of give an idea of when we could see these systems start to form. So getting into the enhanced risk area between 6 and 7 p.m. So something we're going to have to watch out for about that time. That could be when we're starting to see these storms develop. Potentially a line of storms all across this area, potentially a derecho of some sort. So that's going to be something to watch out for. And it wouldn't surprise me with the 30% being out for wind. Got a question in the chat, NerdyGuy40. What are your thoughts on a tornado watch being issued tonight? I don't think that will happen, but rather a severe storm watch. What do you think? Yeah, I would agree. I would say it's probably going to be a severe thunderstorm watch. I would imagine with a 30%, it will be an elevated severe thunderstorm watch, but I don't think it'll be like necessarily a PDS severe thunderstorm watch or something like that. But I think I definitely know it's going to be something to watch out for, and we need everybody to be being mindful for when these systems do fire off tonight. We don't want you to be putting your life in jeopardy at all. We don't want you to be taking any unnecessary risks tonight. But thank you very much for the question, Nerdy Guy, and hopefully was able to help a little bit. We actually have, in our area here in North Dakota, we have this severe thunderstorm watch that has been in place for about almost an hour now. But there are your parameters right there. The tornado threat is 20 to 5, the wind threat's 20 to 20, and the hail threat is 40 to 40, with an overall threat of about 60% for this area. And so, again, the hail is very much the driving factor behind the slight risk here across the north side of North Dakota. And so we want everyone in this watch area to be mindful of what is possible today and what could be heading in your direction. So the areas around Minot, Harvey, Rugby, Belcourt, and Bottineau up here with this severe thunderstorm warning, actually 60-mile-an-hour winds and inch hail up there, as well with this one in McLean and Mercer County, 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail could be falling there as well. But I believe those are the only two severe thunderstorm warnings in this severe thunderstorm watch. We have two others. We have one in Georgia, and we have one that I think is getting ready to expire down in South Carolina as well. So I'll shift gears here for just a second. Maybe some folks coming in looking to get information on these storms. So we'll shift gears for just a second. These storms are actually kind of in the same vicinity. So here we are, basically right along the Georgia-South Carolina border. This is Greenville. This is Spartanburg. And over here, this is Athens, Georgia, home of the University of Georgia Bulldogs, and the Atlanta Metro right here. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning here south of Walhalla, including the town of Westminster in South Carolina. 60-mile-an-hour winds the threat there, and penny to pea-sized hail. And over in Georgia, this is in Whitehall and Jackson County, 60-mile-an-hour winds, severe thunderstorm warning there out of the office in Peachtree City. And this warning in Oconee County in South Carolina. The one in South Carolina goes for the next 15 minutes. Georgia for the storm south of Cleveland and east of Clermont around the Cornelia area. In fact, I'll put these in motion for you just to give you an idea of where they're going. They're basically heading due south. So anyone along Interstate 85 between east of Livonia, you should be pulling over to the shoulder immediately. Do not get under a bridge as the storm goes past. In between Commerce and Carnesville in Georgia along Interstate 85, you might consider pulling over to the side of the road as well. And again, don't get under a bridge. Get off at the next exit and go into a convenience store when these storms go by. And so we plead with everyone in this area. We plead with everyone, if you are in a storm today, if you are in a severe thunderstorm today, we want you to be in a safe area. And we certainly don't want you to be taking any risks with these storms today, particularly if you're up in Michigan and up in the northeastern part of Ohio, because this could be a serious day for the folks up there, especially a serious evening. This is going to be a thing that happens later on, and so we want everyone in these areas to be mindful of what is possible today. So we'll shift the focus back to our storms in North Dakota once again. New mesoscale discussion just came out a little bit ago, looks like. Thank you, David, for relaying that information. Possibility of a watch being issued along northeast Indiana, lower Michigan, and northwest Ohio. 95% possible watch issuance in that area. So, there is our mesoscale discussion right there. Mesoscale discussion 2039, and apparently it also does note the possibility of tornadoes. So, pull it up again here. Probably of watch issuance 95%, and I would imagine this is probably going to be another severe thunderstorm watch, basically in this general area. And this does not include Detroit Metro. This does not include the city of Cleveland, Akron, Youngstown. However, Detroit, I think you're close enough to the mesoscale discussion. You're probably going to get thrown under a watch regardless. Cleveland, Akron, don't take a deep breath just yet. Obviously, this event is several hours ahead for y'all, and we don't want you to be making any big commitments tonight in case something happens. We want you to be make sure that you're in a safe place for when these storms develop. And so again, be sure to keep the questions coming in the chat, and I'll be sure to answer them to the best of my ability. Here within the next 10 minutes, we'll probably go, unless something major happens, we'll go ahead and go to an automated service at that point, but we'll stick around, of course, until these events start firing off all across the risk areas today. And I do want to actually give a call to our friends up in Canada as well, as we do actually have near the Lake Manitoba area, we do actually have a tornado warning up here. So see if we can see. Yeah, Canadian radars are very messy, but this is the one this is KASWL to the northwest of the Winnipeg metro area. And so tornado warning around Lake Manitoba, the village of Alonsa, Harkis, Aram, Amaranth. I'm sorry. I will get these sounds right here. But the Ebb and Flow First Nation. This does not include the Lake Manitoba First Nation. This does not include Mulvihill, Ericsdale. Okay, so if you are along Canadian Highway 50 up to Alonza, and if you are on potentially even over to McCreary, you want to be mindful of these storms that are going on. But our circulation, if I can make out where I think it would be this area right here. In fact, let me draw a circle out for you real quick. This is where our possible tornado is, up with this storm near Alonsa in Canada. So we want everybody to be making sure that they are in a safe place. Although it doesn't look super strong, you know how Canadian radars can be sometimes. And looks like I think we're looking very high up with this one. Yes, we are. I'd say we're looking about 6,700 to 7,000 feet up with this storm. So I don't think we're going to get a good look on correlation coefficient. But there's your velocity picture, and here is what the storm looks like on reflectivity. You see a little bit of a hook there. In fact, what I'll do is I'll put this in motion through the past, and we can kind of see what this storm may have looked like before. And you see, looks like this is about when I think the warning came out, and you see it's got a little nub coming out of the bottom of it. But that storm looks like it's undergoing a cell merger. So I think the threat of a tornado, at least for this system, is going to decrease. For now, we'll watch out for the areas ahead of this, of course. So let's shift gears back into North Dakota once again, as we do have still our 2 severe thunderstorm warnings all across the state. Both of them are in the marginal risk area. So we got this one here in McLean and Mercer counties for 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. We have the one up here that includes the town of Bottineau. So in Bottineau and Rolette counties, that's where this one's going. This is basically heading right up along Highway 5. Highway 43 is also partially included in this. This storm, to me, looks to be a little indecisive on where it's going to go right now. I'd say it's trekking to the northeast, but it almost looks like it's tracking more easterly on a few of the last scans. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'll go ahead and give you a heads up if you're in Dunseith or East Dunseith. Bottineau, you should already be inside before this storm comes through. And yes, the National Weather Service has 2 other severe thunderstorm warnings out as well. So if you're in Oconee County, South Carolina, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. McLean and Mercer counties in North Dakota, Rolette and Bottineau counties in North Dakota, Banks, Habersham, White, Hall, and Jackson counties in Georgia, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Not a single one of these, though, are considerable. Any of these are warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds. Every single one of them has a 60-mile-an-hour wind tag on it. It just so happens that the ones up here in North Dakota, as you would imagine, with the hail being the slight risk pusher up in this area, with the 1% hail tags on them as well. And all right, so looks like for our friends in Europe, in the European Union, David is passing the information on to me. Thank you very much. An outbreak of severe thunderstorms is expected over Central Europe, with the potential for damaging winds, large hail, flooding, and a tornado risk. So a median risk is been issued, and an elevated risk is issued in Germany. So you folks in Germany, you need to be keeping an eye out for those storms. Okay, the office in Bismarck has also continued the severe thunderstorm warning in Bottineau and Carberry in North Dakota. And we're still very early on in this event. Be sure to keep the questions coming along. Once again, on behalf of the Force 13 U.S. team, I'm Joshua Tipton. And here in just a few minutes, we'll go ahead and head to an automated stream. But I just wanted to get on here to start and kind of give you an idea of what is to be expected. Question in the chat, that normal player, are there any storm headed to Florida? Well, Florida, it depends on what part of Florida you're asking about. So we'll go ahead and actually take a look at Florida down here. Florida is under a watch for general thunderstorms around the Tampa basically stretching down to Miami. There's some storms off the western coast of Cape Coral with a special marine warning attached to them. That is for wind gusts basically 34 knots or higher. Not a single one of these are severe, though. Now, off the coast of Florida, over in the Gulf, there is this area of concern that the Hurricane Center has outlined. Tropical development here, a 60% possibility within the next week, all across this area here, basically from parallel with Belize up deep into the Gulf of Mexico. So that's going to be something we'll have to watch out for too. And so, again, not no severe storms in Florida right now, but I think you'd appreciate the rain. I know I would. Where I live, it's been very dry, and I know we'd appreciate the rain. But again, I'll put the display back up on our systems in North Dakota right now. Is the heat causing this storm? I'm sure the heat has something to do with the development with these storms today. Probably not to like a super. What am I trying to say here? Okay, so we also apparently have some initialization across basically very near to our Michigan enhanced. So go ahead and take a look. I'll switch over to the Grand Rapids radar very quickly here. Here we are. So storm popped up here near Manistee. One little cell right up here. It's far out of the slight and enhanced risk areas here. Our tornado warning up in Canada has expired, by the way, so I just want to let you folks know about that. You're around Lake Manitoba, tornado warning has been dropped up there, so that has been allowed to expire. We also got this cell developing to the west of Menominee Falls. And again, if I get these pronunciations wrong, there's no shame in correcting me on this. So, will there be any tornadoes in Florida too? Can tornadoes spawn from hurricanes? yes, tornadoes can spawn from hurricanes, but there's not going to be any today in Florida. All right, so that's you folks in Florida. You are fine for today. None of this severe stuff that's going on is going to be going on to. None of this stuff that's going on to the north is going to be happening for y'all. I want to go ahead and bring in to the stream quickly before we go to our automated service. I want to bring in Patrick. So Patrick, you had a comment to make about Florida real quick. Go ahead.
Well, firstly, thank you there, Josh, for welcoming me in. Welcome everybody to this stream here. This is on behalf of Force 13 United States, Force 13 Live. We're live going to be tracking an enhanced risk, potentially significant severe weather episodes unfold across the southern Great Lakes. There is a special marine warning that actually is in place off the coast of Cape Coral right now, which I believe does have a water spout possible tag. No, it does not, but still. Definitely keep an eye out for the potential of scattered strong storms and potentially gusty winds and heavy rainfall across the Florida Peninsula today. Also, do keep an eye on that that AOI, which is going to cross the Yucatan Peninsula and into the northeastern Gulf of Mexico. That could potentially pose a threat to portions of the Gulf Coast as well as areas of Florida. We don't know a lot about it yet, but we definitely know that it is heading in the direction of the Gulf of Mexico. And given the fact that the Gulf of Mexico is pretty much primed and ready for a pretty substantial strengthening of a storm, we'll have to keep an eye on that, and we'll keep you updated in TWBs as well as future updates to come on this AOY, as it looks like it will be posing a potential threat to portions of the United States Gulf Coast. We don't know 100% about it yet. But we will let you know as soon as more details come out, and we will be tracking this severe weather event live with you guys today. This is on behalf of Force 13 United States. We're still ironing out our U.S. channel situation, but we'll be providing you updates across the Force 13 live stream today, as well as taking your questions live on the air, as well as tracking this event live with you guys. We will be switching to an automated stream here relatively soon, so you definitely want to stick around with that. We'll have the cities and enhanced risk, slight risk, every single city and risk area scrolling at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen in the bottom bar, and then we will be breaking back in later today with our team to track the rest of the event once stuff really begins to fire, or pretty much when our severe thunderstorm watch is issued relatively shortly. Thank you there, Josh, and if you're in these areas today, especially across pretty much all of central and southern lower Michigan, definitely do have your severe weather safety plans ready for today.
Absolutely. Thank you very much there, Patrick. I want to iterate again. The tornado warning up in Canada has been allowed to expire. So around Manitoba, that's not a tornado warning anymore, but that is a severe thunderstorm warning. So there could still be the possibility of strong, straight winds in that area. And the Environment Canada office also mentions the the possibility of nickel-sized hail up in that system. So not the safest situation by any means, but the tornado threat up there, thankfully, looks like it has started to diminish, at least for the time being. We'll be sure to stay on top of that as well. So, got a question in the chat here. Soon Pizza 345 asks, could you show the temps around us? So, do you mean, or did you mean the temps around the U.S.? While I am waiting for, how's the flooding threat in southeast Michigan? Oh yeah, let's go over that real quick. So, yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at our excessive rainfall outlook as well. So, go ahead and pull up the day one outlook. And so this is what we're looking at with the basically around the Michigan and Ohio area. There's a slight risk up here for excessive rainfall. So This is a level 2 out of 4 that the Weather Prediction Center can put out. So the flooding threat is kind of right in the middle. However, this is not something to scoff at. A level 2 out of 4, even though it's only a slight, you want to be making sure that you are taking precautions as necessary. Also want to take a look at this. We have a slight risk over here as well that includes Grand Junction and Cedar City. Cedar City's in far southwestern Utah. Grand Junction's in western Colorado, and even parts of northern Arizona around Kayenta and Page are in a slight risk for excessive rainfall today. So we want you folks to be mindful of any storms that could potentially pop up and just park over your area and just dump huge amounts of rain in your area. We want to make sure that you have a place to get to higher ground as necessary. Again, be sure to keep the questions coming in the chat. But for right now, we will go ahead and switch to our automated streaming service, and we will be back later on as the night goes along to track the dangerous storms as they continue to develop and track across southern lower Michigan, northern to northeastern Ohio, and even across the far northern Great Plains in North Dakota and in northwestern Minnesota. I want to thank everyone for tuning in for now. Be sure to stick around, and we will be sure to give you what service we can. Be sure to follow as well your local National Weather Service offices if you are in the way of the storms today, and be sure you have a place to get that valuable information that could save your life or could save someone else's life, that maybe someone you know that is in the way of these storms. But again, we're going to go ahead and head to our automated streaming service. I've been Joshua Tipton on behalf of the U.S. team of Force 13. Thanks everyone for joining in. Y'all stay safe, and we will be back later on to cover these storms as they develop. And quickly going to be coming back on the air here on Force 13. I'm Joshua Tipton, and we have just had a new severe thunderstorm watch issued for parts of Illinois and Wisconsin. So go ahead and see if we can pull up our graphic here in just a second. I will work on that. Hope everybody is still doing well out there. But a severe thunderstorm watch has been issued in parts of Illinois and Wisconsin. I'll go ahead and switch things around down to here. There we go. And so here's our new watch area. Basically all along parts of the all along the Wisconsin and Illinois border. This is here's your parameters here. It's going to be wind and hail driven, so 20/2 for tornadoes, 40/30 for wind, 30/30 for hail, and overall combined hazard risk of about 70%. So if you are in the areas around Madison, Wisconsin, Edgerton, Monroe, Beloit, Milwaukee, Kenosha, Wisconsin, Rockford, Illinois, Evanston, north of Chicago, you are in a severe thunderstorm watch. This is going to go until 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Central Time. Once again, a severe thunderstorm watch issued in southern Wisconsin and far northeastern Illinois. We're going to throw it back to the automated stream for the time being. Stay with us here at Force 13. We'll keep you advised. And going to be coming back on the air just for another quick second to take a look at this new developing situation in Jasper County in Texas. We all now have a fire that is taking place here north of the city of Woodville in Texas. This is basically where the smoke plume is. You can actually see it on reflectivity radar. So this is where as it's being called, the Shearwood Creek fire is occurring right along this county line here that goes from Jasper County over to the county that Woodville is in. So the fire is evident on reflectivity radar now, and this fire last was reported by Texas A&M, the Texas A&M Forest Service, about 40 minutes ago. Estimated 750 acres and 0% contained for the fire in Jasper County. So if you are in and around Colmsneil, Woodville, Jasper itself, Manning, Chester, and Browndell, and even over towards Corrigan, you folks need to be watching out for this, as a large fire is developing and is nowhere near close to being contained at this time. So it's the plume is right here, just to the in between the US 69 and US 96 area, basically very close to Highway 63. So anybody that is around this area, you need to be mindful that you're probably going to be getting some fire evacuation orders here before too long. Again, this is on the Jasper, Tyler, and Angelina County line. This is Angelina County, this is Jasper County, and this is Tyler County right here. Over here's Trinity, and over here, this is Polk County. So the fire is evident on reflectivity radar. You can actually see it from the KPOE radar. That's what we're looking at it from. This is the radar just south of Simpson, Louisiana. And look over here, and again, this is where we're seeing that smoke plume on radar. So we're going to go ahead and throw it back to our automated coverage once again. Be sure to be careful, staying safe, everyone. And we're back on the air once again here on Force 13. Need to make a report of another fire that is going on, this one in the state of Louisiana. The Tiger Island fire, very near to the town of Maryville, south of the Fort Johnson, basically from the Fort Johnson station, but south of Fort Polk South, very ever so slightly to the northeast of Rose Pine. This is that pixel right there, and a mandatory evacuation for the town of Maryville was issued 13 minutes ago, per Andrea Robertson, a news reporter in the area. So a mandatory evacuation for the town of Maryville, Louisiana, has been put into place for this fire south of Fort Polk South, Louisiana. And so we want to relay the information here. This is the pixel again where I have the pink circle here. That's the plume of smoke rising into the atmosphere. And so we encourage everyone to be heeding the warnings, heeding the evacuation order, get to a safe place away from this fire. And this is, again, a mandatory evacuation for the town of Maryville, Louisiana. So wanted to pass along that information. We'll go ahead and head back to Automated Stream. Stay with us here on Force 13. We'll keep you advised. see it here on Force 13 US. I am Joshua Tipton, back on the air very quickly once again. A severe thunderstorm watch just issued all across central to southern lower Michigan. So it includes, again, central and southern lower Michigan, a severe thunderstorm watch number 656. This is going to be in effect until 1 p.m. or 1 a.m. Eastern time. It includes all along, basically from coast to coast of Michigan, in the central to southern region. The threats overall: 20 to 10 for tornadoes, 70 to 50 for wind, 40 to 30 for hail, with an overall severe hazard risk of 90% in this watch area. So a severe thunderstorm watch for central to southern portions of lower Michigan, and this is gonna be basically setting the stages for, this is basically where we're gonna see the first bit of the major events taking place throughout the rest of the day. So and throughout the rest of the day and into the evening hours, you see we already have 6 severe thunderstorm warning polygons going on right now. I'll go ahead and go over here to Wisconsin and take a look at these 3. We have this one north of the town of Kenosha. This is for 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail for southeastern Milwaukee and northeastern Racine County. We have this one over here for 60-mile-an-hour winds in East Central Dane, Jefferson, and southwestern Dodge counties in Wisconsin, and then another polygon just inside of that one. They're both warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds and pea-sized hail. Let's go up here to the northernmost part of the severe thunderstorm watch. We're looking at 3 polygons here, with all warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail within these storms. This is essentially a line of 3 or 4 at one point discrete storms. Looks like they're starting to try to come together. And so this one up towards the front actually looks like it's fairly new. The middle one right here, this is the one that's gone on the longest, and this one is developed behind the one in the middle. And these are all warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. So if you are on the north side of Clare, if you're in Edenville, Beaverton, Gladwin, Harrison, Hatton, Mount Forest, Pinconning, Beaver, and Calcolin, Michigan. Some of you have been under a severe thunderstorm warning for a while. Stay indoors, all right? But again, a severe thunderstorm watch has been issued across parts of central to southern lower Michigan. And again, this is just setting the stage for what we are going to see later on tonight. Stay with us here at Force 13. We'll keep you advised. And I'll go ahead and come back on the air just for a second. We have a question in the chat. Liberty Ridge asks, is Franklin going to hit the U.S.? And here is Franklin right now on infrared radar. He is currently a tropical storm, 60-mile-an-hour sustained winds gusting to 70, pressure down to about 998 millibars. The movement on this appears to be pretty much east-northeast. And Franklin, I don't see anything over the next few days for a U.S. landfall, although it could potentially, the cone of uncertainty looks like it would take it up here into the Arctic Sea potentially. However, there's a reason why we have such a huge cone here. You've got to have areas for error. So in case this thing does want to make a turn over to the left potentially, this would take it into a fairly populated place if Franklin decides to track in this general direction. But it's a little too early to tell, though, at least in the next over the next few days. This is as far out as the Hurricane Center's outlook goes, 1 p.m. on August the 29th, so 5 days ahead of time is the best we've got right now from the National Hurricane Center. Of course, we have other areas of concern out here in the Atlantic. One we got to be watching very closely here is this system down here, and this one could potentially be one that heads up into the area around the Florida Panhandle. So I want to go ahead and make note of this guy down here as well. And bear with me for just a second. I believe this is this 90? That's not 92L. Okay, where is this 91? That's not it either. So that's out in the Eastern Pacific. So we got the system that hasn't even, I guess it hasn't even been marked yet. It hasn't even been identified yet. However, with the case of Franklin Liberty Ridge, we're not looking at a U.S. landfall with this fella just yet. However, the cone of uncertainty needs to be treated as such because it's still a long ways out before we can really know. And Franklin's been pretty stubborn, and he's starting to get into an area where he could potentially gain a ton of energy. So definitely want to be mindful of that. I would also say here along the eastern seaboard, when Franklin goes by, particularly when he strengthens, you don't want anybody here on the coastline because of rip currents. So absolutely be mindful of that when potential Hurricane Franklin passes parallel to the U.S. eastern coastline. So thank you for the question, Liberty Ridge. We'll head back to our automated coverage. Be sure to drop your questions in the chat, and I'll answer them as quickly as I possibly can. Stay with us here at Force 13. We will keep you advised. And back on the air, this is Joshua Tipton on behalf of Force 13 US on the main Force 13 channel. Got a question in the chat once again. Nerdy Guy 40. Under a severe watch, can I have some details from it? Well, if I had to guess from earlier on, I would suggest you're around where the new one is. So here we are. This is Severe Thunderstorm Watch 656. Again, this is going to go until 1 a.m. Eastern Time. This includes all coast to coast of central to southern lower Michigan. Okay, so this is going to go until 1 a.m. Eastern. So all through the rest of Thursday and into early Friday morning. The probabilities are going to be, this is going to be 20 to 10 for tornadoes, 70 to 50 for wind, 40 to 30 for hail, and an overall combined severe weather hazard risk of 90%. All right, so we want you to be like, the reality is most of the area in this watch right now is not at risk of severe weather. Later on, though, particularly within the next hour, we're going to see some things start to fire up in this area. You see the cells firing over in Wisconsin, and as those intensify, they will cross over I believe this is Lake Michigan, and it'll cross over to lower Michigan, and a lot of other storms will form along this line. In fact, you see basically right along this line here, you see some cells popping up on radar. And I'll switch back to the Grand Rapids radar here, and you can see still those little guys popping up all along this line. And so this is the initiation of what could be a very, very long night of severe weather for the state of Michigan and into northern Ohio. So hopefully I was able to give you some information about the watch here tonight, Nerdy Guy, and stay safe, please. We want to see you make it through this. Please be sure to keep your questions coming. We'll stand by and answer them as soon as I can. This is Joshua Tipton on behalf of the U.S. team for Force 13. Stay with us here at Force 13. We'll keep you advised. And we are back on the air once again. Welcome to Force 13 on Force 13 US on the main Force 13 channel. I am Joshua Tipton, and we are back once again. We're going to be on the air for the rest of the way tonight. And for those maybe just tuning in for the first time, we have an enhanced risk across central to southern lower Michigan. And this risk includes a 5% tornado risk, a 30% hatch risk for wind, and 15% risk for hail. So just kind of break down some of the areas that are going to be in the way of this. Detroit, Cleveland Metro, Toledo, Ohio, Akron, Warren, in Ohio and Michigan are going to be in the 5% for tornadoes. 2% includes Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Buffalo, New York, Grand Rapids, Michigan, Canton, Ohio, and Cheektowaga, New York. And what's not listed here is it also includes parts of northeastern North Dakota and far northwestern Minnesota. And we'll get to the risk up there in just a second. We covered some things over there in that area if you tuned in earlier on. But here is the big driving factor behind the enhanced risk today. The 30% hatched risk includes Detroit and Cleveland Metro, the areas around Toledo, Ohio, Akron, Ohio, and Warren, Michigan. In fact, I believe the 15% hatched risk stretches almost to the Grand Rapids metropolitan area. The 15% hatch risk also includes Kalamazoo in southwestern lower Michigan. It includes Bowling Green, Ohio, Canton, Ohio, home of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And the 15%, there's a 5% for wind up here in that other slight risk area. I'll show you that slight risk up here, by the way. Up here in northeastern North Dakota and far northwestern Minnesota. And here are the hail risks. Basically, for the enhanced area, it's basically almost exclusively confined to Michigan. But it goes basically essentially from South Bend, Indiana, all the way up to Bay City, Bad Axe, Harbor Beach, south side of Clare in Michigan. If you're along Interstate 75, it goes as far north as basically perpendicular with Mount Forest. It includes all of the Detroit metropolitan area, the Ann Arbor area, the state capital in Lansing, Flint, Holland, and it includes the Grand Rapids metro area. So Grand Rapids is also in the 15% for hail. The 15% for hail also includes areas up here: Grand Forks, North Dakota, Grafton, Devil's Lake, New Rockford, Carrington, Harvey, Rugby, and Belcourt. And you can actually see down here in the 5% hail risk area around the Bismarck Metro, we actually have a severe thunderstorm warning that is heading in the general direction of the Bismarck, North Dakota metro area. So pull that up here once again. This is going to be going for the next 40 minutes. This is warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And thank you, David. We have another severe thunderstorm warning that just came out actually in Nebraska, Cherry County, Nebraska. So go ahead and pull this little puppy up real quick. This one is warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds and pea-sized hail. This is down south of the town of Merriman in Nebraska. This is from the Thedford radar. And you see, this is the South Dakota. This blue line here is the border with South Dakota, and this is in northwestern Nebraska. So again, this is going to go for the next 24 minutes, and this is up in Cherry County, Nebraska. So thank you, David, for relaying us that information. I want to go ahead and bring in the team. Patrick will be with us shortly if he's not already here, but also with us here. Oh, he is here. So we got Patrick and Sammy in here to help with the weathercast tonight. Thank y'all for coming in and helping out. We have seen some fairly decently powerful storms earlier on today. But as the night goes on, we're starting to get into the higher risk areas. And so what can be expected for the folks in the way of this? Sammy, I'll go ahead and start with you.
Absolutely. So that enhanced risk is going to be mainly driven for wind. However, there's also a 5% tornado risk, which is surrounding, basically going to be encompassing a lot of the Lake Erie area, the Lake Erie region. And we also have a pretty potent hail risk across that region as well, and that is going to be extending as far west. All those threats are going to be extending as far west as western Michigan, and the wind and hail threat is going to be extending as far west as the Chicago and Milwaukee metro areas. Speaking of which, some of the first severe thunderstorm warnings are up in southeastern Wisconsin, including the southern Milwaukee metro area. And I do expect that we could be seeing some severe activity coming down towards the Chicago metro area as well. There is a severe thunderstorm watch. There are 2 severe thunderstorm watches in effect. One of them that includes a good chunk of surrounding regions, areas around Lake Erie, and a severe thunderstorm watch including much of southern Wisconsin and far northern Illinois.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much for that, Sammy. You want to go ahead and answer a question in the chat? It is Raleigh A asking about Perry, Michigan. So Perry is just to the northeast of the state capital, Lansing, right in between Lansing and Flint. So you're in the 15% for wind. You are in the you're in the 15 for hail. You're in the 30% hatched risk for wind. So, and then you're also in the 5% for tornadoes. So you're in the high end of everything. So I'm not saying that to scare you, but we're in the high end of everything for this event, that is. So the possibility of a tornado or two is there. Wind gusts of 75 miles per hour, possibly greater at times. Hail 2 inches in diameter, possibly greater in diameter at times. We don't want you to be afraid, though. We want you to be aware of what you need to do in situations like this if a warning comes out for your area. The reality is that the watch area is so big. The reality is the chance of you experiencing severe weather tonight is extremely low. However, we need everybody in the Outlook area to be paying attention in case something comes your way. What about the Monroe, Michigan area from Nerdy Guy 40? And I'll see if I can pull up where Monroe is right now. Monroe is right there in between Detroit and Toledo. So you are also going to be kind of right in the middle of things. Here's the enhanced risk. You are in the enhanced. You're in the 5 for tornadoes. You're in the 30 hatched for wind. And you're in the 5% actually for hail. So you're just outside of the 15% risk for hail tonight. You're in the 5%, but it's also, again, you got some other things we need to watch out for as well. So please do be mindful of that, and we will be sure to keep you advised, of course. We did have an upgrade to I believe we had an upgrade. That is to the severe thunderstorm warning heading in the direction of Bismarck. So here we go. Severe thunderstorm warning heading in the direction, again, of the Bismarck, North Dakota metro area. This is a considerable one. This is warned for 70-mile-an-hour winds. So northeastern McLean, north central Morton, Oliver, and east central Mercer counties are under this severe thunderstorm warning. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning again, moving to the east from Washburn, about 55 miles per hour. Much of the city of Bismarck looks like it's going to go to the north of it. However, if you are along Interstate 94, basically between New Salem and Mandan, you need to be pulling over to the side of the road and maybe even getting off of the next exit and getting into a gas station or a convenience store, because this is possibly hurricane wind gusts at times coming into this area. And what can be done tonight if there is a warning of any kind? Sammy, you want to go ahead and elaborate on what folks can do to take their precautions tonight?
Well, it will depend on the warning that you are put under, but most likely you are going to be put under a severe thunderstorm warning. And if you are put under a severe thunderstorm warning, the first thing you need to do is get to a safe, sturdy shelter away from windows. You don't necessarily have to take cover if you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. However, you do have that 3-tier system of severe thunderstorm warnings that were rolled out just a couple of years ago. You have the normal severe thunderstorm warning. Then you have your considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning. That's gonna be if winds are between 70 and 80 miles an hour. Wind gusts are between 70 and 80 mile an hour wind gusts, or between golf ball and baseball size hail. Now, if you go any higher than the high end on the considerable tag, that is where you get into your destructive tags. Destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, those are what we like to call PDS severe thunderstorm warnings, which means that these storms, if they go destructive, they are extremely dangerous and potentially life-threatening, and could cause serious damage to the area. So you want to treat destructive severe thunderstorms like you would a tornado warning. In fact, if you get a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for your area, that's going to pop up on your phone and act as if, just like a tornado warning would if it's issued for your area. So that's what you need to do. So you want to make sure. And so if you're put under any a tornado warning or a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, you need to go to the lowest, most interior part of your home or business and make sure you put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, especially if you are under a tornado warning. Now, if you're under a flash flood warning, because there is also a flash flood threat associated with this, you do not want to wait. You do not want to wait in a flash flood warning. If you are in flash flood prone areas, you need to get to higher ground as soon as possible.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Sammy. Be sure to keep your questions coming in the chat. Once again, we have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning heading in the direction of Bismarck, North Dakota, right along the Interstate 94 corridor. Washburn is basically, that's to the northwest of Bismarck you see on the map, and that is basically getting ready to feel the brunt of the system that is coming through. But I'll go ahead and pull up velocity. The more severe winds are basically down towards the Bismarck area, and this is, again, this being the state capital, it's a pretty populated area. But the most intense winds seem to be, well, there's some pretty intense winds down around Interstate 94, actually. Those colors look a little darker on velocity, at least on the last scan. So, again, this is 70 to 75 mile an hour winds potentially in this line of storms that is heading in the direction of Bismarck. Bismarck, you're not under a severe thunderstorm warning just yet. However, you will likely be in just a moment. So if you are anywhere around Bismarck, if you are on US 83 heading towards Bismarck, if you are on Interstate 94 coming from the east towards Bismarck, if you're going from the west trying to outrun the storm, find the nearest exit and get inside of a gas station or a convenience store or a restaurant of some kind they will let you in. We'll go ahead and welcome back in to the stream. It is our interim director at Force 13 US, Patrick. Welcome in, man.
Yeah, appreciate that there, Josh. Thank you there for a second. I was just trying to configure my mic settings there real quick. But yes, we currently have right now a situation which is going to basically be evolving over the next several hours here. We're going to be having a very severe wind event that could likely unfold across portions of lower Michigan. Several supercells are beginning to fire across Lake Michigan right now, and they are basically rapidly intensifying as they do move southeastward into portions of southwest lower Michigan. We're definitely going to be taking a look at a pretty severe wind event. Basically, if you are located between Grand Rapids and Detroit, you have to be keeping an eye out for the forecast as well as warnings and watches and updates from us here at Force 13. As this is going to be quite a significant event, given the fact that a lot of environmental conditions are really kicking in today. We have some very, very strong thunderstorm energy in the form of surface-based instability, which is basically abbreviated as CAPE, or convective available potential energy. Basically, is the amount of energy in the atmosphere for thunderstorms to take advantage of. And basically, this energy, combined with some adequate wind shear in the environment, which basically wind shear is basically the measurement of wind with height, and basically the turning of the direction with height. And basically, these two factors are coming together to put a quite potent and significant severe weather setup potentially on the cards for lower Michigan this evening, especially lower Michigan, as this is basically going to be going from central to eastern lower Michigan and the southeast Michigan all the way into northwestern Pennsylvania. This will be moving far north of Pittsburgh. However, if you are in the Pittsburgh metro area, I'd also keep an eye on the skies as well. You do have a threat for some isolated severe winds and potentially even some small hail. I do want to point out here that the severe thunderstorm warning that was issued in North Dakota has now been extended and now includes the entirety of the Bismarck metropolitan area. This particular severe thunderstorm warning is going to be going for the next almost an hour or so for McLean, Burley, Morton, and Oliver counties. This includes the following major cities of Bismarck, Lincoln, Menoken, and Mendon. Velocities right now do indicate some potentially strong velocities, definitely some strong velocities in basically right heading into the Bismarck metro area. So there could be some pretty strong wind gusts moving into Metro Bismarck. There also appears to be a little bit of a couplet actually trying to form just west of Mandan within the line. So this could potentially mean a Keel CS tornado maybe spinning up. It looks to be in the middle of an outflow boundary, and the storm's basically off to the west, so it could be a little bit of contamination. However, this is a pretty potent line right now, which is going to be moving through Metro Bismarck and will be yielding the potential for 70 to 75 mile per hour winds, especially if you are in downtown Bismarck. And along I will go ahead and pull up my street view radar here real quick for this, just so I can give some streets and interstate highway county names and whatnot. This is currently in Burley County right now, pushing into much of Burley County. And we could take a look at this here real quick and zoom in. This is basically located right into Bismarck along the I-95 or I-94 corridor, and basically we'll be riding paralleling north of I-94 and 194 into the Metro Bismarck area over the next few minutes. So if you are in Bismarck, North Dakota, definitely do keep an eye out for these storms as they do approach the metro area at this time. And for those in lower Michigan, I'm just going to be getting everything ready on my end so we can track this event live with you guys. But just make sure that you have your severe weather safety plans in place, as it is going to be absolutely necessary to receive watches and warnings tonight, given the severity of the event potentially setting up in lower Michigan, which is a pretty densely populated area of the southern Great Lakes region of the Midwestern United States, including Detroit, Michigan, and Cleveland, Ohio. Two very significant population centers are underneath the gun for the potential of destructive, damaging winds. I also don't know if we went over this one yet, but we do have an observed flash flood warning for the Racine, Wisconsin metro area.
This is in Racine County. This is observed flash flooding reported by automated rain gauges.
All right, and again, we went over this earlier. There is a slight risk of excessive rainfall from the Weather Prediction Center all across this general area around the Great Lakes area. Particularly, I would say the risk is going to be right along the coastline, and that's what we're seeing right now. The warning is basically right along the coastline of Wisconsin and This is Lake Michigan, right over here. Milwaukee's right up here. Sturtevant is right here, and Racine proper is right there. Interstate 4194 is right there. And again, this is an observed flash flood warning between 1 and 1.5 inches of rain have fallen, and expected rainfall rate you see here 3/4 of an inch to 1.25 inches per hour. So, and also another inch to a potentially 1.5 inches possible in this area. So we encourage everyone, if you are in this area, we want you to move to an elevated area, potentially if you can on the second floor of a building. If you are in an apartment complex or you're in an office building of some kind, move up a level to protect yourself from the potential dangerous, very, very dangerous flooding that could be going on in Racine. We haven't covered this particular warning right up here yet, so I want to go ahead and go over this guy. This is going to go for the next 52 minutes. This is out of the Weather Service in Grand Rapids. Northern Kent, southeastern Newaygo, and western Montcalm County in southwestern west central Michigan. So if you are in any of these particular locations here, Newaygo, Howard City, Grant, Cedar Springs, Coral, Amble, Trufant, and all the other places there that I just highlighted, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. That is again going to go for the next 52 minutes. Let's go ahead and transition back over to our.
Josh, I actually do want to break in with some breaking news right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know that this might be some news. This is breaking news coming out of the National Hurricane Center. A broad area of low pressure has developed over the northwestern Caribbean Sea just off the northeastern coast of Honduras, producing disorganized shower and thunderstorm activity. Environmental conditions appear conducive for gradual development of the system during the next several days, and now a tropical depression is likely to form late this weekend or early next week while moving generally northward over the northwestern Caribbean Sea and eastern Gulf of Mexico. Interest in the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico, western Cuba, and as well as Florida. Should monitor the progress of the system as the NHC has bumped up their chances from 40%, although I believe it was 1050, it is now up to a 70% high chance of formation throughout the next 7 days. So some pretty considerable information here, as it appears that we will likely be seeing development of the system over the northwestern Caribbean Sea and may pose a threat towards areas of western Cuba, the Yucatan Peninsula, as well as Florida in the Gulf Coast of the United States.
Thank you for letting me know about that. And this is that disturbance that is just to the north of Puerto Cabezas. Right there. There's the Yucatan Peninsula, and this is that system that's getting up in here. The overall chance, again, for development is high. Over the next 2 days, though, it's 20%. Over the next week, we have a 70% chance of tropical development here. And I'm gonna have the text from the Hurricane Center right up here. But this storm, again, this is going to be moving up through the Caribbean Sea into the Gulf of Mexico, and you see the general track of this thing taking it up towards the Florida Panhandle. Here's Tallahassee, here's Panama City, and I don't know how to pronounce the Apalachicola. I think I got that. Apalachicola, Florida. So,
yep.
Tampa area, you're also under this cone of uncertainty. the western side of Northport, Cape Coral. You're very close to it. It could start curving your way as it continues along. But we encourage everyone to be mindful of these storms as they develop. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we still have Tropical Storm Franklin over here. If you're along the eastern seaboard over the next week, be mindful if you're going to go out into the water. Be mindful of rip currents. If you get a warning for rip currents, do not get in the water. Let's go back to our North Dakota storm, and again, it is bearing down on the city of Bismarck. And I don't know that, did we go over the, is this still yeah, it's still considerable. So we're still considerable for 70-mile-an-hour winds heading into the general area around Bismarck, North Dakota. So McLean, Burley, Morton, and eastern Oliver County are under this warning. 70-mile-an-hour winds and penny to pea-sized hail in this system. And this is, again, thankfully it's not a PDS warning. It's not a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, but it is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, so it's a step below that. And so we encourage everyone, if you're in Bismarck, if you're on Interstate 94, between I'm just going to go ahead and say between Sweetbriar and Driscoll for the next 48 minutes. I would even go ahead and say to go for the next hour. Get off at the next exit and get inside. If you're on US 83 between Bismarck and Wilton, up towards Washburn, you need to do the same thing. Get over at the next possible place you can get off the road and get inside before this storm rolls through. You can see part of the strong winds on velocity radar on the newest scan getting up across US 83 just north of Bismarck right now. So, and then this very intense part, the most intense part of this is heading right into the center of Bismarck, North Dakota. Patrick, I'll go ahead and throw it over to you. Got some new warnings to go over.
Yeah, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning, which actually continues to remain in effect. This is going to be just north of Grand Rapids right now for northern Kent County. This does have a tornado possible tag on it, and is for the cities of Howard City, Sand Lake, Amble, Grant, Pearson, Trufant, Cedar Springs, and Coral. In Michigan, this appears to be in association with a linear complex right now, moving right into the northern side of Kent County. So this is moving southeast right now at approximately, this is from the National Weather Service, at approximately 25 miles per hour. So if you are located in northern Kent, southeastern Neowago, and western Montcalm counties, you have a potential tornado threat which could be realized with the cell. It is moving southeast, and the next major city it will be impacting is looking like it's going to be the city of Rockford, which means that this warning could be extended slightly south.
All right, thank you very much, Patrick. And again, Sammy, I'll go ahead and throw it over to you again. What if a tornado warning is issued? What can these folks do to get to shelter?
Yeah, so if you're put under a tornado warning specifically, you need to make sure that you are getting to, you need to be underground, or you need, if you can't get underground, being underground would be either in a storm cellar or a basement. But if you cannot get underground, what you need to get to the lowest, most interior part of your home or business. It's usually going to be a place like a small hallway, a closet, or a small bathroom where you are able to safely take shelter. You also want to make sure that you are getting soft items that you can use to protect yourself, especially your head and neck. That's usually going to be blankets or pillows, even a bicycle helmet, which really be helpful, as The leading cause of death in tornadoes is blunt force trauma to the head from flying debris. So you want to make sure that you are using whatever you can use to protect your head and neck from flying debris. Even a mattress, even a uh, even a piece of clothing that you have on you, because that could really help soften the blow from any flying debris you might get if you were to be struck. Um, but if you are in a vehicle, if you are outside, or if you are located anywhere, if you're even in a mobile home, or a camper, you need to immediately move to the closest safe shelter that you can get, where you are able to properly take your tornado precautions. And especially if you are driving on the road, one place you absolutely should not be taking shelter is under a highway overpass. As highway overpasses can easily funnel tornado winds, and either cause you to get sucked out, or increase your risk of getting increase the force of flying debris being hurled at you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for going over that, Sammy. It's just a little past 8 p.m. Eastern. This is the U.S. team for Force 13. I'm Joshua Tipton with Sammy and Patrick tonight, and we are again tracking the storms moving into an enhanced risk area across central to southern lower Michigan, into northern Ohio, and into northwestern Pennsylvania, and we're likely going to be on for a while to track these storms, so be sure to keep your questions coming in the chat. Let's get back to this storm that's rolling into Bismarck, and it's the sad thing about this. We hear a lot about radar holes from storms being too far away from the radar. Well, sometimes when the storm is too close to the radar, it can kind of bug out like what you're seeing here. So it's going to be very hard to get an actual sort of decent measurement on how strong this storm is rolling through Bismarck. But safest bet would be to just basically trust what the weather service in Bismarck put out on their warning text. This is 70 to 75 mile per hour winds that are rolling into the city, basically the city center of Bismarck. So with winds this powerful, normally, like if it was a tinier storm, we'd typically point out a landmark in the city that you might understand, but with a storm this widespread, with a storm this big, there's not really a point of doing that. The entire city of Bismarck needs to be indoors and not in motion. If you're on Interstate 94, pull over. Do not get under a bridge, but pull over. And if you can get inside of a gas station, do that. This is basically the northern part of this. Looks like it's started to die off a little bit. Some broader rotation potentially just to the north of Wilton, and a even broader rotation to the east of Price. But the biggest area of concern is the brighter colors here on velocity that indicates that the winds are stronger, and the green sides are the winds moving toward the radar, the reds, the winds moving away from the radar. This is heading right into, again, the city center of Bismarck. I had the pleasure of visiting this city a couple of years ago. It was beautiful. Greatly enjoyed my time, and some of the nicest people I've ever met. So I hope that the people in this area are taking heed from this storm as it rolls into their area. So again, we're going to be on for a while. Be sure to keep your questions coming, and we'll be sure to answer them as quickly as we possibly can. Not seeing anything considerable or destructive right now in Michigan. Although we do have that tornado possible tag on a severe thunderstorm warning, as Patrick mentioned, in Kent, Newaygo, and Montcalm County, just to the north of the Grand Rapids metro area. But right now I'm going to focus on this storm rolling into Bismarck. That we're just going to focus on this one, at least as far as the visuals go for now, because this is by far, I would think, the most severe system that we have going right now. If you are again on Interstate 94, I would say between Sweetbriar over to Driscoll, get off at the next exit. Judson, I could almost go ahead and give an all clear for Judson at this point. The storm is past you. It's basically rolling into Bismarck right now. And so if you are in, gosh, there's a lot of areas around here. So Bismarck, Mandan, Schmidt, Pierce, Apple Valley, McKenzie, Sterling, Driscoll, Britton, Moffett, Northern Linwood, Sunny, the Double Ditch Indian Village, Arnold, Wogansport. Wogansport, you should have already been indoors. Arnold, you've got a little bit of time if you're on 83 to get inside of a building. If you are heading south on 83 towards the town of Arnold, stop. Don't go any further south than Midway. Don't go any further south. In fact, honestly, don't go further south than Baldwin right now, because the most intense storms go from just to the south of Bismarck all the way up, basically parallel, or perpendicular, I should say, with Midway. So I want everybody in this area to be mindful of what is going on and don't put yourself in any danger that you don't need to be in. So Sammy, you have some other... Oh, we got a new warning in for the storm in Grand Rapids. So you want to go ahead and go over that one for me, Sammy?
Yes, we do, and this one does include Grand Rapids. This is going to be for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Specifically, this is going to include central Kent and northeastern Ottawa counties until 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern. This is going to include, in addition to Grand Rapids, this is also going to include the following locations of Wyoming: Kentwood, Walker, Granville, East Grand Rapids, Rockford, Coopersville, Sparta, Lowell, the Grand Rapids Airport, Allendale, Ada, Raton, Conklin, Wright, Kent City, Lamont, and Belmont, including the area around the Wells Airport. And I also do want to point out, I do not want to distract us away from the fact that we also do have we have another concentrated area of severe weather up in the northern part of the United States and parts of central southern Canada, where we do have multiple ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings in North Dakota, including Bismarck, as well as a severe thunderstorm warning for Winnipeg. So I'm going to go over those severe thunderstorm warnings we have going on now. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning currently in effect, including Bismarck. This is going to, in North Dakota, this is going to include southeastern McLean, Burley, northeastern Morton, and eastern Oliver counties in central South Dakota, which is going to expire at 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This is going to actually be for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So this is a considerable. This storm does have a considerable damage tag on it. Where trained weather spotters actually observed a wind gust of 73 miles an hour, and trained spotters near New Salem reported wind gusts of around 70 miles an hour. This is going to include the following locations. This storm is currently affecting Bismarck, and this is about to impact Lincoln, and in 10 minutes this is also going to impact Minokan. This is also going to include Double Ditch Indian Village, Driscoll, McKenzie, Baldwin, University of Mary, Arena, Cross Ranch State Park, Price, Crown Butte Lake, and Sanger. So you need to make sure that if you are in the Bismarck metro area right now, especially for those in downtown Bismarck and points east, you need to be seeking safe shelter right now and be away from windows. I also want to point out the severe thunderstorm warning that we have before we shift back to the U.S. side of things. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that includes, I believe, includes the north, just the eastern Winnipeg metro area. Um, I am on Environment Canada for this right now. Um, I think this is. I'm not sure if this is for severe thunderstorm warning. Uh, right here. Yeah, this is going to be including the parts of Winnipeg proper, and this is going to be including parts of the eastern Winnipeg suburbs, including Transcona, Fort White, uh, Richot, and Saint Norbert. So if you are in Winnipeg right now, this is also going to include, I believe, um, River Road, parts of River Road, Provincial Park, and Lebeau, including Kirkness, East Seakirk, Lebeau, Hazel Ridge, Ladywood, Garson, and Tyndall. And we do, yeah, and we
Yeah,
just did get a
I'll
new.
take this over. Yeah, I'll
All
take
right,
this
go
over real
ahead,
quick.
Patrick.
Stormy. Yeah, so we do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning, which has been issued for the cities of Mooresville, Enochville, and Kannapolis in North Carolina. This is north of Charlotte, North Carolina, north of Charlotte Motor Speedway, for northwestern Cabarrus, southeastern Iredell, and southwestern Rowan counties in the Piedmont of North Carolina until 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This is located 12 miles northwest of Kannapolis. This is heading towards the city of Kannapolis right now at approximately 15 miles per hour. So this is going to be impacting those particular areas north of the Charlotte area. This is in the far northern and northeastern outskirts of the Charlotte metro area and is north of Charlotte Motor Speedway, north of Concord, and is typically heading towards those areas right now. This will not be impacting any portion of the Charlotte metro, but this does include areas generally off to the north and northeast of the city of Charlotte, as well as the cities of Dorita, Huntersville, Cornelius, as well as Concord, where the Charlotte Motor Speedway does reside.
Hello, yes, I've been doing good, but the weather we've been seeing, or I've been seeing mainly, has been quite turbulent in terms of activity, as we still have some very strong, severe storms currently trekking across Michigan and North Dakota, as well as North Carolina. So it's going to be a large area that we need to watch for activity. And it's just a waiting game at this point to see if storms want to intensify or if they might go on a downtrend here over the coming hours.
And obviously, we'll hope for the latter. We hope we don't see any of the big, severe storms, big tornadoes of any kind. But we have to be mindful, of course, that things could go horribly wrong, even in the best of outlooks. So, everyone in the way of these storms tonight, be mindful and make sure you know what you can do. Once again, though, I think I was muted during that last process. Here's the 94 and 83 interchange right there. A main avenue right here going through the center of town in Bismarck. That's the Interstate 94 business route. And you can see here with the new scans coming in that the strong winds, 70 to 75 miles per hour again, on the back side of the KBIS radar site now. So Minokan, Lincoln, Moffett, Sterling, Driscoll, you're going to be up next for this. But this has started to turn, instead of east, it's turning more to the southeast. So one more time, if you're Hazleton, Braddock, Kintyre, Napoleon, Temvik, you're going to be up next for this, and potentially even up here around Huff, Fort Rice, and Livona. You need to be watching out for this storm as it heads out of the Bismarck area. So, please be sure to keep the questions coming in the chat, and we will be sure to help answer your questions as quickly as we can. I'll go ahead and switch gears back up to our tornado possible SVR here north of Grand Rapids. In fact, this storm to the south of it basically looks like it broke up the potential tornadic rotation in it, at least for now. But we're seeing a pocket of broad rotation on the north side of Grand Rapids. That could honestly, let me see here, that could be some level of contamination in there. That's very messy looking on the KGRR radar. Oh yeah, go ahead.
We want to
Patrick.
point out here that we have a likely developing tornado northwest of Comstock Park in Michigan. This is a likely developing tornado right now. We're starting to see a well-defined low-level mesocyclone, which is basically an area of a storm's rotation. That is some very interesting rotation that we're currently seeing right now from the Grand Rapids radar, which appears to be tightening quite fast. There appears to be a strong pocket of inflow also down at the south, or actually a strong pocket of outflow down at the southwest. So this also is heading in a little bit of a radar dead zone, and oh yeah, that is a very tight velocity couplet now on that storm. A very tight velocity couplet now evident right now. As of the latest scan, I believe I don't know if my newest scan came in, but I believe I have a very tight velocity signature just located right, and that is a CC drop. We have a CC drop on the storm north of Comstock Park. That is a tornado on the ground. I repeat, tornado on the ground in Michigan. I believe this is a CC. I'm waiting for velocity to catch up, but I believe we have a large CC drop north of Comstock Park. I'm waiting to confirm that here real quick.
Right.
Let me go ahead and see if anybody else is on top of this right now.
Of course, we'll hope that that's just hail contamination in there as well. But thank you for relaying the information, Patrick. Oh, look at that! Look at the inflow on this one right here now.
That is
There's
Josh,
inflow.
breaking news. That is breaking news.
Go
That
ahead.
is a. Sorry for cutting you off there real quick. Sorry to cut you off there real quick. I just wanted to get this here. That is a debris ball on reflectivity also. We have a tornado on the ground on reflectivity northeast of Comstock Park right now. This is likely a tornado on the ground. I repeat, a damaging radar confirmed tornado on the ground north of Comstock Park in Michigan with a reflectivity debris ball
present right north of Comstock Park. An intensifying velocity couplet is also evident. This is a likely damaging tornado on the ground northeast of
And we
Comstock
just
Park,
had a
north
tornado
of
warning
Grand
come out for it. Yes, we did. So, tornado
There we go.
warning, including the city of Grand Rapids now, out of the office of Grand Rapids, Central Kent County. Radar indicated tornado warning for this one will likely go confirmed once the new scan comes out. Again, hopefully we'll hope that that's contamination, but that velocity scan coming in, look at the intense inflow on that. And again, yeah, another CC drop on the new scan. That is absolutely a confirmed tornado on the ground. So if you are in, let's go ahead and, if you're in Grand Rapids, Charter Township, Plainville, Charter Township, Cannon Township, Rockford, Grattan, Moseley, Virginus Township, Lowell Charter Township, Cascade, the city of Grand Rapids itself, take your tornado precautions. Tornado is crossing US 131 right now, crossing US 131 to the west of Belmont, to the east of Alpine. Tornado crossing 131 north of Grand Rapids. And nobody should be out there right now. You've been under the severe thunderstorm warning for half an hour now. And this is now, I mean, it's evident. I'll go ahead and switch back to Gibson Ridge here. This is the PTDS radar right here, potential tornado debris signature, and it lines up with our correlation coefficient. There's a lot of homes that are going to be in the way of this once this crosses the river. Look at that. So Northview, we need to get into our tornado safe place. This is our second confirmed tornado of the day. We had a confirmed tornado before we even went live in North Dakota, but this is the first one we've had since we've been live. So again, if you are in, I'm going to go ahead and get these areas up here again. If you are in Grand Rapids, Kentwood, East Grand Rapids, Rockford, around the Gerald R. Ford International Airport, and Lowell, you need to be seeking shelter underground if you can. If no underground, first floor, hall, closet, or bathroom, away from windows near the center. Get a helmet, a sturdy pair of shoes, a mattress to put over your head. Mattress, if you got a mattress, get in the bathtub if possible. Go get safe. I will say, though, it looks like the inflow is not as strong as it was on the last scan on the new one, so hope that this was just a quick little spin up. But there's a lot of homes that are in the way of where this tornado just went through. So again, we'll hope for the best, but that does not look good. If you know anybody in the way of this, if you know anybody in this tornado warning, call them and let them know what is going on. This also, we're talking potentially 70-mile-per-hour winds in this area. You see the darker colors there around the Grand Rapids Charter Township where the severe thunderstorm warning is, and there's where our tornado is, north of the Plainfield Charter Township. So Chauncey, Cannonsburg, Parnell, Moseley, Grattan, Bostwick Lake, Cannon Township, Childsdale, Rockford, Englishville. I would go ahead and give you the all clear. Englishville all clear, although you're still in the polygon, so stay sheltered. For now, there's going to be some straight winds going through, but for the tornado threat, Englishtown, or Englishville, I should say, you're all good. Cascade Charter Township, Lowell Charter Township, Lowell itself, Virginus Township. You need to be calling them and letting them know that this is coming, although it does look like the inflow on this is dying out. So we'll switch back to Gibson Ridge here, and I do believe what we're kind of seeing here, this looks like it could be some debris fallout. The debris ball on reflectivity definitely looks like it's dying out a little bit, so hopefully this thing has lifted at this time. It definitely appears the correlation coefficient does not appear to be as impressive on the last few scans. But a tornado warning remains in effect, and we stress that everybody in this polygon needs to be taking their tornado precautions. Once again, lowest level near the center of your home. Don't worry about northwest or southeast corners. Get into the center with a sturdy pair of shoes, a bicycle helmet or just a construction helmet of some kind, a pillow or a mattress, blankets. We don't want you to be near any windows either. So get to a safe place. Although I will say, at least for now, we could be witnessing this thing picking up or recycling. So I cannot confirm if there's not a tornado on the ground with it right now. Let's still treat it like there is, because there we go. The new correlation coefficient scan, it's definitely fallen out now. So I think this thing is lifted for the time being. So
speaking of which, I do
here.
Yeah, I do need to add now that we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible for eastern Saginaw County and southeastern Michigan.
Okay. I have to throw it
this is
over to
going-
Patrick real quick. Patrick, go ahead. You have
Go
breaking
ahead.
news for us.
Yes, I do. We do have breaking news right now coming out of this particular tornado warning. It does appear that this tornado, given the velocity signature, is likely still on the ground. Because the debris signature, the CC signature, is actually maintaining with the velocity signature, although the velocity signature is moving a little bit more northward, which means that the tornado could potentially be lofting the debris, and it hasn't really flung it out over the area, as it appears that the CC drop has remained consistent. It definitely does appear to be falling out slightly now. However, if you are in Rockford, you need to be underground right now, as it does appear to be that this cell could be potentially be recycling. Although it also appears that the rotation could be getting a little bit undercut by some outflow to the south. There's some actually very strong winds moving throughout Grand Rapids right now. So if you are in Grand Rapids, especially if you are in the eastern side of the metro, you need to be inside a safe place right now, as it definitely does appear to be potential for some strong wind gusts moving in towards the area right now. And I believe they just issued a brand new severe thunderstorm warning extending off of that warning, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I'll go ahead and throw it back over to Sammy for that. Sammy, go ahead.
Yeah, so that is the severe thunderstorm warning I was trying to mention earlier, and they actually did go ahead and update this severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for northern Kent County. Severe thunderstorm was located near Greenville, moving off to the east at 25 miles an hour with 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail being the main threats. However, a tornado is still possible, especially if you are in Cedar Springs and Sand Lake. You do need to make sure that you are preparing to take your tornado precautions in the event that this tornado warning does get extended into your area. I do also want to note that there's that tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning is also in effect for eastern Saginaw County in southeastern Michigan, courtesy of National Weather Service in Detroit and Pontiac. The severe thunderstorm will be near Bridgeport around 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and Frankenmuth and Birch Run around 8:45. This is going to include Swan Creek, Carrollton, Fosters, Burt, Buena Vista Township, Guerra, Indiantown, and Shields. This is also going to include the Shiawassee National Wildlife Refuge. So if you're in those areas, do take note that there is a tornado possible with this severe thunderstorm warning. So be prepared to take your tornado precautions if this gets upgraded to a tornado warning. In fact, I would get ready to take your tornado precautions, and I would continue to monitor the rotation in that storm for that southeastern Michigan storm.
All right, thank you very much again, Sammy. Again, a tornado warning is still in effect in Kent County, Michigan, including Grand Rapids itself. I think I actually see potentially another tightening area of rotation south of Rockford. It doesn't look super organized right now. However, I'll keep an eye on it. The debris fallout is over the city of Rockford in Michigan right now from this former tornado. I think it's a former tornado. However, let's treat it as if it's still on the ground. So they could recycle and drop another one on the ground. So we don't want anyone to be lifting their guard just yet. Again, this seemed to be possibly a very strong spin-up tornado that could have lifted all sorts of stuff. It went over a bunch of houses, so anything we're seeing in here in this debris fallout, trees, boards, bricks, glass, nails, and things like that. So it's basically over to the east side of Rockford, Michigan right now. So again, anyone who's in this polygon needs to be taking their tornado precautions, and possibility of some embedded rotation in here as well to the east of Northview. We'll keep an eye on that. That could be some level of contamination, and they just chopped off a big portion of our tornado warning. So Virginus Township, Lowell Township, Cascade, Charter Township, Mosley, Grand Rapids, Charter Township, all clear. Rockford, all clear. The tornado warning continues for Chauncey, Cannonsburg, North Parnell, Grattan, Bostwick Lake, and there's actually a storm chaser that we can't show the video of this, but Brendan Kopic is right where this possible recycling tornado near Chauncey is. He's just on the north side of the possible developing circulation. You see the outflow reaching out, the inflow reaching in, sort of a merry-go-round that's trying to come together east of Plainfield, north of Chauncey, right at the corner of Northland Drive and Cannonsburg Road. So Northland Drive, that's Highway 44. 44 continues on to Belding Road right here. And this circulation, the inflow appears to be tightening up on this one on velocity. I don't really know that matches up with reflectivity all that much. So again, this could be some contamination. This could be an embedded system, embedded rotation that we're seeing here in this storm. But again, the tornado warning has been shrunk down. So Mosley, Parnell, Fallisburg, Virginus, and Lowell, all clear. Cascade, Grand Rapids Charter Township, and Plainfield, Rockford, all clear. This warning continues for Chauncey, Cannonsburg, Bostwick Lake, Cannon Township, and Grattan. So you folks stay in your shelter until we can give you the all clear. Patrick, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to point out here that this is a threat that we've been talking about here, and that the NWS has been specifically stating. The NWS has specifically stated that there is going to be the potential for a few QLCS embedded tornadoes, or potential supercell tornadoes. So there's going to be a mix between the different kinds of tornadoes you're going to be dealing with here. We're going to have tornadoes that are associated with more isolated supercells, or the tornado threat is going to also be primarily driven by any embedded circulation that forms within these clusters, or an eventual line of storms that's expected to push throughout the area. And this was a quite intense tornado that had a very strong reflectivity presentation and actually had a reflectivity debris ball in excess of 65 dBz. So that was a, very intense tornado that could have potentially been on the ground, at least evident via radar. And we'll have to wait and see what the National Weather Service does say in terms of scans. But it does appear that debris now from this storm is actually being flung all the way past Rockford. It appears to be being flung towards areas as far southeast as Cedar Springs right now, which means that debris is likely still being lofted within this complex of storms and is being flung out to the northeast.
All right, thank you
So
very much.
if you are in Cedar Rapids, if you are in or not Cedar Rapids, Cedar Springs, Michigan, Sand Lake, Michigan, if you are within this polygon up to the north, I would even say if you're in Trufant and Howard City and Pearson, Michigan, I would also be keeping an eye out for potential debris fallout. And you need to be inside, as given the fact that we have strong winds moving throughout the area, that debris is actually going to be flung like projectiles. So this particular flying debris is going to be basically it's going to be flung around like toys and could be flung at very fast rates given these strong winds. So you definitely need to be inside a safe interior structure away from windows, protecting yourself from flying debris. And I do believe this line is currently moving out of the Grand Rapids radar. I do believe that our first organized cluster of storms, or Messi Moda clusters, may have a pretty significant wind threat materialize if it does continue to organize over the next few minutes here, as there does appear to be some stronger velocities as the storm does move out of the Grand Rapids radar site, basically area of which we can actually not determine anything based off of the how close the storm is overlapping the radar.
Okay, thank you very much, Patrick. I want to go ahead and take a look at another storm that's basically south of Saginaw, Michigan right now. This severe thunderstorm warning goes for the next 51 minutes, so it'll go until 9:30 p.m. Eastern. This has a tornado possible tag on it, so I want to go ahead and kind of show you the recent radar scans of what this line of storms has been doing as it worked towards Saginaw. There's a bit of rotation there. There's a bit of rotation there, and it looks like it's trying to do it again. It's a sort of merry-go-round. One develops there, and then behind it another one develops, and it looks like we might have some strong winds to the south of Saginaw. Potentially another area of rotation could develop along this line. So anyone along 75, Interstate 75, that is north of Clio, south of Saginaw, pull over on the shoulder and go into a gas station if you can. So again, eastern Saginaw County, tornado possible tag on a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny to pea-sized hail. We also have this other severe thunderstorm warning down here to the east of Flint, and again, the wind signature on this one, this looks strong. So if you are in Goodland, Imlay City, Attica, Lapeer, Burnside, Brown City, North Branch, and Five Lakes, down to Dryden and Almont, you need to be mindful of this one. 60-mile-an-hour winds moving to the southeast from Lum at 30 miles per hour. This is going to go for the next 50 minutes. If you're along Interstate 69 between Lapeer and, I'll go ahead and say Capic, you need to be mindful that this system is coming through. And even further along, see the direction this thing's moving in. And yeah, it's turning more to the south. It's turning more to the south than southeast, which could take it down towards Imlay City and Goodland. It's basically on top of you now, and down towards Almont, Allenton, Riley Center, Capic. You need to be mindful that this storm is going to roll through your area. Patrick, go ahead. You have breaking news for us.
Yes, absolutely. I do want to relay some breaking news right now. I am receiving a report. I'm receiving reports right now that the Kent County fire scans, or let me rephrase myself here real quick. According to a report coming out from another weather server I'm currently in, they are hearing that the Kent County fire feeds, in terms of scanner feeds, are currently down. This is unconfirmed as of this time, but I am hearing a report that there may this is not confirmed, but it does appear that from a report, according to a report, the Kent County Fire and EMS feeds are currently down. Uh, I would assume induced by the very strong winds that blew through the Grand Rapids metro. However, this is unconfirmed right now. However, a report coming in from another person on the weather server I am in is stating that they are hearing that the Kent County Fire Department feeds are currently down in Kent County, which is where Grand Rapids is. That's the county seat of Kent County.
All right, thank you very much, Patrick. I'm looking at some information in another server too. Height of debris using correlation coefficient with that tornado equates to roughly about 13,500 feet. So this was a very significant tornado that rolled through the north suburbs of Grand Rapids, Michigan. This was a very significant tornado. So please cross your fingers in for these folks in Rockford, Northview, Comstock, north of Comstock Park. Cross your fingers and say a prayer for some of these people, because some people's lives, again, there were a lot of homes up there. People's lives are probably changing right now. This tornado rolling through that area. Again, this crossed US 131 to the west of Childsdale. Down here's Belmont, here's Alpine, and there's Englishville. And it crossed US 131 right about there. We've got the cursor going across right there. And there are a lot of neighborhoods. There are a lot of homes in that area. Debris being thrown to 13,500 feet in that system. And so yeah, there's not a whole lot else you can really say about it. That was a strong tornado. And it's probably not going to be an outlier. We'll hope it's an outlier for the night, and we'll hope it's not an omen for the rest of the night. The tornado warning has just been allowed to expire, so thank goodness for that. But go over some storm timings real quick. I'll go ahead and throw it back over to Patrick. Patrick, go ahead.
Yeah, I do want to point out here that we do have some potentially some very strong winds right now moving into the Ionia metro in Michigan right now. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that you did point out there that was going to be for Ionia and Montcalm counties in central Michigan. This appears to be intensifying right now on approach to those metro areas. So I do want to go over some timings right now for this particular line of storms, which is currently right on the doorsteps of Iona. I'm going to track this at about 30 miles an hour. So if you are located within these following major locations, please do listen carefully here for timings. This is currently located right now over the city of Belding, and this will be impacting the following locations over the next few minutes.
we're going to be taking a look at in about 4 minutes or so. This will be impacting Lake Odessa, which is just south of the I-96 corridor. This is going to be impacting the main city of Ionia here. This is downtown Ionia. Will be impacted by around 7:58 or 8:58. I believe this is in Eastern Daylight Time, so we will not have to subtract an
It
hour
is.
off. Yes. So this will be impacting Ionia at about 8:58, 9:08 for Lyons, 9:10 for Weir, 9:13 for Portland, Michigan, not Portland, Oregon, not Portland, Maine, Portland, Michigan. 9:19 for Palamo, 9:22 for Westphalia, 9:29 for Fowler, and 9:39 for Maple Rapids, which is at the end of the polygon and located just along and northwest of the junction between US Route 121 and US Route 27 north of St. John's. This appears to be impacting Ionia as we speak, or is actually moving into the western side of the city. It appears that the strongest pockets of velocities right now are currently located just west of Ionia. This could get upgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning later down the line, so if you are within Ionia, you need to be taking your safety precautions immediately. Get to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building, preferably a hallway or bathroom. You don't necessarily have to be underground, however, you do have to treat imminent, intense, straight-line damaging winds as if a tornado is approaching. Also, got to keep on the lookout for the potential of QLCS tornadoes, especially tornadoes that basically form off of this line, as the QLCS tornado threat is also going to be a huge factor in this line as well. So you definitely need to be looking out for the potential of not just strong, destructive, damaging winds. You also need to be looking out for line-embedded tornadoes, as these tornadoes can spin quickly up and spin quickly back down. Yeah, you definitely need to be watching out for that. And especially if you are in Ionia right now, definitely do keep watch for these storms as they do approach from the west right now and could be over Ionia given radar delay right now as we speak, impacting the metro with some pretty strong damaging winds as of this time.
Absolutely. And by the way, you mentioned QLCS. That's quasi-linear convective system, and essentially what that means is it's a long line of storms. So you know what a squall line is. This isn't necessarily like a squall line, but it is a long line of storms. This is stretching basically all across Michigan from Grand Rapids all over to basically Sandusky, really south of Sandusky. We did have a damage report, as you see, came out of that area where that tornado went through. A tree fell on a house just to the west side of 131 west of Belmont. And we actually have a tornado warning in Canada. So let's shift gears here for just a second. So for our friends up in Canada, a tornado warning from Environment Canada includes Fairford and Hillbrae. This is basically right around where the tornado warning was earlier. So around Lake Manitoba once again. So from the Winnipeg radar, this is not the best radar picture that we could get by any means, but here's the warning text from Environment Canada. So note: damaging winds, large hail, locally intense rainfall, and a possible tornado. So Interlake, Manitoba, Gibsonville, Ashern, West Interlake. They note that this storm is possibly producing a tornado. They don't say that it is producing a tornado. So this came out about 4 minutes ago. If you are on Highway 6 between Hillbrae and Moosehorn in Manitoba, Canada, get inside of a gas station. And if you are in between those areas, if you have a home, looks like we have some neighborhoods here along 239 and 6. You need to be watching out too. South of the Little Saskatchewan First Nation, north of Ashern, that's where our rotational couplet appears to be, right in there. It doesn't appear that the outflow is super strong, but it does appear like there's a little bit of inflow going on there. I'll pull up reflectivity real quick. And
I need
this
to
is
break in real
extremely
quick.
high up in the atmosphere.
I need to break in real quick.
ahead,
There
Patrick.
is a
Sam, go
possible there's a possible tornado that is southeast of Lake Odessa in Michigan. I'm seeing that the velocity is really starting to pick up just right around Lake Odessa right now, and that's an area that needs to be watched very carefully. I would suggest if you're in Lake Odessa right now, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. This is not tornado warned right now, but I seriously urge you to take your tornado precautions now, as it looks like uh, velocity is really picking up. So we may have a possible tornado that could be forming near Lake Odessa right here.
Absolutely. Thank you for relaying that information. So here's Lake Odessa right here, and there's our rotational couplet just south of there. So possible tornado south of Lake Odessa, north of Woodland, west of Woodbury. So folks in that area, hopefully if you were here when the last tornado was going on, you heard the precautions, but if you did not, underground if you can. If no underground, first floor, hall, closet, or bathroom away from windows near the center, helmet, a pillow, or a mattress over your head to shield yourself from flying debris. Possible tornado north of Woodland, to the southwest of Woodbury, south of Lake Odessa, north of Woodland, and possibly a pixel showing up on the PTDS. That's potential tornado debris signature. I don't see. I think that could be some hail contamination. Although, well, I'll wait to see what the next scan looks like. But again, possible tornado between Lake Odessa and Woodland. And again, I don't see a whole lot of houses in this area. This appears to be a fairly rural area, unlike the tornado we saw earlier. So go ahead.
That did get a severe thunderstorm warning extension, and they did go ahead and upgrade that to a tornado possible. So that is the area that we've just been talking about, that includes Woodland and Lake Odessa. This severe thunderstorm warning is going to be for northeastern Berry and Eaton counties in southern Michigan, and this is going to go until 9:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail are the main threats right now, but a tornado is also possible in this storm. This will include the following locations: Lansing, Charlotte, Hastings, Eaton Rapids, Grand Ledge, Potterville, Nashville, Edgemont Park, Calamo, Brookfield, Diamonddale, Vermontville, Sunfield, Mulliken, Waverly, Woodland, Gresham, Woodbury, the Fitch H Beach Airport, and the Skyview Estates Airport. So if you are in any of these areas that I just called out, you need to consider taking your tornado precautions, as this could be spinning up. As this definitely has the chance of spinning up another tornado within the system that is going to be including parts of now the Lansing Metro, in addition to the Woodland and Lake Odessa areas.
All right, I'll go ahead and throw it over to Patrick now. Patrick, you have some information to relay as well.
Yeah, I do want to point out here that tornado, that possible tornado, which was located, that is a tornado on the ground near Woodland, Michigan, I believe. I believe we have a tornado on the ground near Woodland, Michigan. I don't know for sure if that is CC. It doesn't line up with the reflectivity, but it does line up with velocity slightly. ZDR does correlate. So there might be a tornado developing. Albeit it is a weak tornado, however, there is likely a weak tornado, likely either on the ground or developing right now, near Woodland, southwest of Woodbury in Michigan as of this time. So if you are in Woodland, southwest of Woodbury, I would definitely be seeking shelter immediately. Lower interior portion of your safe room, bathroom, hallway, closet if you're located just south of State Route 50. If you are located near State Route 66 and the junction of State Route 66 and State Route 50, I would keep an eye out on this right now. It definitely doesn't appear to be 100% on the ground. However, CC and correlation coefficient may be indicating a possible. And I do want to break in right now. For the first time tonight, we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now in place for Ionia, Saranac, Clarksville, Lake Odessa, Portland, Lyons, Powano, Hubbardston, and Balding. This is a PDS severe thunderstorm warning. This is now a destructive severe thunderstorm for the Ionia metro area, including all of Ionia County, as well as far southeastern Montcalm County. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Seek shelter immediately.
Yes, thank you for letting us know, Patrick, and relaying that information. This is the first one of the night, and I'll pull up the next red imagery. We're looking about 1,000 feet in the air up from the radar beam. So, look at this. So this is warned for 80-mile-per-hour winds. Next red pixels, possibly 90, potentially 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts within this storm. We'll wait to see what the Mesonet sites measure. But this is right along the Interstate 96 corridor between Clarksville and Frost Corners. You can see the darker colors in here. A very, very strong storm that is working its way into the south side of Ionia, Michigan, north of Lake Odessa, heading basically red line, center line for Tremaine Corners. So if you know anybody in Tremaine Corners, let them know that this is heading their way. But again, this is a huge line of storms that is working its way through Ionia, and this is our first PDS of any kind of the night, whether it be a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. So real quick, I'll throw it over to Sammy. What can remind everyone what they can be doing to take shelter in this destructive severe thunderstorm warning?
Yeah, so as I said, as I did say earlier, and I will say this again for those who might have just tuned in, destructive severe thunderstorm warnings are the highest tier of severe thunderstorm warnings that were recently issued a couple of years ago by the NWS. In which case, for those who get a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, is going to get a wireless emergency alert on their phone, just like they would a tornado warning.
Got to break in, Sammy.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Patrick. What you got?
Got to break in. We have a tornado on the ground in Portland, Michigan. I repeat, tornado is on the ground in Portland, Michigan. If you are in Portland, Michigan, this is a tornado likely on the ground heading right into Metro Portland, Michigan. While there is no correlation coefficient right now, I likely see a really intense velocity couplet right now, which does have the beginnings of a CC drop currently located right now over Interstate 96. If you are along Interstate 96, just southwest of the Central Business District in Portland, Michigan, you need to be underground right now. I am calling it right now. A tornado is likely on the ground in Portland, Michigan, and this is a extremely dangerous situation. This is embedded within the PDS severe thunderstorm warning off to the southeast along Interstate 96. If you're in Portland, Michigan, you got to get underground right now. If you have a basement, get to that immediately. If you don't have a basement, get to the interiormost portion of your safe room, preferably a hallway, bathroom, or a closet. Use blankets and pillows to protect yourself from flying debris. A likely developing tornado, which is embedded in our 80-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning, is likely on the ground right now and is heading directly through the city of Portland in Michigan as of this time, with a likely tornado on the ground right over I-96 heading directly for the city of Portland in Michigan. Can we potentially go over cities underneath that as well, or basically
yes,
go street
indeed.
view of that warning, as that is a likely imminent tornado right over I-96?
So right on top of I-96 near downtown Portland, Michigan. If you are near Frost Corners, Eagle, south of Westphalia, Wacusta, Watertown Township, Hidden Lake Estates, over to Grand Ledge. Let's see the general direction this thing is going. This basically looks like it's moving pretty much due east right now. So right now, red line, center line for Portland. It's basically this possible tornado is to you now. North Frost Corners, and then it's going to get into some fairly rural areas before it gets on over to DeWitt. And so again, this line of storms, I think the weather service text has it moving about 55 miles per hour. I'm going to track this at 60. So if you're in DeWitt and this keeps heading in your direction, you've got 17 minutes before this line of storms gets to you. So 17 minutes for DeWitt, Clinton Village 20 minutes, Riley 12 minutes. We're not saying this to scare you. We're just trying to hammer it home that this is possibly what is going on here. We hope to goodness that this thing is not producing, although I will say that the newest velocity picture looks promising that this thing might not be producing a tornado. However, this is still a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So we need everybody in this polygon to be taking shelter from Sheridan down to Lake Odessa and all points in between. Clarksville points east to Portland. Sheridan points south to Lake Odessa. You need to be taking refuge inside of a sturdy built structure as these storms roll through. Portland, the really strong winds are basically getting to you right now, so you need to be taking shelter regardless.
I do want to actually point out here real quick that we have just received a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This is an extension to our PDS severe thunderstorm warning, which is currently in Ionia County. This has now been extended to include these following major cities: Maple Rapids, Hubbardston, Fowler, St. John's, DeWitt, and Eagle in Michigan. This is for Clinton County. This is for all of Clinton County right now. In South Central Michigan, this is issued by the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids. This goes for the next hour. At 9:00 p.m. at the top of the hour, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 8 miles south of Carson City to 5 miles southwest of Portland, moving east at 45 miles per hour. This is once again a 70 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning. This is likely to get upgraded to PDS if current radar trends do continue, as these winds are still pushing very strong, perhaps in the 70 to 75, perhaps even 80 mile per hour range, as they do push towards Fowler, Westphalia, and St. John's. This is going to be pretty much paralleling US Route 127. And will be impacting St. John's relatively soon. Doing some timings right now for this line of storms. This has already impacted Powampo and Portland with a possible tornado, which actually went through the city of Portland, although that has appeared to have dissipated rapidly. We're going to be taking a look at right now 9:07 p.m. for Westphalia, 3 minutes for Westphalia, 9:08 for Fowler, that is in 4 minutes, 9:19 for St. John, so in 15 minutes. We're taking a look at 9:30 p.m. at the bottom of the hour for Elsie, the 9:31 for Ovid, 9:44 for Owalso, as well as 9:45 for Oakley and 9:48 for the city of Corunna. Now I'll throw it back over to you guys here real quick. What is actually the best way to seek shelter if you're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning, especially taking into account the magnitude of what we could be seeing tonight?
And Sammy, I'll go ahead and throw it back over to you to go over that information.
Yeah. So for those who are in the path of these storms, especially for those who are in the PDS severe thunderstorm warning right now, you need to be getting to the centermost part of your home, away from windows, especially if you are under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. You want to make sure that you are keeping distance between you and the outside as possible, and I would also recommend staying on the lowest floor as well. If you're under a tornado warning, you need to be in the lowest level of a sturdy home, in a sturdy building. If you have a base, especially, uh, the best bet is going to be a basement. But if you don't have that, lowest interior room on the lowest floor of a building, is going to be your best bet, and you want to make sure you are protecting yourself, especially your head and neck, from flying debris. You
Calling
also
this
want to
out right now. I'm going to call this out right now. If you are in Lansing, if you are in East Lansing, I'm going to call it right now. I would appreciate if you are in Lansing and East Lansing that you do prepare to enact your tornado safety precautions as of this time, as it does appear that we have a developing mesocyclone to the south of the main central business district of Lansing. It is located in Lansing proper and is just located basically between 96 and or 96 and 496 interstates 496 and 96, basically paralleling state route 99 of the southeast. This is a broad mesocyclone, although it is a developing tornadic circulation potentially moving into the city of Lansing. So if you are in the city of Lansing, Michigan, you need to be I'm going to call us out right now. I would definitely keep an eye on the storm to your southeast, especially if you are in downtown Lansing, as this is a supercell basically at a head of our main line of storms, which could be potentially trying to rotate here, and it could potentially be developing a tornado here over the next few minutes as it does move off to the north and east. This is a tornado possible tag, which I don't believe we have one over here, so I will go over this here real quick. This severe thunderstorm warning was issued about 16 minutes ago for Ingham County. This does include Lansing and East Lansing, as well as Holt, and along the 96 and 496 corridors. This is a tornado possible tag, so if you are in Lansing and East Lansing, you need to be seeking shelter in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building and preparing for the potential of a possible tornado heading in the direction of the city of Lansing, as well as East Lansing in the state of Michigan, which is currently located south of our two potentially dangerous situations ongoing in Ionia and St. John's in Clinton and Ionia counties in Michigan. There also appears to be a pretty strong severe thunderstorm complex also pushing towards metro Lansing right now. So Lansing, you could be potentially dealing with not only just a possible tornado over the next few minutes, however, potentially destructive damaging winds upwards of hurricane force in the next few minutes. So doing some long range timings right now for this line of storms right now, as this is currently located right now over Grand Ledge. Track this is about 25 miles per hour or so. This will be on top of Lansing in about the next 19 minutes. So if you have time, Lansing, but I would pretty much be in your safe room right now, interior hallway or bathroom, such as a closet, as you could be having a potential dual threat from the possible tornado as well as the destructive damaging winds basically sagging behind our possible tornadic rotation just off of the west northwest heading towards the 96 and 496 corridors right now in Metro Lansing.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Patrick, for going over that. Just so you know, the destructive severe thunderstorm warning tag has been downgraded to considerable, and there's no longer a tornado possible tag on the polygon that included Ionia. It still includes the city of Portland in Michigan. So everyone in Portland needs to be taking their precautions. But you see this line, this extremely strong line of straight line winds working its way down towards the city of Lansing. So if you are in Lansing around the capital, East Lansing around Michigan State University, if you're on Interstate 69 and 96 on the west side of Lansing, you need to pull over and get into a gas station before these storms get to you. This is, again, this is 60 to 70, possibly 80 mile per hour winds. They're going to be working their way into the city of Lansing. And tornadoes are possible all around as well with these storms. There are 3 severe thunderstorm warnings around Lansing with tornado possible tags on them, and there is a 5% for there's a 5% risk for tornadoes tonight. So this, you could say it wasn't a surprise, but this is the kind of thing that we need to watch out for tonight. So, and you can see, my goodness, the winds on the new velocity scan working their way towards Lansing to this around Grand Ledge. You can see it got darker again, so we've got some strong winds that are going to be working their way towards the Interstate 69 and 96 corridor and into Lansing, Potterville, Charlotte, Chester, Vermontville, Eaton Rapids, 5 Points
And
Corner, and
speaking of
Calumet.
that,
This
and
is likely going to
speaking
go
of that,
destructive here pretty soon. Tornado warning in
and
Flint as well. Tornado
and
warning just went out for Flint.
yeah, speaking of that, I do apologize for breaking in. The severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for Berry County, Michigan, is now up to 70-mile-per-hour winds as well as quarter-size hail. There is likely some very, and I mean very strong, perhaps even destructive, damaging winds right now moving into Grand Ledge, as well as Lansing proper in the next 15 minutes or so. So if you are in Grand Ledge, Potterville, Charlotte, Michigan, Eaton Rapids, Michigan. If you are in Lansing, especially in West Lansing, Michigan, you need to be in an interior room, lowest floor, sturdy building, preferably in the centralmost portion of your structure immediately, as this is a likely destructive, damaging wind complex right now moving through Grand Ledge and is eventually going to be heading off into the Lansing Metro proper. In addition to this, we also have a brand new tornado warning which has been issued for the city of Flint in Michigan. This is a tornado warning which has been issued for downtown Metro Flint. This is for southeastern Genesee County in southeastern Michigan. This is going to be impacting the city of Flint. It looks to be right over downtown Flint as we are speaking. So if you are in Flint, you need to be underground right away. This is a radar indicated tornado warning which is going to be going in effect until 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for southeastern Genesee County. And this is a very significant situation right now evolving for the Lansing metro area, as it does appear to be that we have a destructive, damaging wind complex heading right for the metro area. And we're going to be tracking this situation live on the air.
Yeah, so this is actually tracking in the general direction of the KDTX radar site. That's the Detroit National Weather Service office. KDTX right there is the next county over. This is a tornado warning again out of the Weather Service office in Detroit and Pontiac in Michigan. For southeastern Genesee, it's going to go until 10 p.m. Eastern. So here's some times here. Davidson, Burton, it's basically to you now. Grand Blanc, you have about 5 minutes. Goodrich, you have about 15, 16 minutes, but don't wait around. Get to your safe place now. If you're on I-75 between mile markers 106 and 109, if you're on Interstate 475 between mile markers 1 and 10, or Interstate 69 between mile markers 135 and 148, need to get to your safe place now. Possible tornado working to the east side of downtown Flint. Basically, it looks like it could be crossing Interstate 69 right now. I think the radar scan's a little behind. It's basically on top of 69 now. So Burton, Grand Blanc, Atlas, you need to be paying very close attention to this. In fact, you need to go ahead and get into your tornado safe place, and don't try to outrun this thing. This thing could very well get rain wrapped if this does indeed touch down onto the ground. So again, Burton, Grand Blanc, Atlas, take your tornado precautions. Center of your house, lowest level, with a helmet, pillow, sturdy pair of shoes, or a mattress over your head. So, again, a very powerful line of storms working its way into Flint now with a tornado warning. Let's go ahead and shift gears back over to the Lansing metro area. 2 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings around the Lansing metro area. And again, these are some extremely powerful storms that are working their way into the state capital of Michigan. So if you are in the way of this, we cannot stress this enough. Need to get inside of a sturdy structure, and you need to stay there for a little bit. We're not saying this to freak you out or nothing. We're trying to let you know what's going on. This is not something
Hey,
to
I need
take
to come in with
lightly
some
if you're
breaking
moving.
news, Josh.
Go ahead, Sammy.
I do need to bring in. Yep. So we do have now a we now have a destructive severe thunderstorm upgrade now for this area. That is going to be the same areas that include, I believe, Eaton County. If you are in Eaton County,
And for
you
Lansing Metro as well. This is
yep,
now also
Lansing
for
Metro as
Lansing.
well.
So
Yep. So
Calamo, Charlotte, Eaton Rapids, Grand Ledge, west side of Lansing, the Delta Carter Township, Demondale, Potterville, Grand Ledge, Oneida, Charter Township, 5 Points Corner. We've been calling you out for several minutes. Brookfield as well. You are now under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour winds. So, central and northeast Eaton County, PDS severe thunderstorm warning underway. So Lansing, Grand Ledge, Calamo, Waverly, Skyview Estates Airport, Charlotte, Potterville, Brookfield, Gresham, Eaton Rapids, Edgemont Park, Demondale, Fitz H. Beach Airport. Take your precautions. Treat this as if it's a tornado, because we've got tornado-like winds here. We got Category 1 hurricane force winds, possibly even stronger gusts, working their way into Lansing and points south and west. So a destructive severe thunderstorm warning is underway. Again, we're going to give you the same precautions that we did Flint for that tornado warning. Lowest level of a sturdy structure, away from windows, near the center, sturdy pair of shoes, helmet, pillow, mattress over your head, and do not leave that spot until we can give you the all clear.
yeah, I do want to add this specific warning is going to include not only Lansing, but it's also include the following locations: Mason, East Lansing, Williamston, Edgemont Park, Weberville, Dansville, Mason Jewett Airport, Okemos, Bell Oak, Holt, and Hazlitt. In addition, this is also a very vigorous lightning producer, which means that continuous cloud ground lightning is occurring with this storm. So another reason that you need to be inside and away from windows. And this is also going to include central and northeast Eaton County in these destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, which is going to include parts of Charlotte, Eaton Rapids, Grand Ledge, Potterville, Edgemont Park, Calamo, Brookfield, Dimondale, Waverly, Gresham, the Fitch H Beach Airport, and the Skyview Estates Airport. You need to be on the lowest floor of your home. You need to be as far away from the outside walls and windows as possible. As again, 80 miles an hour wind gusts that is no joke. You need to treat these as if there was a tornado, and you need to be staying putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible.
Right. So
Absolutely.
timings right now for this line of storms, as of this time right now, this is going to be on top of Lansing's doorstep right now. It appears to be, or basically the leading edge of this line is on top of Lansing as we speak. Although it does appear that the core, and thankfully the core of the strongest winds is going to barely miss downtown Lansing just to the south. It may impact southern portions of the central business district. However, going into downtown Lansing. However, we're going to be taking a look at right now approximately, here's some timings. This is going to be, and I'll zoom in here real quick just so I can get an accurate timing of this particular line. This is a very, and I mean very strong line of storms right now. Goodness gracious, those velocity signatures right now are absolutely staggering. This is going to be impacting Lansing 8 minutes from now. Dimondale, 8 minutes as well. This is likely impacting Lansing as we speak, given radar delay. If you are in Lansing, get underground immediately. If you are in Demondale, Waverly, and you're along the 96 and 496 corridors, get underground as well. If you are located in East Lansing, this will be impacting you in about 16 minutes. Holt at 9:42, 9:43 for Okemos, 9:56 10:06 for Mason, 10:02 for Williamston, 10:11 p.m. for Dansville, and 10:16 for the city of Weberville. This is an extremely dangerous situation evolving, and this is likely a very significant complex of storms right now moving through and moving basically right into Lansing proper as this time is. This is an absolutely very large swath of destructive, damaging winds, and this is an extremely dangerous situation. Extremely dangerous situation right now, as we are likely seeing the development of a very intense thunderstorm complex pushing throughout portions of south central Michigan, impacting the state capital as we speak, as an extremely dangerous situation is likely unfolding. It does appear, thankfully, that this is going to be missing Lansing now to the southwest, the more of the core of the intense winds. However, if you are in Diamonddale, if you are in Potterville, and if you are located along Interstate 69, if you're located along State Road 99 near Diamonddale and Potterville, you got to get underground right now.
Absolutely, and I just want to show again. I've just been kind of looking at this.
I do want to point out here real quick before you throw it back over. We do have a brand new mesoscale discussion that was introduced by the Storm Prediction Center. This includes the Detroit metropolitan area and vicinity. If you are in Detroit Metro, you need to be listening to this very carefully. The tornado threat for tornado watch number 650. There's a tornado. I didn't even know. Is this? No, this is not a tornado watch. I believe. Okay, no, this is not a mesoscale discussion. I thought this was a mesoscale discussion. There is no tornado watch currently active. However, I do believe that there was. I don't know if there was a mesoscale discussion. Just trying to figure out this here real quick. Okay, so no, it was not a mesoscale discussion. It was just some things sent in another weather server that I'm in. But regardless, Detroit metropolitan area, I would keep an eye out for the tornado threat. Regardless if there's no mesoscale discussion or tornado watch out right now, as it does appear that we could be seeing an increase in tornadoes potentially in the QLCS as this QLCS basically does propagate towards Metro Detroit. There could be the potential for tornadoes, especially embedded within the line, as we do have that tornado warning, which is active for Metro Flint, especially off to the southeast. However, regardless if there's no mesoscale discussion or tornado watch out, there's a 5% tornado risk, which is active. So these tornadoes are going to be spinning quickly up and could be potentially strong if they do track over some pretty significant areas and could cause some pretty decent damage. So regardless, like I said, if there's a tornado watch or anything active right now, you need to be treating this situation very seriously. We do have a question here coming in the live chat down below. If anybody from the team can answer this here real quick. Is Grand Rapids, Michigan in the clear right now?
Right now, yes, Grand Rapids is in the clear. There's no warnings for Grand Rapids proper at this time. In fact, I'll pull up the radar picture from KGRR, and you can see the line of storms from Kalamazoo all the way up to Flint. It's basically past there right now. So we'll go ahead and give, if you are in Grand Rapids, Michigan, all clear. But I want to show you this. This is just mind-boggling to me. This is when I first switched GR over to the Grand Rapids radar. This is where the storms were. This is what the velocity looked like. Not super strong, not super organized. But then as we go along here, see, there's when the tornado warning. There's when the tornado warning happened earlier. North of Comstock Park. You can just let this go along. You can see it just explode before it got to Ionia. It exploded so quickly before it got to Ionia, and that's when the first destructive came out. And now it looks like that. This is an incredible storm, and we just filled out the last bit of that county in Michigan for a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So now the entirety of Ingham County, not just north central, now southern Ingham County, is in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. So we have 3 destructive severe thunderstorm warnings on top of each other, and it's for good reason. That's what's needed. This is an incredibly powerful line of storms that is south of Lansing Metro right now. Just look at echo tops. This measures cloud heights in the atmosphere. We're getting every bit of 60 to 62,000 feet in these pockets of pink that we're seeing here. These are extremely powerful storms that are working their way southeast. So Leslie, Stockbridge, if you are in Onondaga, Eden, Bunker Hill, Fitchburg. If you're along US 127, if you're on 127 between DeWitt Charter Township and, if you perpendicular to Berryville, you're under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So this one over to the west for Charlotte, Grand Ledge, Pottersville, and Eaton Rapids. This one expires in 3 minutes. Actually got a measurement, a report from a trained spotter about 10 minutes ago of a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust north of Charlotte, Michigan, along this long line of storms that continues to track to the southeast. I want to let our friends up in North Dakota and Minnesota know what once was a slight risk has now been downgraded to a marginal risk. But you see a big storm here, Rockford, Carrington, Devil's Lake, from the Mayville radar. This is not a super significant storm anymore. This is now down to a marginal risk. There is one special weather statement out for this near Devil's Lake, but nothing severe along this line of storms. So we'll go ahead and, at least for right now, we'll give North Dakota and northwestern Minnesota around Thief River Falls, Rousseau, Baudette, International Falls, Red Lake. Unless something changes, we'll go ahead and give you an all clear for right now. In fact, that severe thunderstorm watch has actually been dropped for North Dakota. So that is fantastic news. That's fantastic to see. And we'll go back to our sweet glory. Extremely powerful line of storms working its way towards Mason, Dansville, Leslie, Eaton Rapids, Stockbridge. And let me just see if I can find some streets in here. So again, US 127 from DeWitt Carter Township points south to Berryville. Get off the road. If you are on 96 from Eagle over to Handy Township, get off the road. If you are on Interstate 69 from Olivet up to DeWitt Carter Township, get off the road. This is an insanely strong line of storms that is working its way south of Lansing proper right now, and this is why I want to use this as an example. When we get some of these other destructive storms tonight, when or if we get some of these other destructive storms, this is the kind of thing that we're going to see tonight. This is why there is a hatched risk in place from the Storm Prediction Center. And so I will also mention that the destructive tag for Charlotte, Potterville, Eaton Rapids, and all of it has been allowed to expire, we'll see if the Weather Service potentially enacts another, potentially puts into place another severe thunderstorm warning for this side of the storms as it works south of Pottersville towards Eaton Rapids. But a destructive tag is still in place for the entirety of the county of Ingham. So this is going to go until 10:15 p.m. Eastern for South Ingham. For the rest of Ingham, we're looking at 9:45 p.m. Eastern time. Go ahead, Patrick.
I do have to break in a few things here. Number one, I'm receiving reports that over 115,000 people are currently out without power. And that is the first thing. The second thing is there is still likely a very significant severe thunderstorm complex right now moving just south of the Michigan State University. Their live cam right now does have some pretty deteriorating conditions on the live cam. Doesn't appear as intense, but definitely can see some very intense lightning off to where the camera is facing. And I would like to report here, Josh, that we have an intense tornado on the ground. Intense tornado on the ground in the Lansing Metro, just southwest of Williamston. Intense tornado on the ground. I repeat, intense tornado likely on the ground, right along Interstate 96.
Oh boy.
And I mean intense. And I don't use my words lightly with this. This is a intense tornado developing right now over I-96.
Okay, so all right, let's shift gears here just a second near Williamston. Let's switch over to the Detroit radar real quick. There's your hook echo. You can kind of see it right in there. And there is a correlation coefficient. There's a correlation coefficient drop south of Williamston on top of Interstate 96. So we're going to call this here. I'm going to call this a Force 13 tornado warning south of Williamston. So if you are in Weberville, Vantown, Bell Oak, Handy Township, in fact, let me see the motion on this guy. It's basically, give me just a second here. I'll draw out a cone of uncertainty ahead of this. It's basically heading to the east, and it's warned moving to the east at 25 miles per hour. So south of Williamston, I'll put it about like that. I'll track it at 30. So there's our cone of uncertainty. Weberville 9 minutes, Fowlerville 20, Fleming 26, and Howell 35. Tornado possibly south of Williamston.
Oh my
and
goodness!
There's a tornado warning right there. There it is.
Goodness!
Tornado
you see
warning has just been put into place for the town of Williamston, and a huge CC drop now to the southeast of Williamston.
Drop.
So
Holy
go ahead.
Moly, look at that CC drop.
Go
Let me break
ahead
in here
and put out the warning graphic. There we go. Go ahead, Patrick.
Let me break in here real quick. Look at that debris ball on reflectivity as well. Goodness gracious, folks. Let me take a look at this here real quick. So, if you are in Weberville, if you are in Williamston right now, you need to be underground. Right now, if you're along 96, you need to be underground right now. There is likely an intense to perhaps even violent tornado, I will call it at that point. Potentially intense to violent tornado could be on the ground. We don't really know what the intensity of this storm can be. However, this storm could be a significant to violent tornado, EF2 plus, on the ground right now, as this is basically paralleling 96 right now. This is a extremely large debris signature, very large debris signature right now, heading towards downtown Weberville, and you need to be underground immediately. Get underground immediately. This could likely require a PDS tornado warning. I would go ahead, if I was the National Weather Service, I would go ahead and PDS this tornado warning ASAP. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. You need to be taking this situation extremely seriously, and that is just a very concerning CC signature there. My goodness gracious.
I will point out that from the Grand Rapids radar, on tilt to 1.8 degrees, I'm seeing debris being lofted over 13,500 feet in this tornado. So yeah, it does appear that we have this is just extremely significant. This tornado in between Williamston and Weberville. This is marked as radar indicated, but goodness, you see that right there. So top 10,000, base 5,300. Gibson Ridge says that's likely about EF3 range. That's not what we're not rating the tornado. We're not saying that that's what it would be once the NWS office gets through there. We're saying that's what the radar measurements are suggesting the intensity of this tornado could be. That's not what the EF rating would be necessarily. The Weather Service has to go in and measure and survey the damage with engineers afterwards. But over 13,500 feet debris being lofted in this tornado. So it appears that we do have another large tornado on the ground, and
CC drop is now about a mile wide. The blues are extending about a mile in diameter. This is heading straight towards Weberville. So if you are in Weberville, you need to be taking your tornado safe precautions right now. And now is not the time to delay. Now is the time to be taking shelter right now.
And they just extended it. Now we're confirmed. We're confirmed. Tornado warning now. Ahead of this, Handy Township, the warning downstream, Fowlerville, Genoa Township, PDS tornado warning.
Tornado warning. Okay. There we go. PDS tornado warning. I repeat now. I'll take this here, Josh, real quick. Central Livingston County, folks. This is National Weather Service in Detroit. Pontiac has issued a tornado warning for Central Livingston County in southeastern Michigan until 10:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 9:37 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a confirmed, large, and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Williamston or near Fowlerville, moving east at 40 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Seek shelter now. The hazard is a damaging tornado, radar confirmed. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction to devastation is possible. This tornado will be near Fowlerville at 9:45, Howell and Oak Grove at 9:55. Brighton at around 10:10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. To repeat, a large and extremely dangerous and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. To protect your life, take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. If you do not have a shelter underground, which is a basement, move to the nearest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. This is a PDS tornado warning, which has been issued in the state of Michigan for Central Livingston County by the National Weather Service in Detroit. If you are in Weberville right now, get underground right now. Do not delay. If you are in Weberville, seek shelter immediately. This is over Weberville as we speak. And this is a PDS tornado warning for Weberville, as well as Fowlerville and Howell in Central Livingston County. Extremely dangerous situation underway right now.
Absolutely.
Throw it away, Samuel, for tornado safety precautions, as well as where the storm is currently at.
Yeah, right. This is about to approach Weberville right now. This is going to be paralleling Grand River Avenue towards Fowlerville. This is likely going to be staying to the north of I-96 in this section. This is a very dangerous situation if you are in Weberville right now, going all the way towards Fowlerville. You need to be underground right now. or if you are unable to get underground, you need to get to the lowest level of your home or business, and you need to make sure that you are putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You need if you do not have a basement, go to a closet or an interior hallway on the lowest floor of your home or business. You need to also make sure that you are get grab items that you can use to protect your head and neck from flying debris, preferably soft items such as pillows and blankets. You need to also make sure that if you are in at a trailer park, if you are in a mobile home, if you are in a camper, if you are in a vehicle or outside, you need to be getting to the nearest sturdy structure where you can either get underground or get into an interior room on the lowest floor. You need to make sure that you are staying that you are near an area where you have a sturdy shelter, and such as a gas station, even the gas station restaurant, they will let you in if you can inform them of the situation. A lot of people will already be understanding of the situation. They will let you in and they will let you take cover.
No doubt about it. And thank you very much for taking that, Patrick and Sammy. This is a large tornado. Again, this is a large tornado that is near Weberville. Radar's not updated in a few minutes, so this is likely south of or on top of Fowlerville right now. This is very, very close to Fowlerville. The correlation coefficient does not look as impressive on the news scan. Hopefully this is some good news. But again, we have also destructive severe thunderstorm warnings from Lansing down all the way to basically north side of Cement City along this line of storms as well. So destructive severe thunderstorm warnings including Jackson, Leslie, Mason, and Lansing in Michigan. But we're going to focus on this just goodness.
I do want to make
huge tornado of the
I do want to
night.
make some urgent corrections here. This tornado is still paralleling 96, and this is now heading right for Fowlerville as well as Handy Township. And Howell Township is going to be down the line, folks. You need to be in shelter right now. I do believe this is already extended well off to the east here. So if you are especially in Fowlerville, if you're in Handy Township going east towards Howell Township, Osceola Township, and even to the western fringe of Heartland Township, you need to be in a shelter, in a tornado shelter, or safe room immediately.
Yeah,
I don't believe we have
one.
went over this here real quick.
Go ahead,
But I
Patrick.
do want to point out here that we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County, Michigan. PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Jackson County, Michigan. I don't know if we went over this here, but this is going to be for the cities of Jackson, Vandercoop Lake, Grass Lake, Rives Junction, Pama, Spring Arbor. And this is a PDS severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County, Michigan, basically extending towards Detroit. If you are in the Detroit metropolitan area, I would keep an eye out for the dual threat here of potential tornadoes as well as extremely destructive, damaging winds. However, this is a PDS tornado, and if I do recall correctly, this does appear to be potentially picking back up. Could be rebounding here as it is moving further along I-96. This is still a PDS tornado warning, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground in Michigan right now, in central Livingston County. This has basically crossed the Ingham Livingston County line. You need to be underground immediately with a PDS tornado warning right now, which is currently in place. And
Oh my gosh.
I believe we now have a tornado on the ground right next to the Detroit radar. I don't know. I can't really.
Oh my gosh.
We appear to have lost Patrick for a second.
Look at
but
this.
continue
Look
on,
at this,
Josh.
guys. Debris being lofted near Fowlerville. Pretty much into Fowlerville. That is tough. This is a PDS tornado warning, this is one step below a tornado emergency. If this keeps going, this is going to be heading into an extremely populated area. So please cross your fingers for the people in the way of this. If you know anybody's in the way of this, call them and let them know. This is a continuing large tornado that is on the ground, and I think they just shrunk the polygon down a little bit. We're back down to radar indicated. So the Weather Service has gone ahead and downgraded it to radar indicated capable of producing. So it's not even a PDS warning anymore. But, I mean, this scan here, I mean, it's obvious. So, and look at this here. I'm switching over to Omega. Gosh. So if you are on Interstate 96, Weberville points east to Brighton, get off of the interstate. Get off of the interstate now. If you are on Michigan 59 near Howell and Osceola Township, get off of the road now. This is right over Interstate 96 corridor. Debris is being, again, lofted pretty much into Fowlerville. That's tough. This is not what we wanted to see.
I just wanted to bring up here real quick. I do apologize about that real quick. I did cut out my phone, did die. So I was joining from my phone, however, I'm back right now. I did want to point out that Seek and Steven had joined us, so welcome Seek and Steven to the stream. We still have a PDS tornado warning still active in Livingston County that actually has been downgraded to radar indicated. So this is no longer PDS by the National Weather Service. So if you are within the cities of Fowlerville, Handy Township, Osceola Township, Marion Township, as well as Genoa Townships, a lot of townships here underneath this warning, you are now out of the PDS tornado warning and now have been placed to a regular tornado warning. I do want to point out here real quick, let me go ahead and throw it over to Steven here real quick. What were your thoughts on this PDS tornado warn cell, and could you be seeing potentially more tornadoes coming out of this event tonight? If Steven is here with us currently right now. If that's not the case, then let's go ahead and throw it over to Seek. Seek, what are your current thoughts on this ongoing situation, and could you be seeing more severe activity coming out of these storms tonight?
Yeah, so as this line, which did previously have a PDS tornado warning, it's now down to radar indicated tornado warning, like you said, Patrick. This is still capable of producing a tornado warning, hence why they have not dropped it, but they have downgraded it because there's the possibility that this could recycle and produce a new tornado. But as this does approach Metro Detroit, up to about Sterling Heights area, up to Capac, over about the next hour or so, this line of storm should definitely still be able to pack a pretty serious punch of some gusty winds between 60 and possibly near 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, absolutely. So, here's the debris fallout from that tornado. Again, it was a radar confirmed tornado. Like we knew that there was a tornado with this. The debris is lofted south of Fowlerville, and we're hoping to goodness that this doesn't recycle. But we need to treat this like like it could, because again, there's a 5% risk for tornadoes. I don't know that we really had what just happened there on our radar, but I think we've seen that a couple of times tonight. We saw the storm earlier on that went north of Comstock Park, debris lofted over 13,000 feet, and I measured, I'm pretty sure, scrolling through some of the correlation coefficient drops, this thing was lofting over 20,000 feet. So this is absolutely a extremely powerful tornado. So looks like, goodness, let's see here.
I can confirm
Suggesting,
from looking real quick, Josh. I can confirm from looking via radar that I could potentially confirm up to a 26,000-foot debris signature.
So that's on the Emerson scale, Sam Emerson's TDS EF scale. That would be EF3, maybe even higher, and we'll hope to goodness that everyone is okay where that was. Obviously, we'll wait to see what the Weather Service finds out about that.
To break in here real quick, based off of radar analysis, including a 70-knot VROT and a TDS of over 20,000 feet, pending a NWS official damage assessment survey, this particular tornado that has occurred in Ingham to Livingston County, Michigan, could have potentially been an EF3 plus strength. We'll have to wait and see what the National Weather Service does indicate on their survey. However, regardless, this was likely a strong to intense tornado, which impacted a pretty broad corridor along Interstate 96, and we're hoping that people were underground and seeking shelter. However, still, you need to be also keeping a lookout for the destructive, damaging winds as well.
Yeah.
As we still have that particular front as well evolving, which is actually approaching further into southeastern Michigan. Basically, almost all of southeastern Michigan is covered in some sort of severe warning, with still a tornado warning basically right in the middle, which was previously TDS.
So, let's see, what do we have here? So looking in another weather server, 0.53 inbound velocity, 61 knot, so 61 knot rotational velocity, debris height about 23,000 feet. That would be, on the Emerson scale, that would be low NDF4. So, again, we're hoping, oh my gosh, please cross your fingers that everybody's going to make it through this. They dropped the tornado warning for that storm. That's the best news that we could have gotten. They've gone ahead and dropped that tornado warning. But for the folks ahead of that, please cross your fingers. We don't want any injuries in this deal.
Yeah, absolutely, and we do want to stress here that this is not the official rating. We want to urge here to you guys that this is not the official rating of the tornado. This is just an estimation of how strong the tornado could have been at peak, and we are really hoping that this is not what has happened on the ground, and we will be waiting for official NWS surveys before we can make an official call on if this tornado did actually reach that particular strength. So we do want you guys not to get scared or confused, but we want you guys to know that this was likely a very strong tornado that has impacted portions of south central Michigan. And if I can recall doing some history talk right now, I don't believe this particular area in south central Michigan has had this possibly intense of a tornado in a very long time. So this is quite a rare event that has occurred. However, regardless, we need to be focusing now on southeastern Michigan and the Detroit area, as it does appear that Detroit is next. Cleveland, you are next as well. If you are in Cleveland, Ohio, and if you are in northeastern Ohio, you need to be preparing right now. You have about a few hours before this does cross Lake Ontario. Or not Lake Ontario, I believe this is Lake Erie, correct?
Lake Erie,
yes. Lake Erie, yes.
Not Lake Ontario. It says Lake Erie. So you do have a few hours before this does cross into Lake Erie and move over into northeastern Ohio. So if you are in Cleveland, you need to be preparing right now.
And I do want to point out now, real quick, that we do have an extension ahead of our destructives that is considerable with a tornado possible tag on it. So the entirety of Lenawee and Washtenaw counties in southeastern lower Michigan are under a considerable for 70-mile-an-hour winds. The hail does not meet severe thunderstorm warning criteria, but the winds for that one are going to be 70-mile-an-hour winds, ahead of the destructive. We'll see if that potentially gets upgraded as the storms continue to track in a southeasterly direction. And I'm almost at a loss for words. I just I'm a little
Uh,
aghast, but just
I
what
yeah.
don't
just
believe we
happened.
went over this.
Uh,
I don't believe we went over this here real quick. I'm gonna cut you guys off here real quick. I don't believe we went over this. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But the severe thunderstorm watch number 657 has been issued for portions of Ohio, Indiana, and New York. Or not New, actually not New York, Pennsylvania. This is Indiana, Ohio, and Pennsylvania until 3 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This encompasses upon the following major cities in Indiana. This includes Fort Wayne. In Ohio, this includes Mansfield, Lima, Toledo, Cleveland, Akron, East Liverpool, and Newcastle. And in Pennsylvania, this includes Meadville and Erie. The primary threats with this watch includes a couple tornadoes possible, isolated hail up to ping pong ball size possible, and not surprisingly, but very dangerous and very evident here, scattered gusts up to 85 miles per hour likely.
My
Not
goodness.
possible, not possible, not anticipated, which is basically the same level of likely. This is a likely situation that we could see scattered localized gusts in excess of 85 miles per hour in the watch area. This does encompass upon the Cleveland metropolitan area as well. If you are in Cleveland, you have time to prepare, but you are now underneath a severe thunderstorm watch till 3 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, as you need to be preparing right now for this line as it does head towards the metro area right now. And it's actually
Absolutely.
going to be encompassing upon the Cleveland metropolitan area over the next few hours. Given the fact that this is moving at around 40 miles per hour, this will likely be on the doorsteps of Cleveland in about the next, let's say, 90 minutes or so. And we'll still be here with you throughout the rest of tonight to track this event in its entirety. As we do continue to track this event live with you guys here on Force 13 on behalf of Force 13 United
Yeah.
States, as we do begin to cross the 10 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, 9 o'clock on the Central time zones, as well as 7 p.m. on the Pacific Coast and 8 in the mountains.
Yes, and I do want to break in real fast. I'm getting some damage reports out of Weberville from a tornado that hit that area. There's been reports of cars tossed into trees, a roof collapse on a nursery home, and major structural damage. Some velocity readings have been possibly reading towards, and this is not an official rating. This
Okay.
is per velocity. This is an estimate of low end EF4 intensity
Yeah.
as this tornado is rolling through Weberville.
Yeah, that's what the Emerson scale measurements were saying, about 23,000 foot TDS. That would put it right at about 171 miles per hour estimation on the Emerson scale. Again, we'll wait to see what the surveyors find out. That is nothing official. That is just a possible estimate for that tornado. But again, I just want to stress.
Got to break in.
Go ahead.
Gotta break in real quick. Two things before I share this breaking news. We want to make sure that you guys know that you need to not be panicked in this situation. Panicking can only make the situation worse for those and you within the path of these dangerous, destructive storms. This is a very significant and very dangerous situation likely underway, and we do need to urge and stress here that this is an extremely dangerous, life-threatening situation which has evolved across Michigan with several significant severe weather episodes underway, with potentially a very intense tornado moving through Weberville, Michigan. We do want to stress here that you do not want to be scared, and you do not want to. You don't want to be scared, but you want to be prepared. Also, I do want to point out here that we likely have a tornado on the ground near Brighton, Michigan.
Yes.
I'm gonna go and throw it over to I'm gonna go ahead. We might have two tornadoes heading toward, or actually, we might have two tornadoes on the ground. One to the northwest of Brighton, basically paralleling. Let me go ahead and check in. This is basically paralleling Interstate 96, and perhaps even another one just southwest of Brighton. I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to Stephen if he is currently here with us right now, and let him go over what he's currently seeing with these two potentially tornadic circulations with basically embedded within the line. Stephen, go ahead and take it away if you are here with us right now. Stephen, are you here with us? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and throw it over to Josh again, or maybe even Sammy if you guys want to tag along and take a look at
Right.
these two individual cells.
So I'm seeing what Steven was talking about there, although the velocity couplet appears to have fallen apart on the new scan. It's weakened very quickly. So, but we still want to. I want to stress very bluntly that this could be something that happens all throughout the night. We could keep seeing these quick spin up tornadoes along this line of storms, and they could be intense. I mean, I know it's a 5% non-hatched risk, but that was only a 5% possibility for the chance of tornadoes within 25 or 50 miles of your area. I guess it's 25, but this is the kind of things that we need to watch out for. This is it. It doesn't matter if a tornado is EF0, EF1, EF2, or 4 or 5. It doesn't matter. Any tornado can cause a lot of damage. All it takes is for it to hit one building, and that ruins the lives of whoever the storm affects. And so we don't want to take any of these systems for granted. Go ahead, Patrick.
This is kind of remarkable here in terms of what we're seeing right now. There is potentially 6 individual separate mesovort circulations within this embedded line of storms right now, pushing towards Metro Detroit. And it does appear that one of them is likely on the ground. One of them is confirmed on the ground via radar south or just west of Whitmore Lake. If you are in Whitmore Lake, this is a likely spin-up tornado on the ground. So if you are in Whitmore Lake, please seek shelter immediately. Basement, interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. There is likely multiple separate individual tornadic couplets within this line that could be potentially producing spin-up tornadoes. So you need to be preparing for the potential of spin-up tornadoes as this is underway with the potential spin-up tornadoes likely ongoing. Also,
We're already seeing fallout from that one, by the way.
I do have breaking news to report. I am receiving reports right now coming from another. I'm in a weather center. I'm gonna have to go ahead and quickly take care of this here real quick. We're hearing some background noise coming from you, Steven. So I'm gonna go ahead and 1 second here. Let me Sorry about that, folks. So I do need to quickly catch myself here and think about what I was going to say. Okay, yes. So two potentially unfortunate breaking news stories were coming, or basically we're linked. 1 second. We're receiving reports here right now. I was just trying to catch up my words here real quick. Okay, so breaking news coming out right now from the PDS tornado warned cell. We are receiving reports that cars have been mangled near the site of this tornado, and unfortunately, I am hearing unconfirmed reports right now from Broadcastify that an emergency scanner has reported, unfortunately, that we may have fatalities.
That's not what we
as
want
well
to hear.
as casualties. The report coming from the scanner states 1 potential fatality and 2 potential injuries coming out of this PDS tornado warned cell.
That's not what we want to hear.
Quick, I need to go over something I just saw on radar east of Dexter, heading for the northern side to Ann Arbor in Michigan. There's possibly a tornado developing, if not a tornado on the ground near Delhi Mills, as it is heading for the northern sides of Ann Arbor. CC might be starting to pop up just north of CO Township, so if you're in Delhi Mills, get prepared. as a tornado might be about to touch down in that area. If not, it's already on the ground.
Yeah, I want to also point out that there is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that includes the entirety of the city of Detroit. So a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the entire city of Detroit, Michigan, for 70-mile-an-hour winds and penny to pea-sized hail. So, again, I want to stress again that these spin-up tornadoes are going to keep happening tonight. This is very common with a QLCS system. That's quasi-linear convective system, a long line of storms. This is not something new. This is something that could happen in any QLCS system, but we're just seeing it happen a lot more as this gets into a more favorable environment. And so we want to stress that everyone ahead of this, if you're in Ann Arbor, if you're in Plymouth, Livonia, if you're around anywhere around the city of Detroit, you want to be watching out for these storms coming in. We're not just talking tornadoes here. We're talking considerable to destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. We've still got destructives back, including the city of Leslie, the city of Jackson, Brooklyn, Parma, and Springport in Michigan. So Stockbridge as well under destructive, but the considerable, basically stretching all the way down to the Ohio state border, including the cities of Adrian and Monroe. I know somebody asked about how Monroe was going to be affected earlier on. Well, they're under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning now, so I hope that person is getting the information they need and getting to a safer place. You couldn't ask for better lead time with this particular polygon. You see how big it is. That's a ton of lead time. So hopefully everybody in that area is moving to a safe place. This is likely we'll likely have a couple of spin-ups trying to happen here around the Ann Arbor metro area. So anyone around, I know school's back in session. I had my first week of university of the fall semester this week. So if anybody is around the University of Michigan campus, possible tornadoes, 2 possible tornadoes around the city of Ann Arbor. One looks like it's heading to the north side, if not into the city center. Not seeing anything on correlation coefficient. Could be a very weak tornado if anything's going on right now, but a possible spin up as well to the southwest of Ann Arbor along this line. Rotational couplet trying to come together between Brighton and New Hudson. Once again, actually just to the south of that, you see there it is near South Lyon. Inflow appears to be a little stronger on this one. So we're going to watch out for this one too. Possible spin-up tornado, and in fact, I think that's just clear air actually on correlation coefficient, but this is going to be something we're going to have to watch out for, and this is going to be very subtle with the rotation. What we're going to see here, it's not going to be straightforward like you'd see with a supercellular storm. It's going to be little tiny divots all throughout the line, and a lot of times you're not going to necessarily see that hook shape in this line. So want to stress that if you're under any of these warnings and or any of these watches, that you take the necessary precautions and do not try to outrun these when you are put under a warning. Patrick, you have major reports coming in. What's the information?
Yeah, so I'm receiving reports here. There has been a report of a roof collapse along North Williamson Road, near North Williamson Road, and apparently there have been reports of 16 people inside that residence at the time of the roof collapse. Also receiving reports that they are asking any available ambulances to respond to a nursing home that is located in the area. Emergency management officials are currently asking for all and any available ambulances to respond to the nursing home. And we are also receiving reports that this is courtesy of Steve LaBelle. Spotter Network report has confirmed probable tornado damage. Multiple cars and trucks have been flown from east and westbound I-96, sawed off trees, and completely knocked down trees all over the place. And another report that apparently someone from Brandon Stream, Brandon Coppock Stream, is reporting, unconfirmed as of this time, but is reporting right now that there is potentially instances of which cars have been wrapped around trees.
Oh no. That is gut wrenching. That is. Dang it.
Yeah.
So
And I-96 stretching from
That's-
east of Webersville to the west of Williamston is at a full shutdown. As like Patrick has mentioned, significant extreme damage has occurred in that area, with some cars even possibly being completely wrapped around trees, which, God forbid, if anyone was in that car, they are likely not making it out of that situation.
Yeah, that's what's needed. Please send please send some
quickly.
happy thoughts and some prayers to the ways of the people in the way of this tonight. Go ahead, Patrick. What did you have?
Yeah, I do want to shift our attention here real quickly to Salem, Michigan. There is a likely developing tornado northwest of Salem, Michigan. So if you are in Salem, Michigan, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. You want to get to the interiormost portion of your safe room, preferably a hallway, bathroom, or a closet if you have one. You want to make sure that you use blankets, pillows to protect your body, as well as making sure you are seeking shelter away from windows. If you do not have a basement or you do not have a sturdy, secured structure, move to the nearest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
So I want to go ahead and take a look as well along this line of storms. Possible. Well, I don't think that's really rotating anymore. But south of, oh wow, look at this, near Salem, some inflow there. A couple of knots there, 3 knots there, all along a line. But the most significant knot here in between Warden and Salem. Possible spin up tornado here. Possible spin up tornado to the southeast of Warden. Possible spin up tornado. 2 possible tornado spin ups in between Warden and Salem. So, goodness sakes. All right. So this is going to be this is going to be a continuing thing that goes on the rest of the night. Jackson County, you're still under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So, I mean, take your precautions that you would if there were a tornado on the ground. If you're in around the Jackson metropolitan area, so Brooklyn, Clark Lake, Napoleon, Grass Lake, Rives Junction, still some very, very intense winds raking through that area, and a new tornado warning has just been issued heading into the Detroit metro area, out of the Salem Township area. So a tornado warning just to the northeast of Ann Arbor, Michigan. There we are right now. 3 pockets. Those were the 3 pockets I was looking at just a second ago, and now they are all tornado warned. They are all tornado warned. This is a radar indicated tornado warning in northwestern Wayne and northeastern Washtenaw counties in southeastern Michigan, and I believe we have a couple of tornadoes. Oh wow. Oh my gosh, look at the velocity couplets here.
Salem,
I think we have
Michigan.
a couple of tornadoes on the ground. Oh yeah, look at that. Twin correlation coefficients right there, south of Salem. Twin correlation coefficients right here along this line. We have 2 tornadoes on the ground along this line of storms. So if you are in Salem, Plymouth, and let me see if I can get some other places here. Brookville, Northville Charter Township, Westland, north side of Canton, take your immediate tornado precautions. In fact, I've got a friend to text real quick to make sure they know that this storm is coming. So, Patrick, go ahead. I'll go ahead and throw it off to you. Patrick, go ahead and relay some more information about this storm while I do that.
Yes, absolutely. So this is once again a tornado warning, which has been issued for the county of northwestern Wayne and northeastern Washtenaw counties in southeastern Michigan. This has, and I actually do want to point out here, this potentially has not just two, not just one, but three potentially separate tornadoes, spin up tornadoes currently located on the ground right now within the QLCS complex. So this is likely three embedded tornadoes likely on the ground in the same air in the same relative area of this tornado warning. So if you are located within any part of this tornado warning, regardless of where you are, if you are within the if you are within the northwestern Detroit metro area, this is heading right for this is actually heading right for downtown Detroit. If you are in the western and far northwestern sides of the Detroit metropolitan area, especially if you are in Salem, Michigan, you got to get underground right now. I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to Samuel here real quick to go over tornado safety precautions.
Yeah, so if you are right now, if you are in Salem Township, especially in Plymouth Township and Northville Township, getting to the I-96, I-275 corridors here, you need to be in you need to be in the lowest, most interior part of your home right now. You need to be either in a basement or in a storm cellar. If you don't have either one of those available to you, then you get to the lowest floor, preferably the ground floor, in a small interior room as far away from windows as possible. That's usually a closet or a bathroom. You also want to make sure that you bring soft items such as pillows and blankets to protect your head and neck from flying debris. As again, the number one cause of death for tornadoes is blunt force trauma to the head, and you want to make sure that you are getting if you are in a if you are in a mobile home, if you are in a vehicle, if you are outside right now, you need to be getting to the closest substantial shelter right now. You need to be getting to a an area that has substantial shelter, such as a gas station or a restaurant or a store, if it's any are still open, and they will let you in and you can take shelter there. But absolutely, one place you should not be seeking shelter is a highway overpass, as especially considering that this tornado is heading towards a pretty large and busy highway junction, which is at the intersection of the 275 and 96 corridors. So you absolutely want to make sure you're getting off the highway and you're getting to a sturdy shelter where you can safely take your tornado precautions.
Yes, yes, indeed. And I do want to point out real quick that we do also still have that destructive severe thunderstorm warning in place in Jackson County. You folks need to take your exact precautions for that as well. Patrick, go ahead. You have breaking news.
Yes, absolutely. I am receiving more reports coming out. First report here is coming out of Brighton, Michigan. This is courtesy of storm chaser Jaden Poppenheim, who has reported intense power flashes in the city of Brighton, likely from a
Yikes.
QLCS tornado, as basically the strong winds are moving through, as well as that possible QLCS mesovortex, basically a circulation within the line. Also, a report here coming out courtesy of Scott Thomas on Twitter. This is widespread branches down, including one up to 12 inches in diameter from Healthy Tree near Nixon Road and Point of Woods Drive in Grand Ledge. Many wires down, large tree down near this location previously reported. And basically receiving reports now coming from one of the Broadcastify scanners. There is a report right now that north and southbound traffic, I believe on 96, major situation going on I believe this is I-96. They are prioritizing one patient for emergency medical assistance right now. This is courtesy of one of the scanners out in the Ingham, uh, Berry, Livingston County, Michigan metro areas, basically in any of those counties. I'm not sure where the actual scanner is from, but that is a report coming from one of the scanners out in the area where these storms have occurred, to where they are prioritizing currently one patient right now for emergency medical assistance, and widespread, potentially significant damage has occurred from the storms, as well as other instances of significant severe weather across the region this evening from what we currently have. and what is already being heard. Also, this is a report coming from our chat, from courtesy of Blazer right now, that they're reporting that Scanner is potentially indicating a possible fire south of Fowlerville in Michigan. I don't know if we want to go over some specifics on that. If we can go over some safety tips for that.
So if you are seeking shelter in a building that is damaged and does catch fire, you want to make sure that you have a safe way to get out. You want to make sure that you are keeping your staying low to the ground. That you are not getting that you do not end up consuming any kind of smoke, as that can be very dangerous. Especially make sure that and make sure if there are any, even if there might not be a fire, you want to make sure that you evacuate your home or building quickly and efficiently. Make sure that everyone else is able to get out as well. And make sure if you anticipate seeing any damage, you want to make sure that you are wearing shoes, you are wearing proper protection, so that you are able to make it out safely.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Sammy, for going over that. I do want to go ahead and mention here along this line between Cherry Hill and Canton, we got another pocket of possibly developing tornado heading basically in the direction of Canton, and a new tornado warning has just gone out for that. It includes the city of Canton, which is it has a huge population in the suburbs of Detroit. About 90,000 people live in Canton alone. So this tornado warning again for southwestern Wayne County in southeastern Michigan. This is going to go for basically until the top of the next hour, 11 p.m. Eastern time, radar indicated. It'll be near Romulus and Taylor around 10:30 and 10:35 p.m. Eastern, respectively. It's Interstate 275 between mile markers 11 and 26, mile markers 188, 102 on Interstate 94. It also includes, I believe, does it include the airport? I cannot confirm that right now. I don't think it includes the airport right now. So, although I would imagine that the folks at the airport, the Detroit International Airport, have already started to put people into their shelter. Go ahead, Patrick. You have a report to make. Go ahead. What you got?
Yes, absolutely. I'm receiving a report right now that we have a confirmed motor vehicle accident along I-96 with one person entrapped with inside on 96.
Lord have mercy.
But anyways, taking it to this tornado warning here real quick, I'm going to do some street view stuff real quick, and do some more accurate timings right now. This particular tornado warning is going to be entering the southwestern sides of the Detroit metropolitan area. This is a pretty densely populated part of southeastern Michigan. This particular line right now, here are some updated locations. We're looking at 1025 for Wayne. If you're in Wayne, get the shelter right now. If you are within Inkster, that's going to be on top of you in about 6 minutes. 10:33 for Taylor, 10:36 for Allen Park, 10:38 for Lincoln Park, as well as Southgate, 10:40 for Acorse, 10:41 for Wyandotte, 10:43 for LaSalle, and 10:47 for the city of Windsor. If you're underneath this tornado warning, which includes a population of 315 plus thousand people, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. Anybody tornado warning, regardless of where you are underneath this tornado warning, this is a time to act. This is not a time to play around and not take shelter. This is a time to act. Seek shelter immediately. Lower this most interior portion of your safe room. Get to a basement if you have one. If you have any blankets, pillows, or anything to protect your body, make sure to always remain away from windows and use those protective items to protect yourself from flying debris. This is
I need
once
to break
again.
in.
Indeed.
I need to break in. We have a new
Go
tornado
for it.
warning for, yep, this is a new tornado warning. This is for southwestern Wayne County in southeastern Michigan, which does include
That
Romulus.
yeah, that
Oh.
includes. That's the one. That was the one that was for Canton. That
Yeah.
does include Detroit Metropolitan Wayne County Airport. By the way, it's just on the southeastern side of Romulus. So hopefully they've got that airport shut down already. Hopefully they had it shut down already because they were under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. But if you're around the airport, in Romulus, along Interstate 94, heading in the direction of Detroit, if you're in the Van Buren Charter Township, traveling to the east on Interstate 94, stop or turn around. If you are on 94 coming from Detroit and you're near Dearborn, pull off at Dearborn. If you are traveling east near Taylor, Michigan on 94, turn around. Or just better yet, just stop and get into a gas station. And this possible tornado is working its way through a very, very densely populated area. This is, goodness sakes. Patrick, you have another report to make. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to point out here that this is likely a tornado. This is likely several tornadoes that could be spinning up within this line right now. So regardless of where you are, you have to be prepared right now for this dangerous situation which could be evolving. You cannot think, you cannot delay, you have to act properly. These particular tornadoes inside this line are going to spin up quickly and spin right back down to the ground. These can cause significant damage at any given time. So if you are within this tornado warning right here, and if you are within any of this polygon right here, you need to adhere to the polygon as well as prepare for the potential for tornadoes. And if Samuel, can you potentially go over and basically go over the tornado safety plans as well as what should people be doing in the event of a tornado warning, as well as basically differentiate between what a confirmed tornado is, PDS tornado is, as well as what a QLCS tornado pretty much entails in simplest terms. Go for it.
Well, basically any type of tornado, if you basic line, you get put under a tornado warning. That's your cue to take your tornado safety precautions by taking shelter in the lowest, most interior part of a sturdy structure. You want to make sure that you are getting to a small interior room, such as a closet or bathroom, if you don't have a basement or a storm cellar. And you want to make sure you are protecting your head and neck from flying debris. And basically, the difference between QLCS and supercell tornadoes is that supercell tornadoes are a lot more efficient tornado producers than QLCS tornadoes. However, what QLCS tornadoes do have that supercell tornadoes typically do not have is the ability to spin up tornadoes very quickly. These tornadoes can be brief, but they can vary in intensity, which is why you should be taking all of these any tornado warning seriously, because not only can they spin up quickly, they can also have potential to do varying degrees of damage, especially kind of like the one that we saw just recently with the tornado that went through, I believe, parts of central Michigan.
So we have another tightening circulation, looks like, to the southwest of Romulus. The circulation, it looks like it's outflow dominant to the southeast of Canton, though, very near the town of Wayne. So just looking along this line here, I'm seeing at least 3 or 4 areas where they could potentially spin up a tornado. Everybody along this line, you know, if you're in Detroit Metro, if you're south of Detroit, you need to be in a safe place. I know it's late and you'd like to go to bed. It is a school night. Don't worry about that just yet. It's not safe. We've got some strong Straight line winds going through this area as well. No destructive tornado warnings as of right now. Thank goodness for that. But we still have our 2 tornado warnings here in Wayne County, exclusively in Wayne County, Michigan at this point. The tornado warnings do not include the city of Detroit itself. How it is in Detroit's suburbs. But if you are in city center of Canton, all clear. If you're in Denton, Sheldon, all clear. Cherry Hill, all clear. If you're in Rawsonville, all clear. Plymouth Carter Township, you're still under a tornado warning. Taylor, Romulus, and the airport. The Detroit Metro Wayne County International Airport, you're still under tornado warning. New Boston, Brownstown Charter Township, Huron Charter Township, Taylor Center, Telekra, you need to be getting to a safe place. Inkster and Sunnyside as well. Sammy, we got a report coming out of Weberville. Go ahead.
Yeah, so according to user SEPA Weather from Twitter X, says that are seeing some of the first pictures coming out of Weberville. While I can't really see a lot of detail on these photos, there is enough to make out that there was some kind of damage that occurred in that area. I couldn't really make it out very much, but it looks like somebody did report a flipped semi off the road here. It's unknown how far this was flung, but it's definitely an indicator that this was pretty serious damage, and we are absolutely praying that people in these vehicles, hopefully by some miracle, are alive. We're hoping that they're hopefully at least okay. But absolutely, these people need help for sure tonight. So please keep them in your thoughts and prayers as more damage assessment does get underway. Well, the initial damage at least.
Thank you
I do want to
very
point out
much,
here a
Sammy.
report.
Real quick, I
I want
just
to point out
want
here a report. Yeah, go for it, Josh.
So there's an area of circulation still to the north of Huron Carter Township, heading towards the Brownstown Carter Township, and eventually possibly heading towards Trenton. This is again possibly a tornado producer along this line, heading in the direction of Brownstown Charter Township in Michigan. So again, this is in Detroit Metro. Here's up here is Detroit, and down here is that circulation near Huron Carter Township. Here's Lincoln Park, here's Taylor, here's Romulus, and this is where that circulation is. It's just on the south side of this polygon. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I do want to point out here real quick that the if you're in the Detroit Wayne County International Airport, you need to be seeking shelter right now inside. You need to be seriously considering, regardless if you're underneath the path of these potential tornado circulations or not, you need to be inside right now and away from windows, given the fact you have 70-mile-per-hour winds also heading towards your area. There is still also likely 2 potentially circulations within this line here, basically passing near Romulus and Taylor right now. And I do want to point out here that this particular rotation right now is actually located near the Detroit Wayne County International Airport right now. You need to be seeking shelter underground right now if you are at the Wayne Detroit County International Airport. This is very close to the airport, right now. You really need to be seeking shelter from this particular cell, as this could likely be a developing tornado heading towards the international airport right now, and heading towards southwestern Detroit. I also want to point out here as well that there is confirmed reports right now coming out of Weberville of multiple injuries being reported due to a possible tornado in the city of Weberville along I-96.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that at all. So, again, we want everybody in these polygons to be taking shelter as these storms roll through. This is Force 13. This is the U.S. team. I'm Joshua Tipton with Patrick, Sammy, Steven, and we are going to be continuing our coverage for some time now. So these storms, once they pass out of Detroit, they're going to cross Lake Erie over towards the city of Cleveland. So we're going to stay with you as long as the threat exists. And hopefully you understand at this point, if you've been here for a while, what you need to do when these storms come your way, and if you are put under a warning. Speaking of warnings, there is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. I don't think we've been over this yet. This includes the city of Toledo. So this is our first polygon in Ohio of the night. So it includes the entire city of Toledo, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and penny to pea-sized hail. It includes Bowling Green. It includes Catawba Island, Port Clinton, Oak Harbor, Woodville, Waterville, Sylvania, Perrysburg, Providence. If you're along Interstate 75 up to the state border down to Bowling Green, get off of it and get inside. If you are on Interstate 8090 from Swanton to basically Kingsway, we'll say Lindsay and Kingsway, get off the road and get inside. This is considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the areas around Toledo, Ohio, and these it's not going to be the last one. Not saying that to scare you, but look at it's obvious. Look at this huge line of storms that's going to be crossing the Lake Erie into Ohio, and we're going to likely be here for at least a couple more hours before this night's over. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I do want to point out here that if you are in Windsor, Ontario, in Canada, if you are southwest of Windsor, basically south of Windsor, Ontario, there is a likely tornado on the ground. There was a CC drop from the last scan south of Detroit, Michigan, in the United States. There was a CC drop from the last scan. It has faded away as of now. However, there was likely a tornado south of Windsor, Ontario. So if you are near LaSalle, Ontario, as well as other locations basically between Windsor, LaSalle, Essex, I would keep an eye out for the potential of possible spin-up tornadoes within the line, as there could be potentially some embedded tornadoes moving into portions of the province of Ontario in southwest or in southeastern Canada right now, as this line continues to push through Metro Detroit.
And that just got a tornado warning from Environment Canada. So Environment Canada just put out a tornado warning for that area that points south and east of Windsor, Ontario. So if you're in Windsor, Essex, and Chatham-Kent, you are now under a tornado warning from Environment Canada. So you need to be getting into a safe place now, lowest floor of a sturdy building, helmet, pillow, mattress over your head to shield yourself from flying debris, and again, near the center of a sturdy structure. So, and be sure to keep your questions coming in the chat as well, and we will be sure to answer your questions as soon as we can. This is the U.S. team for Force 13 U.S. I'm Joshua Tipton with Patrick, Sammy, and Steven. And again, we're going to be here for a while longer. This event is nowhere near done. as hard as it is to believe, we are just getting started. So, let's switch radars once again. And looking in here, you see a couple of areas of the possibility of the formation of spin-up tornadoes along this line. One south of Carlton, one north of Flat Rock, that is in Michigan. This is also inside of a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This circulation near Flat Rock and Woodhaven is just coming out of the tornado warning that included Romulus and the Wayne County International Airport, southwest of the Detroit metro area. Patrick, more breaking news. Go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. I do have a report here coming out of Metro Detroit that multiple power flashes are being observed due to potentially 75-mile-per-hour winds moving throughout the metro area. And I am also receiving a report here coming I believe this is, let me just try to find the location here real quick. I'm receiving a report right now coming out of Comstock Park that a Menards, which is a hardware store off Alpine Avenue Northwest, has been completely destroyed in the city of Comstock Park. And also a trailer park nearby has also received heavy damage. However, there is a report right now coming out of Comstock Park that a hardware store has been completely destroyed off of Alpine Avenue Northwest in the city of Comstock Park in Michigan. This was from
the tornado earlier on, right? That was the one earlier on.
That was from the tornado from Grand Rapids. Yes, This was from the tornado from Grand Rapids. The report is being sent in live output. We are not allowed to show this on stream, but this is a report coming out from. This is courtesy of the user Kadir A847 of a Menards off of Alpine Avenue Northwest, which is a hardware store, completely destroyed, with a trailer park also receiving heavy damage in the area.
All right. Thank you for passing along that information.
One more report here.
Go
I
ahead.
did want to get this off here real quick. There's one more report I did forget to relay here. A report right now. Just trying to find this here real quick. We do have a damage report also coming out of I don't know where this is, but this is coming out of one of the tornadoes. And this was from near Weberville. There's confirmed damage to a large cornfield with farm roof pieces tossed several hundred feet from a house near Weberville in Michigan. Go ahead and take it away, Josh.
A tornado warning, I believe, has just been issued. Berlin, Carter Township, Woodland Beach. Yes, new tornado warning in Monroe and northeastern Monroe County in Michigan. Monroe and Wayne County in Michigan, tornado warning. Ash Township, Frenchtown, Charter Township, Estrel Beach, Stony Point, Woodland Beach, Berlin, Charter Township. Take your immediate tornado precautions. Possible tornado developing, and let's take a look at it on the radar. In fact, is there a radar that's a little closer to this? This is, I believe, that one's down. So I think we have another tornado on the ground near Woodland Beach and Estrel Beach. So a tornado on the ground. Goodness sakes. So if you are in, again, Woodland Beach, Estrel Beach, any of the areas around there, Berlin Charter Township, Frenchtown Charter Township, Stony Point, you need to be getting to shelter right now. And of course, if you're out on the waters ahead of this thing, once this gets to water, it becomes a water spout. So you absolutely have got to get to a safe place.
I do also want to point out that we do have a large tornado warning area extending all the way up from the Windsor area all the way up towards the far southern London metropolitan area in Ontario. This is going to be pretty large area of tornado warnings. This is going to include cities such as Lakeshore, Essex, McGregor, Amherstburg, Cottam, Staples, and Tilbury in the northwesternmost part of this cluster of tornado warnings, as well as some over Lake Erie, where you could be seeing Lake Erie where waterspouts are possible. We also are seeing a large swath of tornado warning, also extending up into southeast of Chatham metro area, going all the way across the southern coast of Ontario along Lake Erie, heading up into Port Stanley. So, and including the island of Scott Healy Island, excuse me, in Ontario. So anyone who is in these areas needs to be in their tornado shelter right now.
New tornado warning in Wayne County, Michigan. New tornado warning in Wayne County once again. This includes the city of Trenton now. So, city of Trenton, Michigan, under a tornado warning. A couple of pockets of rotation in this line. Actually, 4, even down into the southernmost tornado warning. So, if you are in the town of Trenton, Woodhaven, Grosse Isle Township, Gibraltar, Cherry Island, and Rockwood, take your immediate tornado precautions. Brownstown Charter Township, down to Frenchtown Charter Township, Interstate 75. You need to be off the interstate now. Tornado warning all down that area. Goodness sakes. So we have Millerville Beach. I believe we have a tornado on the ground. So let's take a look here on GR. Yes, we do. Tornado on the ground there with that one. So there it is, north of Rockwood. East Rockwood, actually. So tornado debris being lofted there. You see, going 4,700 feet in the air with this one potentially to the west rather of Millersville Beach. This is heading right towards Millville Beach. Millville Beach. I'm sorry, not Millerville Beach. So Millville Beach, Trenton, Gibraltar, Cherry Island, Rockwood, Woodhaven, take your immediate tornado precautions. This is a tornado on the ground heading in the direction of Millville Beach. It's lowest level, sturdy structure, away from windows, near the center, helmet, pillow, mattress. I doubt very seriously along the coastline that there's anywhere you could get below ground. So get into a interior room immediately. So we got possible tornado here near Millerville Beach, lofting debris, and we have another circulation here south of Estral Beach that could, I think, possibly be trying to produce a tornado as well, all along this line here. So if you are from Riverview down to Woodland Beach, take your immediate tornado precautions. These storms are getting ready to get over getting ready to go over Lake Erie. These will become water spouts once they get there. So if you're out in the water, in Lake Erie near Estral Beach and Woodland Beach, up towards around Windsor and Amherstburg, take your precautions straight away as this line of storms continues to track to the south-southeast.
Yeah, and for folks up in Canada, even though these are longer lasting tornado warnings than you would in the United States, we still need to hammer home that no matter how long a tornado warning is going for your area, you need to stay in your tornado shelter during the entirety of the tornado warning, which is because, again, as we've seen earlier, especially with all these spin ups that have been occurring, these brief spin ups that have some have produced those significant tornadoes, we highly urge you that you should be in shelter during the entirety of the tornado warning, especially as these storms, especially if you are out ahead of these storms in Ontario.
Yes, indeed. We still have a possible weak correlation coefficient drop on radar. Hopefully it's lifted at this time. But if you are to the east of Millville Beach, take your immediate tornado precautions. Go, Patrick.
Yes, absolutely. I do want to bring to the stream here real quick some updates on the total power outages we are currently receiving right now. As of the latest update here, there are currently 313,409 people out without power in Michigan. Breaking it down county for county here. In Kent County, 61,752 people are without power. In Ionia County, 12,287 people are without power. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what we got here real quick. Clinton County, 8,700 people are currently out without power. In Shiawassee County, 7,477 people are without power. In Genesee County, 9,137 people are without power. In Wayne County, 8,255 people are without power. In Eaton County, 29,003 people are without power. 29,003 people are without power in Eden County. Ingham County, 38,762 people out without power. Jackson County, 32,439 people out without power. And finally, Lenawee County, 6,000 people currently out without power. So that makes around 315,000 people out without power currently, totaling up all the counties in Upper Michigan and Lower Michigan combined this evening, as of the latest update here from poweroutage.us.
All right, Patrick, thank you very much. I'm thrilled to report that at least it looks like for now the tornado that was near Millville Beach looks like that rotation is weakening. But we still need everybody ahead of it to be watching out. If you are over Lake Erie, if you're in Lake Erie, in the general direction of Put-in Bay and Kelly's Island, you need to be watching out for this. This could potentially be trekking in your general direction. Was that Sammy? Were you trying to report something?
Yeah,
Sammy?
it was Put-in Bay. That's how it's pronounced. Put-in Bay Island.
Put-in Bay, excuse me. So Put-in Bay and the Kelly's Island need to be watching out for this. This is possibly heading in that general direction. This line of storms getting ready to cross out of the Detroit metro area. I'll go ahead and switch over here and give you an overview of just everything on reflectivity here. And it's getting ready to almost have entirely crossed into Canada. So we have severe thunderstorm warnings ahead of this. We have tornado warnings all along this QLCS line heading in the past Essex near Kingsville, Leamington, Wheatley, and Colchester. You need to be watching out for this. Go ahead, Patrick. You have some reports to make.
Yes, absolutely. I'm receiving a report here coming out of a user out of the northern Grand Rapids area. He has stated that he was on the southbound side of 131 north of Grand Rapids. Tornado crossed highway about 2 miles in front of me. This is from the first tornado we were covering there that was tracking north of Grand Rapids. Entire trees ripped out of the ground, power lines and poles across the highway, and cars completely blown off of the highway. I believe that's US Route 131 in areas north of Grand Rapids. Also do want to point out here that we still have a severe thunderstorm warning, which is currently in place for the Toledo metropolitan area in Ohio for Ottawa, Sandusky, Central Wood, and Lucas counties. This does include, and please correct me if I am wrong, I believe this does this include Cedar Point?
I do want to check that because I know what the peninsula looks like. No, currently it does not, but it is actually right just to the northwest of Cedar Point.
Yeah, so if you're
However,
located,
it looks like the part
Point,
should be closed by now.
Yeah. So if you're located northwest of Cedar Point in Sandusky, if you're located in Sandusky, I would also keeping an eye out on this line. If you're located near Cedar Point, I would assume the park is closed by now. But if you're near Cedar Point and if you're near Sandusky, you're probably going to be getting the impacts of this line as it does cross into Lake Erie. And we'll be moving onshore relatively soon. It'll likely spare Toledo to the east and northeast. However, if you're within Sandusky, Port Clinton, eastern Toledo, and Ohio, you are pretty much next. This will be moving out of Michigan into Ohio. This is pretty much move out of Michigan right now. It is currently crossing Lake Erie and is impacting portions of extreme northwestern Ohio and southwestern sections of the province of Ontario, right along the United States-Canadian border, near Windsor and Detroit, Michigan, in the United States. This line is moving over Lake Erie right now and will be likely making landfall on portions of Ohio over the next 30 to 45 minutes as it does approach Toledo, as will Sandusky, and will be eventually approaching Cleveland, which is also another city in the bullseye area of that 30% significant wind risk, which is our main driving factor for today's significant severe weather setup. I'm going to go ahead and throw it back over to Josh to relay more information. Go ahead.
Yes, so this mesoscale convective system is going to continue to move to the southeast. It's still moving to the southeast, 55 miles per hour, again through southern Ontario and across portions of Lake Erie. So about Eastern Daylight Time, that would put this line getting to northeast Ohio around the Cleveland area around midnight Eastern tonight. So you folks around Cleveland and just in northeastern Ohio in general, and in Toledo, this is what we've been warning you about today. This is what we've been trying to give you the heads up for. It's getting ready to happen right now, so you need to have a plan for when these storms come through. And so one more time for these folks in northern Ohio, Sammy, can we go over just a general preparation plan for what folks can do in certain situations depending on each warning?
So the most important one that you want to take note of tonight is the tornado warning. In which case you need to immediately take action by going to the lowest floor of your home, going to the most interior part of. If you have a basement, go to your basement. But if not, lowest floor interior room, such as a closet or a small bathroom, is what you're going to need to have with you tonight. While it might not be as serious of a situation if you are under any type of severe thunderstorm warning, the main message is if you are under severe thunderstorm warning to stay away from windows as possible, as far away from windows and outside walls as possible. So you want to put as many walls between you and the outside there. So yeah, basically, and I do want to also point out that while much of the northwestern coast of Ohio here is basically going to be the majority of it's not under severe thunderstorm warning. I do want to point out that a lot of it is under a special marine warning. Actually, this is for the entire. They do have a special marine warning for all of the northern coast of Ohio, including Cleveland, including Sandusky, as well as Cedar Point, going all the way up to Erie in Pennsylvania, and even up to the Buffalo metro area. All have special marine warnings right now, and they're not even all for this line of storms, although a lot of them are. But I do need but for those of you who are on the northern coast of Ohio, you need to start preparing to be in shelter right now. Even though there's a lot of lead time for marine warnings, unlike severe thunderstorm warnings, you need to make sure that you are seeking safe shelter away from windows, well out ahead of these storms.
Absolutely, and I'll throw it over to Patrick now. You have a report to make an update to the severe thunderstorm warning in Toledo. Go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. So the severe thunderstorm warning, which was in place for Metro Toledo, has been updated and now has a tornado possible tag for Toledo. If you are in Toledo, if you are located in Bowling Green, Ohio, Sandusky, Fremont, or northwest of Sandusky, to put that into perspective, if you are in Genoa, Woodville, you need to be preparing for potentially taking your tornado precautions. There appear to be multiple separate little circulations, although they are far away from the nearest radar station. There definitely does appear to be some potential circulations within the line. We have also received a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust report coming out of downtown Detroit on the west side of the Central Business District. And we have also received a report that a transformer has exploded near Wayne, Michigan from this potentially destructive line of storms.
Yeah, so I would imagine with that, probably on the top of that, probably increasing amount of power outages have been occurring across much of Detroit and the Detroit metro due to these storms, which mean and some of these areas could be without power for pretty much all night, especially. So, but yeah, absolutely need to make sure that you for those that, which gives me the which lets me say that for northern coast of Ohio here, especially northern coast of Ohio, going potentially even going towards central Ohio, you need to also prepare for the possibility of power outages as a result of these storms.
Yes, indeed. And I want to go over a quick wind damage report here. 1 mile east southeast of Ottawa Hills, Ohio, in Lucas County. Law enforcement reported power lines down on Orchard Road. Again, 1 mile east southeast of Ottawa Hills, Ohio. We have another tornado warning in Canada. So, in southern Ontario, this includes Chatham, Kent, Dresden. Okay, so the areas around here, Ridgetown, Thamesville, Mitchells Bay, Grande Point, you need to be watching out ahead of this storm as it continues to track to the southeast. Possible QLCS tornado development. Look at this. There's your velocity hook right there. Southwest of Chatham, Kent, northwest of North Buxton. So you folks need to be watching out for this. If you're in Chatham, Kent, North Buxton, Ontario, you need to be getting to your safe place.
Yeah, I also do want to point out here real quick that we have another report coming in right now. Actually, this is a question coming into the chat. This is courtesy of Nerdy Guy 40. Is it safe to leave shelter in northern Monroe County? I have a tornado that possibly went north of me. That is northern Monroe County.
Monroe is no longer under a tornado warning. However, Monroe is still under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So if I were you, I would stay in your shelter. I would stay in your shelter, at least for right now, until that particular severe thunderstorm warning is allowed to expire. And thank you for the question. Please be sure to keep them coming in the chat.
I also want to point out there's definitely video footage has shown some very strong wind gusts as a result of this line of storms going through Windsor, Ontario right now, in Essex County in Canada. Definitely still showing. Definitely still showing. Just you just see just how strong those winds are crossing into Canada, and it looks like could be some extensive damage coming for Western Ontario as this line of storms continues to push through the areas.
Absolutely. Thank you for letting us know about that. We have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning to the southeast of Toledo, Ohio. This now does include Sandusky, Huron, Norwalk, Willard, Bloomville, Tiffin, Gibsonburg. You are now all under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This is going to go for the next 41 minutes roughly. So you folks, one more time, Sandusky, Huron, Tiffin, Norwalk, Fremont, Western Vermilion, Bellevue, Clyde, Willard, Gibsonburg, Green Springs, Northern Milan, Milan itself, Wakeman, Bloomville, Castalia, Ballville, Monroeville, Marblehead, Attica, and Berlin Heights. You need to be watching out for these storms as they roll towards you. This warning goes until 11:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So it's for Western Huron, Seneca, Erie, and Sandusky counties in Ohio. And
Yeah, I believe this is going to also include. This is probably now going to be including Sandusky as well as Cedar Point, and I will go over some of the areas that are being impacted as well. This is going to include Tiffin, Norwalk, Fremont, Western Vermilion, Bellevue, Clyde, Willard, Gibsonburg, Seneca, Green Springs, Northern Milan, Wakeman, Bloomville, Castalia, Ballville, Monroeville, Marblehead, Attica, and Berlin Heights. So yeah, this is 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This is going to be for this Boeing segment that's going to be coming through through this area shortly. So make sure that if you are in Sandusky right now, if you are for those of you who are leaving Cedar Point right now, who have been leaving Cedar Point heading through Sandusky, now probably a good time to consider pulling off somewhere to and seeking shelter. The 70-mile-an-hour winds can be pretty dangerous. Can be pretty dangerous to deal with. Absolutely. If you are in any tornado warning, especially if you are in this tornado warning, for those of you who are, for those of you who are out west of Sandusky, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. And tornado precautions, we mean getting to the lowest, most interior part of your home or sturdy building. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You want to make sure that you are bringing with you. You're bringing any soft items such as pillows or blankets with you to protect your head and neck from flying debris. And you also want to make sure that if you are out on the road, um, if you are anywhere on Route 2, if you are anywhere State Route 6, I'm sorry, U.S. Route 6, going down to towards 80, you need to make sure that you are getting off the highway as soon as possible and finding shelter um, finding shelter now. Like you do not want to delay. You need to take shelter now. You need to make sure if you are if you will not be able to shelter in a mobile home, you will not be able to shelter in a vehicle, and you absolutely should not be sheltering under a highway overpass, as the winds can be funneled more quickly through underpasses, more than they would outside. So absolutely make sure you are in an enclosed shelter away as far away from the outside walls and windows as possible.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Sammy. Steven, you have something to comment on. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, can you hear me properly this time?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. I have something. This is actually from Sam Emerson himself. It has something to do with the what was it? What was it called? Let me try to find what the town's name was again.
Weberville.
From the Weberville. Yeah. It's from Sam Emerson. It shows the actual calculations he made on the tornado debris signature, and there have been. He's also noticed the 5 analogs from the storm, and all 5 of them seem to have be of at least high-end E3 intensity, with 2 analogs being EF4s. So obviously it was a very serious tornado.
Right. And again, the tornado warning continues still for this is in Sandusky, Ottawa, and Erie counties in Ohio. This is radar indicated though. So again, Oak Harbor, Fremont, Clyde, Green Springs, Bellevue, White's Landing, Rocky Ridge, Ballville, Lindsay, Bloomington, Vickery, and Stony Prairie get to shelter now. And I want to also reiterate that when we're talking about these Emerson measurements, these are estimates. This is not an indication necessarily that that's going to be the actual strength, the actual EF rating of a tornado. The tornado,
That's
the
exactly
EF scale
right.
is a damage scale. It is not a wind scale. It is not a hybrid scale. It is damage. So it's possible that the tornado could be that strength, but tornadoes are rated by the damage they create. They're not rated by how strong they are. It's how strong they possibly were based on the damage left behind. So that's why we need everybody to when they say what's the EF rating, we don't know when a tornado is going on. We simply do not know enough about tornadoes right now to gauge what a tornado strength could be in real time. So we reiterate here once again, we have a tornado warning not including the city of Sandusky, Ohio, but it is in Sandusky County. So Oak Harbor, Lindsay, Fremont, Clyde, Bellevue, Parkertown, Vickery, Castalia, Genoa. Possible spin-up tornadoes along this line working their way into Ohio. Anyone along Interstate 8090 from Woodville over to Bogart, get off of the interstate. Nobody should be traveling on Interstate 8090 between those two cities right now. Again, be sure to keep the questions coming in the chat, and we will be sure to get to your questions as soon as we can. This is the U.S. team for Force 13, and we are going to keep sticking with you as long as the threat exists. So right now, just to give kind of an overview of what's going on, we have 1 U.S. tornado warning right now. We have 2, no, count it, make it 3 tornado warnings in Canada. basically up in southern Ontario, and I believe they are all three along this. Yeah, all three of them are along this line that's coming out of the Detroit area, and then you see this big long line of storms and a couplet here in between North Buxton and Blenheim. So folks near Blenheim, North Buxton, Merlin, and Shrewsbury need to be watching out for that one. Again, that is in Ontario, Canada. We have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings right now in the United States and a whole lot up in Canada. We got Ottawa, Sandusky, Lucas, Wood, Erie, Seneca, Huron, Lake, and Geauga counties in Ohio, all under a severe thunderstorm warning. And I think they just reworked the tornado polygon a little bit. Genoa is in it. I think what they did was rework the Canadian polygon, tornado polygons a little bit. Let's take a look quickly at it's possibly producing a tornado. It says capable of producing a tornado. So they're all capable. They're all marked as capable. They are not marked as if they are producing a tornado or if there is a tornado down right now. So, again, if you are in the Cleveland metro, though, you are going to be next up for this. Look at this long line of storms that's crossing Lake Erie and even partially over towards Toledo, Ohio. You in Cleveland are going to be next up for this. It's going to be damaging wind gusts, possibly spin-up, quasi-linear convective system tornadoes all along this line. Geauga County. Okay, thank you very much. Geauga County. Thank you very much. So, an intense swath of potentially damaging winds approaching Cleveland from the northwest. This is what it looks like right now from the Cleveland radar. So if you are in the city of Cleveland, if you are in any of its suburbs, if you're in between Toledo, Cleveland, over towards Erie, Pennsylvania, you need to be watching out for this as these storms cross Lake Erie.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to note that tornado warning has been updated to note where this storm is now. This tornado warning will remain in effect for about the next half hour as this continues across Ottawa County and into Erie, eventually into Erie and Sandusky counties. Whereas as of its last position is near Oak Harbor, moving southeast at 55 miles an hour. This is going to be near Fremont. This is about to be on Fremont in a couple of minutes. If you're in Fremont, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. This is going to be followed by Clyde and Green Springs around 11:30, and then Bellevue around 11:35. This is also going to include the following locations: White's Landing, Ballville, Bloomingville, Vickery, Stony Prairie, and Lindsay. If you are in any of these areas, you need to be enacting your tornado state precautions. Once again, it's lowest level of your home, lowest level of a sturdy building, away from windows.
And speaking of enacting your tornado precautions, we have another new tornado warning along this line from the office in Cleveland. This is in Ottawa and Erie counties in Ohio. This goes until 11:45 p.m. Eastern. This is a radar-indicated tornado warning moving from Port Clinton, southeast 55 miles per hour. So if you are around Kelly's Island, Sandusky, or the Cedar Point Park, Catawba Island, Sandusky South, Berlin Heights, Bayview, Marblehead, and Fairview Lakes. Take your immediate tornado precautions. Line of storms possibly producing spin-up tornadoes is heading in your general direction. So again, a tornado warning in Erie and Ottawa counties in Ohio. And I cannot confirm a tornado with it right now. We're in such a spotty place for radar imagery. So let's treat this as if they are on the ground. Let's treat this, let's play it safe, and we'll treat this as if they are in fact producing a tornado right now. We want you, again, lowest level of a sturdy structure near the center, away from windows, helmet, pillow, mattress over your head. Be sure you get a sturdy pair of shoes to avoid pricking yourself with any nails if you were to get hit by a tornado, which heaven forbid that you got hit by a tornado. We want you to have a sturdy pair of shoes on if you have to walk over nails, glass, and stuff like that. And please, again, be sure to keep your questions coming in the chat. Hopefully you are all staying safe out there tonight. It's just a little past 11:20 Eastern. This is the U.S. team for Force 13. I'm Joshua Tipton with Patrick, Chris, Sammy, and Steven. We'll be on the air for a while longer tonight. I'm going to go ahead and, if Patrick, if you are with us. Okay, we don't have Patrick here right now, but so we'll work on getting Patrick back. But again, for the meantime, if you are in these areas right here in Erie and Ottawa counties in Ohio, there's a tornado warning, a radar indicated tornado warning for all of you.
Yeah, and I want to drive the point home here. If you're anywhere in this tornado warning, you are under the risk of being hit by a spin up tornado, and these tornadoes can do some pretty extensive damage, especially considering some of the tornado damage we saw earlier today from these spin up tornadoes. So this is why it's crucial that for those of you who are in Sandusky, going east into Huron and Vermilion, that you are getting to your tornado shelter, that you are getting underground or in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. You should not be in a mobile home. You should not be in a vehicle. You need to be getting to the nearest safe shelter as soon as possible.
Thank you very much, Sammy. Thank you.
Yes.
Goodness. So it has been a long, long night, and we are not done just yet. We have 2 tornado warnings southeast of Toledo, Ohio, to the west of Cleveland, Ohio. We also have 5 tornado warnings in effect along this line that is working its way. I don't think we have any warnings for Michigan anymore. I think it's all down in Ohio now. No tornado warnings in Ohio. We Yeah.
Besides
Nothing
the two in
Michigan right now.
Sandusky and Fremont.
Yeah, that's in Ontario, Canada. So those storms are up right here. There's Windsor. It's just on the other side of the river of Detroit, and there's our tornado warnings up in Ontario. But aside from that, and a few severe thunderstorm warnings just dotting Canada, the biggest area of concern right now clearly is these storms heading is going to be these storms heading towards the Cleveland metro area, and these are moving very, very fast. So this is going to be there within the next 35 minutes, possibly sooner than that, potentially. Oh, and we got another report that came in about 13 minutes ago. 3 miles west-southwest of Rocky Ridge, Ohio, in Ottawa County. Amateur radio user reported windows blown out of houses near Rocky Ridge with a possible tornado touchdown there. I mean, I've been staring at the radar this whole time, and I didn't really see a strong indication of a tornado. I didn't see a correlation coefficient, maybe because we're so high up, but that just shows how quickly these things could happen. And so we need it. That's why we need everybody in the polygons to be taking shelter tonight from these storms as they roll through. So, gosh, what a night. So, pretty soon we'll be able to say happy Friday to everybody in the Eastern time zone. But if you're just tuning in, this is Force 13. I'm Joshua Tipton with Sammy, Steven, and Patrick, and we have been covering these storms for several hours now, and this is not quite over just yet. We wish it were, but we're going to stick with you as long as we have to, as long as we feel it's necessary to give you the information that you need to. The tornado warning in Windsor, Ontario has been allowed to expire, by the way. So Windsor, all clear. Catawba Island, Put-in Bay, Port Clinton, you are all clear from tornado warnings as well.
I do also want to point out.
To trek southeast. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do also want to point out that this particular segment of storms that has those tornado warnings in effect is moving to the southeast at 60 miles an hour. So for those of you who are in this tornado warning, it's that much more urgent that you take shelter immediately. You cannot wait. You cannot think about it. You have to go to your shelter quickly, because these storms are going to be on top of you just like that, and definitely are bringing the risk of spin up QLCS tornadoes within this line.
No doubt about it. So, thank you for relaying that information to us again, Sammy. So here, pretty soon for you folks in, I guess it's already over in Michigan, so pretty soon it will be over as well for you folks in Ontario in Canada, and then it'll be exclusively an issue for Ohio for a little bit, at least until it gets into northwestern Pennsylvania. So I'm going to go ahead and throw this feed up. There we go. So, again, this is the U.S. team for Force 13 U.S., and we are going to be sticking with you as long as we feel it is necessary. A severe thunderstorm warning is in place for the next 76 minutes. That includes Erie, Pennsylvania. So this is in Erie County in northwestern Pennsylvania and Crawford County in Pennsylvania. It's moving to the southeast from Lake Erie State Park to Erie and North Kingsville at 40 miles per hour. Southeast of 40, 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail along this line. You can see that line right there. Anybody along Interstate 90 between Conneaut and up to Ripley, you need to be getting off of the road. Off of the road before, well, you don't really have a whole lot of time, but you need to be getting off of the interstate before this storm rolls on through your area.
Yes, and I do want to point out here really quickly, if you can go over this here real quick, Josh, how many current active warnings do we have in place across the United States this evening?
So right now we have 2 tornado warnings that are in effect. We have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. We have 3 special marine warnings that are in effect right now. 1 special weather statement, and then severe thunderstorm watches all across parts of northern to central Ohio over into far northeastern Indiana and far northwestern Pennsylvania. But really, all in this area here that I have up right now that's really where all the warnings are. So that is I guess it sort of makes things easier as far as like figuring out the general area of where everything's going to be happening. It's not so widespread, but it's still, this is a very dense area that these storms are going to be going through, a very populated area that these storms are going to be going through. We need everybody in these polygons tonight to be taking this seriously.
Yes, absolutely. And you want to be prepared for the potential of severe thunderstorm activity tonight. You want to make sure that when you are seeking shelter, you want to make sure you're seeking shelter in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building if you're underneath a tornado warning, making sure that you're seeking shelter far away from any windows, exterior walls. Use blankets and pillows to protect yourself from flying debris, as well as making sure you're remaining far away from windows. If you are in a mobile home in a bathroom or interior closet, make sure to move to the nearest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Driving outside in these conditions are extremely dangerous if you're still on the road. Pull over the nearest gas station, restaurant, local business if you need to, as well as make sure you are pulling over to an area in which you could safely seek shelter. This is once again Force 13 Live. This is on behalf of the United States team. My name is Patrick, your interim acting director, and I am joined tonight by my team of Joshua Tipton, Samuel, as well as Stephen. We're hoping to have more hands on the call for tonight, as we're going to be pretty much remaining here with you guys for as long as we need to. Pretty much once this passes out of Ohio, we will be pretty much we'll be recapping here the event and then ending our coverage. However, we will be here as long as possible until this threat has ended. I do want to quickly go over here once again the power outage information that we have currently up right now. This is courtesy of poweroutage.us. This is basically a representation of the current power outage count across Michigan right now. 371,853 people as of the latest update are currently out without power. I'm going to basically go county for county here. In Kent County, 61,783 people are without power. In Iona County, 12,071 people are currently out without power. In Clinton County, 8,768 people are currently without power. In Shiawassee County, 7,537 people are currently without power. In Genesee County, 9,384 people are currently without power. In Oakland County here, 11,609 people are currently without power. In Livingston County, 11,379 people are currently out without power. In Ingham County, 39,698 people are currently without power. In Eaton County, 29,378 people are currently without power. In Jackson County, 32,623 people are currently without power. And in Lenawee County, 7,486 people are currently without power. We do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning, which has also been issued for Cleveland at this time. I'm going to go ahead and go over this here real quick. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, which has been issued for Cleveland. This is basically in advance of our severe thunderstorm complex currently moving right over Lake Michigan right now, or not Lake Michigan, Lake Erie, with also potentially some embedded circulations within the line, which could potentially produce spin-up tornadoes, which is also why this storm is tornado possible tag. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued by the National Weather Service in Cleveland for Erie, Medina, Cuyahoga, Summit, and Lorain counties in north central and northeastern Ohio. This goes until 12:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, so about the next hour here. This is for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts as evident via radar. Locations impacted include Cleveland, Akron, Lorain, Elyria, Medina, Western Vermilion, Parma, Lakewood, Cuyahoga Falls, Euclid, Cleveland Heights, Strongsville, Brunswick, Westlake, North Railton, North Ridgeville, Salon, Avon Lake, and Hudson. If you're located within any of these cities here, please make sure to seek shelter. You need to be seeking shelter in an interior room, preferably in a central closet. You can be in the centralmost portion of your safe room, as we have a pretty strong line of severe thunderstorms right now, currently pushing towards Metro Cleveland. I'll actually go ahead and pull up my little annotation tool here to actually show you where this particular cluster is. Here it is right here. This is basically where this very intense cluster of winds are right now. You can see here, right where I circled is where the most intense wind velocities are, and these are going to be heading pretty much straight off to the east to southeast, or east southeast to southeast, and will be heading straight in the direction of the western side of the Cleveland metro area. So if you are located basically anywhere, if you're located anywhere in Cleveland, Elyria, Medina, you need to be preparing for the potential of a potentially destructive line of severe thunderstorms, which could be approaching the Cleveland metro area right now. There also appears to be some potential embedded circulations up inside this line, basically right along this particular frame right here, just to the northeast of where our very strong velocity are for the very strong wind gusts that could be approaching the area. So once again, if you are in Cleveland, your first priority is to seek shelter in an interior portion of your safe room, preferably a hallway, bathroom, or a closet. You don't have to be necessarily underground. However, you do have to treat intense straight line damaging winds as if brief or moderate tornadoes are occurring in your local area. In addition to this, we have received a report here coming from Detroit River Light of a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust report 4 miles southeast of Millville Beach. So once again, this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which has been issued for the Cleveland metropolitan area in Ohio, and this does include a population of over 1 million people. A densely populated part of northeastern Ohio is now underneath the gun for the potential of 70-mile-per-hour winds, as well as the potential for line-embedded QLCS tornadoes. So once again, if you are located within this particular severe thunderstorm warning, which does encompass upon Cleveland, you need to be seeking shelter immediately if you are within Metro Cleveland, as this is going to be a potentially strong line of severe thunderstorms which could be pushing towards your area right now. And this has been warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So this could be a potentially destructive line of storms pushing towards the Cleveland metro area right now in the state of Ohio. I do also want to point out here real quick that we do have 2 other tornado warnings which are also active across northwestern Ohio, basically just located south of Cedar Point, as well as including portions southeast of Sandusky. These 2 particular tornado warnings are going to be going for about the next 6 minutes or so here, they are likely to expire as they have moved out of the warned area and they do appear to be weakening slightly. So these two tornado warnings should be going away relatively anytime soon. However, if you are located within Sandusky, Huron, Berlin Heights, and if you're located along the shores of Lake Erie, you need to be seeking shelter immediately, especially if you are in Metro Cleveland. There's a pretty large area here of potentially significant severe velocities, with the most intense cluster appear to be heading straight in the direction for Lorain, Elyria, as well as Westlake and North Olmsted, and could potentially miss Cleveland, downtown Cleveland proper to the west. However, this will still likely impact Cleveland as a potentially destructive line of storms moving off of Lake Erie into northeastern Ohio. I do also want to point out here, we do have two severe thunderstorm warnings, which basically do connect with this broken line of showers and severe thunderstorms. This does include portions of northwestern Pennsylvania into far western upstate New York. The first severe thunderstorm warning is for southwestern Cattaraugus and Chautauqua counties. This does include the cities of Jamestown, Dunkirk, Fredonia, Westfield, and Lakewood for 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as basically less than penny-sized hail. Also, the severe thunderstorm warning for Erie, Middleborough, Waterford, Girard, Albion, and Sagertown in Pennsylvania does continue for Erie and Crawford counties. In northwestern Pennsylvania, that is Erie and Crawford counties. Also taking a look at the broad sector here, basically taking a look at what we currently have active right now across the Midwestern United States and Southern Great Lakes states. We do have a broken line of intense severe thunderstorms currently pushing towards Cleveland right now. This is basically our main area of activity. We're going to be really keeping an eye on over the next several hours as it does push into some pretty favorable conditions. And I do want to bring up the SPC outlook right now, as we do still have an enhanced risk of a 3 to 5, which is currently in place across this orange shaded corridor here for portions of the southern Great Lakes, including southeastern Michigan, far coastal northeastern Ohio, as well as northwestern Pennsylvania into far western New York. This particular risk right here is going to be driven by a 5% tornado risk, which still exists, mainly going to be for line-embedded tornadoes, basically within the complex of storms. The supercell tornado threat has pretty much diminished, so we're going to be really keeping an eye out for spin-up tornadoes within the line. Although these particular spin-up tornadoes are going to be dangerous, as they could potentially cause significant damage at any given time and in seconds. So you definitely do want to be preparing for the potential of this, as this could potentially be a widespread QLCS tornado threat across the southern Great Lakes, especially if you're taking into account that Cleveland and Erie are underneath this threat. This is still driven by a 30% significant hatched area for wind, basically, which means that there's a 30% chance or higher of seeing the potential for 65 plus knot winds within a 25-mile radius of this given point, basically where these hatched lines and red shaded areas overlap, with a much larger wind risk basically extending into far portions of western Pennsylvania into western upstate New York, as well as stretching back towards portions of Lake Michigan into Lake Erie and Ontario. This does extend into a little bit of Lake Ontario. However, as you pretty much drop off in intensity for the risk, pretty much once you enter out of the 30% risk area, pretty much things are going to become less confident for this line to continue at its current intensity. However, still can potentially cause some instances of damaging winds across portions in central, southern, and northern Appalachians into portions of western upstate New York. This does include Buffalo as well in that marginal risk, including Greensboro, North Carolina, Columbus, Ohio, Charlotte, North Carolina, as well as Winston-Salem. This particular marginal risk is mainly going to be driven by this lingering training convection, basically along this large area here. This will likely be what's going to spread into the southern Appalachians and central Appalachians, and we could see more regeneration off to the south. It'll start as more spotty convection to begin with. However, it'll basically then grow up into possibly isolated, intense supercells. We do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning extension, which I am going to go over here real quick. Basically, this connects the two severe thunderstorm warnings, basically making like a triangle shape. This particular severe thunderstorm warning has been issued by the National Weather Service in Cleveland for Richland, Central Huron, Ashland, northeastern Crawford, and northwestern Wayne counties in northern Ohio. This goes until 12:45 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, so about the next hour or so. At 11:40 p.m., these severe thunderstorms are located from a line extending from near northern Milan to near Green Springs, moving southeast at 50 miles per hour. So this line is moving relatively fast as it does approach areas south of Cleveland. Locations impacted include Mansfield, Worcester, Ashland, Shelby, Rittman, Willard, Ontario, Lexington, Crestline, Loudonville, New London, Preston, Belleville, Plymouth, West Salem, Wycombe, New Washington, Hayesville, Savannah, as well as Polk. In addition to this, we have just received a brand new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center, which I'm going to go ahead and pull up here real quick. This is a brand new mesoscale discussion that has been issued concerning severe thunderstorm watch number 657 for northwestern and northern Ohio, as well as northwestern Pennsylvania. This does include, like I said, northern Ohio and northwestern Pennsylvania. The severe threat for severe thunderstorm watch number 657 continues. Damaging winds will accompany a squall line as it surges across Lake Erie into northern Ohio over the next 1 to 2 hours. Wind gusts could exceed 50 to 60 knots or 60 to 70 miles per hour. Well-defined mesoscale convective system has evolved over southern Ontario and Lake Erie this evening. This mature complex of storms is now forming an MCV, or a mesoscale convective vortex, along the north shore of Lake Erie, about 50 miles north-northwest of Cleveland. Over the last hour or so, this MCS has produced measured wind gusts in excess of 50 knots over southeastern lower Michigan, with a 54-knot wind gust report being measured at the Detroit area. Latest radar data suggests that the strongest surge is tracking southeast near 50 knots and will approach the southern shore of Lake Erie, which is going to be including the Cleveland metro by the top of the hour. Damaging wind gusts can be expected along the leading edge of this convection. So basically what the Storm Prediction Center here is saying, the SPC is indicating that there's going to be the potential for a continued damaging wind threat, especially given that this is going to be touching upon the shores of southern Lake Erie and will be moving into the Cleveland metropolitan area pretty much at any given minute here. If you're in the Cleveland metropolitan area, you have already been requested to take your safety severe weather precautions. I do want to also point out here that there could be a potential tornadic circulation, basically a spin up right now, forming along the leading edge of this line. This could be a potential tornado forming within the line. This is currently located over water right now and could be potentially touching down as a water spout. However, this particular couplet and do extrapolating the motion here, this could be heading into Metro Cleveland relatively soon. So if this couplet does consolidate and does hold, there could be multiple embedded circulations basically along the leading edge of this line. And you can see here basically how this more intense pocket of velocities is just surging southward, basically surging at like 60 miles per hour right into the shores of Lake Erie, which means that this embedded pocket of more intense wind gusts is moving quite fast. So if you are along the shores of Lake Erie, including Avon Lake, West Lake, especially if you are in Cleveland, you need to be preparing for the potential of these winds to move onshore, as things could deteriorate and is likely going to continue to deteriorate over at least the next hour or so, as this line continues to surge southward into the Cleveland metro area and along the shores of southern Lake Erie. In addition to this, our 2 tornado warnings have been dropped and canceled. However, there also is a severe thunderstorm warning that was just basically issued in replacement of it for the city of Norwalk and Havana. That particular warning is once again going to be going into place for Norwalk, like I said. And this not tornado warning, but severe thunderstorm warning is going to be going into place for Western Huron, Southeastern Seneca, and Erie County. So once again, there's a severe thunderstorm warning, which basically replaces our 2 tornado warnings, which are previously in effect. I do want to basically bring up here real quick and take a look and see if we have anything coming in the chat. Thank you to our very own David Tones for remaining on the handles of us throughout the evening, continuing to relay damage reports here. Report coming from David right now is stating that this is courtesy of Norman WX on Twitter. Significant tornado damage west of Weberville, Michigan on I-96. Cars and semis thrown, significant tree damage, which is still very unfortunate that we were hearing some more significant reports coming out of Weberville, which was hit by that PDS tornado warning you saw earlier that we were covering live on stream. Thank you so much for continuing to tune in to Force 13 live on this severe weather outbreak continuing to unfold across the southern Great Lakes. Once again, my name is Patrick, and I'm going to be joined by Samuel at the top of the hour to continue tracking this live event with you guys. Make sure to keep your questions coming into our live chat down below, and we'll be able to gladly answer them for you in due course. Taking a look at a wider shot right now of the activity, basically currently ongoing across the basically the southern Great Lakes here and portions of the eastern United States. You can see here that we have a training area of more spotty showers and heavy thunderstorms moving across the Pittsburgh metro area. This is basically training along a stalled frontal boundary, which is going to be basically sagging southeastward towards the portions of southwestern into west central Pennsylvania. And this will likely cause a flash flood threat. This is likely going to be a heavy rain and flash flooding threat, as these storms are also basically going to be building behind our storms currently moving. Basically, what's going to be happening right now with these leading heavy showers is that more storms are basically going to be building behind these and will cause localized excessive runoff from heavy rainfall, which will cause that flash flooding threat. Speaking of the flash flooding threat, I do want to go back to the Weather Prediction Center outlook and go over what we have for flash flooding. There does exist a slight risk level 2 out of 4, which basically highlights this area of convection that you're seeing right now on the radar screen. This particular slight risk is a level 2 out of 4 for excessive rainfall. And what this basically means is that there is an elevated chance, a 15% chance or greater, of basically seeing excessive runoff from heavy rainfall, which will lead to flash flooding. This basically means that excessive runoff from heavy rainfall is possible, which will cause localized instances of urban small stream as well as potential washes and significant flooding. This particular slight risk level 2 to 4 extends from far southeastern Michigan into portions of central and eastern Ohio, western Pennsylvania, as well as into northern West Virginia. This particular slight risk is in effect for portions of the Four Corners region out in the southwestern United States, for portions of Utah, Colorado, as well as Arizona into far extreme northwestern New Mexico. This particular risk right now is going to be driven primarily in the eastern Great Lakes, and this is basically going to be our main area of slight risk potential we are seeing for flash flooding. This basically states here that activity has basically developed along or across the lower LP and southeastern Wisconsin, with lake breezes allowing locally stationary activity. This will continue as a cold front continues to drift south overnight through northern Illinois, Indiana, and western Ohio, where the margin risk was expanded through. There also exists here northwesterly flow around the broad anticyclone ridge axis. The broad anticyclonic ridge, which is basically that very strong area of high pressure, which was continuing to build across the central United States there, which is also causing a extremely concerning heat wave across a large swath of the central U.S. This particular ridge axis is going to remain steady, with basically going to steer the air patterns here of the jet stream. And what this is basically going to tap into is that this is going to be basically contributing to more favorable conditions, with an environment across the aforementioned area will be ripe with Kiwa anomalies, basically, which is basically anomalies we use and we basically focus upon for the flash flooding threat in more particular, are 1 to 3 standard deviations above normal, and surface-based CAPE, which is basically thunderstorm instability, is along the order of 3,500 to 4,500 joules per kilogram, allowing for more sufficient buoyancy through the overnight, which is going to contribute to more severe activity or potential storm activity along more stalled frontal boundaries, or as well as what's currently going on with the ongoing MCS. Given the antecedent conditions in place across northeastern Ohio from activity last night and the risk for additional heavy rain, have maintained the slight risk across areas from Detroit through northern West Virginia, which is basically the main reason why our slight risk is currently in place. Basically, the mid-level ridge across the central U.S. is basically going to be pumping more favorable conditions for flash flooding across this confined sector here. And we could see multiple flash flood warnings issued throughout the night here, as we do see this particular activity continue to develop here. There also appears to be a more stronger pocket of the cell, currently moving right now through Metro Pittsburgh. This particular cell, the Pittsburgh radar is currently down, so we are going to have to use Cleveland for this. It definitely does appear that an embedded pocket with inside the spotty shower activity could be producing some potential hail in the western Pittsburgh area. So definitely do keep a lookout for that. You could be underneath a special weather statement relatively soon for that. However, let's take a look back at our Cleveland mesoscale convective system, and you could just clearly see that this is right on top of Cleveland. It appears that the radar might be behind. Radar might be having some interference as well as potential delays in radar scans. This is basically heading right into the edge of the radar site. So we may lose resolution on the radar for a few minutes as this does pass through the radar, and the radar may glitch out slightly, as you can see here and what we also saw earlier. However, still, if you are in Metro Cleveland, if you are in North Olmsted, Parma, Elmira, Strongsville, Brunswick, Grafton, if you're anywhere underneath the severe thunderstorm warning, you need to be inside a safe and secured structure right away. This particular severe thunderstorm warning goes until 12:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time for Erie, Medina, Cuyahoga, Summit, and Lorain counties. I also do want to point out here, quickly shifting over to the tropics right now, we do have Tropical Storm Franklin, which is still active across portions of the Western Atlantic. This particular storm right now has strengthened further to a 60-mile-per-hour storm, or basically has remained steady at 60 miles per hour. From the previous advisory. This is as of the 11 p.m. Atlantic Standard Time advisory from the National Hurricane Center. This is 50 knots or 60 miles, basically 60 miles per hour, as well as a pressure of 1,000 millibars. Franklin is likely to strengthen into a hurricane by the weekend and could potentially bring rough surf and high seas impacts to portions of Bermuda and could track dangerously close to basically Atlantic Canada over the next week or so. Ensembles have been taking it very close or just off the shore of Atlantic Canada. We're going to have to keep a very close eye on that, as that could potentially bring impacts towards portions of Atlantic Canada. Our main Force 13 team will be having updates on this storm, relatively frequent updates on the storm, as well as further information on that front. You can see here Franklin is currently located northeast of the Dominican Republic and is expected to make a jog to the more northwest before strengthening considerably into potentially a hurricane by the beginning of the weekend here, and could potentially top out as a high-end Category 2 hurricane with forecasted peak here of 110 miles per hour by the 96-hour period. However, currently right now, if we do take a look at some satellite imagery right now of this storm, you can see that Franklin is still dealing with a lot of westerly shear right now. It does have a well-defined area of concentrated convection, although you can definitely see here that Franklin is definitely getting impacted by some strong westerly shear right now. So it could take a little bit of time before Franklin does pretty much get a head going and continuing to improve and organize gradually. But getting back to our severe weather threat here across the United States. Our main line of storms right now is pretty much on top of Cleveland right now. I would assume conditions in Cleveland are deteriorating at this point. If you are in Cleveland, your time is up from seeking shelter. You already had to have been in shelter, as this potentially destructive line of severe thunderstorms is now pushing on shore from Lake Erie and will be moving into the Cleveland area proper relatively soon. I do want to point out here also that we do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning, basically which extends from our line. Basically, if you are within all of northeastern Ohio along the confluence of Lake Erie, please seek shelter. And I do want to point out here, brand new tornado warning has now been issued for downtown Cleveland. This is a pretty considerable situation here. This is a tornado located over downtown Cleveland. A tornado located over downtown Cleveland, and that is a tornado located over downtown Cleveland, moving east 60 miles per hour. This is a tornado warning which has been issued for downtown Cleveland. If you are in Cleveland, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. If you are in Metro Cleveland, this is a tornado warning that has been issued for Northern Portage, Western Trumbull, Geauga, Cuyahoga, Southwestern Lake, Northeastern Summit, and Southwestern Ashtabula counties. or Ashtabula counties in northeastern Ohio. This is a tornado warning for Metro Cleveland right now. Very significant population in this tornado warning. This is a tornado warning once again for Metro Cleveland right now, with a possible tornado located over downtown Cleveland. Please seek shelter immediately if you are in Metro Cleveland, as this is a possible tornado over downtown Cleveland right now, with multiple potential circulations also evident within the line. And this is once again a extremely dangerous situation with a population of over 1.2 million people underneath the gun for potential spin-up tornadoes. And this is once again a tornado warning that has been issued for downtown Cleveland. Other locations in the path of this tornado warning include going away from Cleveland here. This will be impacting areas such as Garfield Heights, Brooklyn, Shaker Heights, Cleveland Heights, South Russell, Middlefield, as well as West Farmington. This goes all the way out almost to the Pennsylvania-Ohio state line. So this is a large, and I mean large tornado warning, which has been issued here. So if you are in Warrensville Heights, Cleveland, if you're also in North Randall, Valley View, Shaker Heights. If you're located in Bentleyville, Orange, Seven Hills, Highland Heights, Aurora, South Ulcid, Bainbridge, Aquila, Hunting Valley, Lyndhurst, Glen Willow, Wayland, University Heights, Brooklyn Heights, Turnpike Interchange, Kirtland, and Wickliffe. You need to be seeking shelter immediately. Tornado warning issued now for downtown Cleveland, including a population of 1.2 million people. I do want to go over here real quick and take a look. We have any reports coming out of the area here real quick. Just going to check a look here real quick. Let's pause the radar here real quick and take a look at the circulation that's the most concerning. Yeah, you see pretty much right here. I'll take off the tornado. I'll take off the severe thunderstorm warning population thing and pull up my annotation tool here real quick. And basically, you can see right here in this area, right about here, is where this tornadic circulation is. I'll thicken the size of the pen here to basically show where this is right now. Basically, right now, this particular circulation is located right in this area, right over here. There could also be another little circulation right over here. Basically, both these circulations are going to be need to watch very carefully. Also, if you could take into account how many potential circulations could be basically within inside this line here. I can actually circle here real quick. There could be multiple, and I mean multiple. We can take a look at like right here. There could be one, two, three circulations basically located right next to each other within this line. So once again, this is potentially three individual tornadic circulations basically located, one right here, one basically located to the northwest of Ulcillid, as well as one west of Mentos. Let me find the actual city here. That is Mentor, not Mentos, but Mentor. So once again, this is a tornado warning. Also, there appears to be a circulation in downtown Cleveland as well. That could be potentially dangerous. If you are in downtown Cleveland, especially on the far southeast side of the central business district, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. However, once again, a tornado warning has been issued for all of Cleveland, especially the northern and eastern side of the metro. And this particular tornado warning is going to be going into place once again until 12:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time for Cuyahoga County. And I am receiving reports that we do have a CC drop in Cleveland. Let me go ahead and verify this here real quick. I believe we have one of those particular circulations that I did point out here is potentially spinning up right now and could be on the ground. I am waiting to confirm that here real quick. But while we do go ahead and confirm that here real quick, we are now joined back by Assistant Director Samuel. Welcome back to the stream, Samuel. And we could have a potential tornado on the ground in downtown Cleveland, which is an extremely dangerous situation that could be developing.
Yeah, I think it looks like, I'm not sure if this is the case, but it looks like the stronger circulations that I'm seeing is actually more towards East Cleveland and Cleveland Heights. I'm not sure if you can verify that, uh, if that's where the CC drop is, because I'm having a hard time finding it right now. Um, Let me go back and verify. I'm not actually seeing much in the way of rotation in downtown Cleveland at all. I am seeing still seem to be some kind of like hole in there, but I don't see like any like significant indication that this is a tornadic circulation. But nonetheless, if you're in Cleveland, if you are anywhere, if you're pretty much anywhere in the Cleveland metro area, in Cuyahoga County, in much of Cuyahoga County, going actually down towards I believe towards Twinsburg and all the way out to getting down towards Youngstown, you need to be in your tornado safe place right now. This is a pretty extensive tornado warning right here. But I would watch that area near Cleveland Heights.
Yeah, absolutely. So once again, if you're underneath this tornado warning, which is in place for Metro Cleveland, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. Now, given the fact that this is a very densely populated area here of northeastern Ohio, you want to be pointing out here that if you are within any section of this polygon, regardless of where you are, you need to be respecting the polygon and seeking shelter immediately until the tornado warning has officially expired or you have heard word from local emergency management officials that you can indeed leave your shelter place. Samuel, can you go ahead quickly and go over the tornado safety plan as well as what people should basically be doing underneath a tornado warning, and basically what should people be taking a look at when we're dealing with these extremely dangerous and potentially life-threatening situations?
Yeah, so anytime you're under a tornado warning, you need to make sure that you are in the lowest, most interior part of your home, or any sturdy building that you're in. You want to make sure that especially a more densely populated area like this, you do have a lot of options of with taking shelter. As this is a very densely populated area with a lot of buildings, especially downtown Cleveland, where it will be actually pretty easy to shelter in any buildings. But once you go out towards southeast, the it looks like the main tornado threat might be getting past Cleveland here, due course. But if you're out more into the suburbs, where it's gonna be a little hard to find shelter, you need to make sure that if you're in the suburbs, you need to quickly get to shelter. If you are especially right where these tighter circulations are, getting toward east. If you're east of Cleveland Heights, toward Maplefield Heights, that's the area I have probably the most concern for right now, as I do see a little bit of pocket of more intense velocity in that area. That could be straight line winds, but this could easily spin up a QLCS tornado as well. You need to make sure that regardless, you need to make sure you are on the lowest level of your home, or building, and you need to make sure that you are putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and that you are getting using whatever you have, any soft items that you have that you can use, pillows, blankets, or jacket that you could use to protect yourself from possible flying debris.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be kind of difficult to really tell where the greatest tornado threat is going to be, basically because this line is moving away from the Cleveland radar, and we're kind of having a little bit of interference here as well. So if you're anywhere within this tornado warning, regardless of where you are, please make sure to seek shelter immediately. It doesn't matter where you are, just make sure you are seeking shelter, as we really cannot tell where the greatest concentration of potential tornado threat is, given the fact that everything is just incredibly, and I mean incredibly messy on velocity, since we're pretty much entering an area in which we're going to be switching from outbound to inbound velocity winds. So it's going to be kind of difficult to actually tell where a possible tornado is, given the fact that we're switching modes in terms of velocities and radar velocity signatures. I believe this tornado warning was also updated, Samuel, if you want to go ahead and give the updated list of cities as well as basically what the warning text entails.
Yeah, as I pull that up, so thankfully it looks like the greater Cleveland area is pretty much about to be out of this warning. Downtown Cleveland and surrounding suburbs are now out of this tornado warning now. Tornado warning does remain in effect. This is going to remain in effect for southeastern Cuyahoga counties going into northern Portage, western Trumbull, Geauga, southwestern Lake, northeastern Summit, and southwestern Ashtabula counties, or I'm sorry, Ashtabula counties. This severe thunderstorm is now 7 miles east of downtown Cleveland, continuing to move off to the east and southeast at 60 miles an hour. And this line here, you see this line, all this entire line is where you're going to have this. The most intense part of this line is where you can have spin ups that could produce greater wind and or tornado damage. This dangerous storm is going to be near Solon and Macedonia around 12:10 a.m. Eastern time. This is near South Russell around 12:15, Streetsboro around 12:20, Mantua around 12:25, Garrettsville, West Farmington around 12:35, Newton Falls and Bristolville around 12:40. This is also going to include North Randall, Valley View, Shaker Heights, Bentleyville, Orange, Seven Hills, Highland Heights, Aurora, South Euclid, Bainbridge, Akia, Hunting Valley, Lyndhurst, Glenwillow, Wayland, University Heights, Turnpike Interchange, Kirtland, Garfield Heights, and Clarendon. So once again, if you are in any of these cities that I've just mentioned, right now you need to be you need to be either underground or in an interior room away, well away from windows, preferably in an area such as a closet, interior hallway, or small bathroom that where you can where it's best to take shelter.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to point out here that we did have a spin-up tornado here just near LaGrange, Ohio. This was a tornado that did quickly spin up here just southeast of LaGrange, Ohio, but about maybe 4 to 5 miles off to the southeast. So if you are located near LaGrange, Ohio, southeast of it, there was likely a spin-up tornado which has occurred near that area. And once again, if you basically are located anywhere within this line, as it does basically push further into Ohio, you need to be definitely keeping an eye out for the embedded tornado threat as well as the potential for destructive, damaging winds, as this is still an extremely dangerous situation which could be evolving across the Cleveland metro area. Although, Samuel, I can say though that things are beginning to slightly calm down in terms of radar presentation. Do you think? In terms of
Um,
talking from in terms of talking from the previous state of things, it definitely does appear that things have weakened from basically what
it's
they once were.
It definitely looks more disheveled than it was earlier. The presentation is not as good. However, I do want to point out that you're still dealing with a good amount of still dealing with a pretty solid organized line that is still producing winds of up to 70 miles an hour right now. And if the reflectivity isn't selling to you, well, the velocity definitely still is, especially this segment just east of Cleveland, which has the tornado warning in it, and is still capable of producing spin up tornadoes and small pockets of locally higher wind gusts. But overall, I wouldn't say the threat is dying down just yet, but I would say that this threat is starting to get a bit more isolated in nature.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to also take a quick look at this line here real quick. And as we do that, we have a brand new tornado warning now for Ashtabula, Ohio. If you want to go over that here, Samuel.
Yep, brand new tornado warning that has gone into effect. This does include Ashtabula County. I'm gonna try to get the whole warning up here. I don't because I'm not sure if it's past my
And another new
picked up
tornado
on
warning
my
has been issued as well.
that's two new tornado warnings issued by West Cleveland. Yes, that's so. I'm going to be going over those real quick. Two new tornado warnings. And I do want to note that both of them, this is showed that this line is now picking up. It is now up to 65 miles an hour, booking it off to the southeast. So if you are in northeastern Geauga County, Lake or Ashtabula County, including Edgewood, Plymouth Center, North Madison, Rock Creek, Grand River, North Perry, Roaming Shores, Kirtland Hills, Montville, Austinburg, Kingsville, Hartsgrove, and Thompson, as well as in this other warning which is going to include southwestern Medina, northern Ashland, Wayne, and southern Lorain counties in back towards the center of the towards north central Ohio. This which is going to include West Salem and Polk, as well as Worcester, Shreve, Congress, Nankin, Sullivan, Rouseburg, Reedsburg, Smithville, Nova, Spencer, Burbank, Apple Creek, Jeromesville, and Westfield Center. You need to be taking shelter right now as this line of possible QLCS spin-up tornadoes is approaching your area right now, and it is approaching at over at highway speed at normal highway speeds. So this is going to be, and this is going as the crow flies. So you want to make sure you need to be getting to your safe place right now, because this is going to be on top of you and past you before you know it. So you want to make sure that you are getting to your safe shelter now. You do not want to delay. You do not want to be. You do not want to be keep going out looking for tornadoes. You need to be getting to your tornado safe place right now.
Yeah, Samuel, I do want to point out here that we do have some breaking news reports here coming out of Cleveland. We have just received two individual significant severe wind gust reports of hurricane force in downtown Cleveland, one over downtown Cleveland, and basically one located off to the northeast. Two 75-mile-per-hour wind gust reports were logged. The first one was going to be measured at the Burke Airport, and another one was located at the Burke Lakefront Airport ASAW station. KBKL Cleveland reported a 65-knot wind gust. So two hurricane force wind gust reports have been logged, courtesy of the ASAW stations there in Cleveland. So this has likely produced hurricane force wind gusts in the Cleveland metro area, and we could be seeing damage coming out of Cleveland relatively soon. If reports do indeed uh, are actually able to get logged here, as it is currently 12:15 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time here on the East Coast of the United States. And my name is Patrick here, Force 13. On behalf of the Force 13 United States team, this is Force 13 Live, continuing to track your severe weather outbreak across portions of the Southern Great Lakes into the Midwestern and Eastern United States this evening. We are going to be live with you guys for as long as possible, basically until the severe weather threat has diminished for the time being. And we're going to be pretty much live with you guys, tracking this severe weather event in its entirety, basically until we deem it is necessary, and basically that the threat has substantially diminished. However, Samuel, going back to these three particular tornado warnings here, let's go ahead and go over the south one in more detail. Are you noticing any potential circulations embedded within the line, or any potential tornadoes that could be spinning up with these with the cluster of storms right now as it does approach Worcester, West Salem, Congress, and Polk and Nankin, as well as Spencer?
I would say the one near Spencer, heading towards Lodi, is probably the one I'd be watching the most right now, as that one does probably have the most velocity output on that one right now. But I do think the presentation is a little bit better, um, just northeast of Savannah and Bailey Lakes on the western edge of that tornado warning, which we're going to need to continue monitoring as this continues to go into the more rural areas of northern and eventually central Ohio. So if you are just southeast of Spencer right now, if you're in Lodi, you need to be taking your shelter, your tornado safe precautions, and you need to be in your tornado shelters right now. As again, this even though these circulations don't look very impressive, they can just as easily spin up some pretty potent QLCS tornadoes that can do some pretty significant that can do significant damage.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to point out here some interesting information here in terms of the environment that these storms are basically working with right now. These storms right now are working with an abundance of some very, very strong low-level spin in the atmosphere here of over 400 0 to 1 kilometer storm relative velocity, or basically the tendency for storms to produce a hook echo or rotational updrafts. This is a lot of energy here, basically draped across Ohio, and this wind shear, which also goes up in height as well to over 400 or perhaps even 450 in some spots. So this is some pretty strong tornadic energy here in the form of potential spin in the atmosphere, and combined with some strong thunderstorm energy, basically some elevated instability, which still remains in place. across much of Ohio. This particular line, this particular line here, as we go back, you can kind of notice here how there's several little embedded segments here. That is due to the high amount of storm relative helicity that we are currently seeing, basically with what the storm or what this complex of storms is interacting with. And basically, this line of storms is interacting with the strong thunderstorm spin, as you can see here, courtesy of mesoanalysis here, and this is going to continue. This is basically going to continue to persist and move southeastward with association with what's ever left of the storms right now, moving across northeastern Ohio. So if this line does remain intact, although it is looking a little bit disheveled right now, if it does remain intact, it could potentially yield a tornado threat or spin up tornado threat all the way into portions of Pennsylvania. So I would be keeping an eye out if you are in west central and the northwestern Pennsylvania, as you could see a potential spin up tornado threat, although that particular solution is currently yet unknown. Have you received any updates to the two northern tornado warnings, Samuel? As I believe some of them have been updated. I just want to go ahead and see if we can go over those two northern tornado warnings real fast.
I do want to point out the one update that we have going on for this is now near high. This is now over Highland Hills. This particular segment of storms is located over Highland Hills. That is near that pass through Cleveland. I believe we've read this off already, but just to remind everybody, this is now where this is now going to be. This is about to be on top of Streetsboro actually, and this is going to be heading in the way of Mantua in about 5 minutes, followed by Garrettsville, West Farmington in 15 minutes. Newton Falls and Bristolville in about 20 minutes. This is also going to include the following locations of North Randall, Valley View, Shaker Heights, Bentleyville, Orange, Seven Hills, Highland Heights, Aurora, South Euclid, Bainbridge, Akia, Hunting Valley, Lyndhurst, Glenwillow, Wayland, University Heights,
Uh,
Turnpike Interchange, Kirtland, Garfield Heights, and Clarendon. Go for it, Patrick.
I do have some unfortunate news to report that I'm currently hearing rumors coming out of the public server chat that there have been reported fatalities in Millerville Beach.
Well,
This
we will have to wait to
This was
see if that's
this was in
confirmed.
this was in association with the QLCS tornadoes that impacted the Detroit metro, basically the Detroit, Michigan metropolitan area. This is coming out from the public server, the North American chat. This was from a member in the North American chat that have been in contact with individuals out by Millerville Beach, and they are reporting that a tornado has hit the area. Bad damage nearby. They are okay. However, power is out and lines are currently down. Mobile homes have been flipped and fatalities have been reported, and likely a significant tornado has impacted Millerville Beach. We are going to see if we can get more information on those fatalities. And unfortunately, if those rumors are confirmed, this is likely to make multiple fatalities potentially confirmed from this event overall, which is just a horrible, horrible situation, especially for those who have been going through this. Definitely, people within this particular severe weather risk, they definitely do need to definitely keep your thoughts with those people, as they have been impacted by some very significant severe weather conditions. Although, let's get back to the severe weather activity here for a brief moment, as we do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning, Samuel, that has been extended further towards the Pennsylvania state line, which now includes the city of Akron.
Yeah, so this is a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning that just recently got issued by National Weather Service in Cleveland. This is going to be for a large area. This is going to include Portage, Mahoning, Medina, Stark, Summit, Wayne, and Holmes counties. This is going to go until 1:15 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The severe thunderstorms, the segment of severe thunderstorms has been located extending from near Mantua to Lodi, and is now picked up further in speed. This is now moving to the southeast at 75 miles an hour, and those 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts are going to be the main hazard here. This is going to include the Akron-Canton area, including Worcester, Salem, Ravenna, Columbiana, Cuyahoga Falls, Boardman, Macon, Kent, Barberton, Green Alliance, Hudson, Wadsworth, Talmadge, North Canton, Streetsboro, Louisville, and Orville, especially for the areas of Akron and Canton. So anywhere around that area, you do need to be taking your tornadoes. You should be considering taking your tornado shelter now because this is a tornado. This is a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible, and this is quickly. This is really starting to book it across Ohio now.
I do want to point out here that I can confirm the report that I did relay from Millerville Beach. An image was sent in the public server chat, courtesy from Facebook, and it does confirm multiple mobile homes have been flipped and severely damaged. And still waiting to hear information regarding those potential fatalities. Although I think we can confirm, at least in terms of the mobile home report. But still, potential fatalities coming out of Millerville Beach, definitely a very unfortunate situation. And if you are in Millerville Beach, we are keeping you in our thoughts as well as basically we're keeping you in our thoughts tonight and throughout the overnight period. And we hope that you are doing well and making sure that you are taking time, basically taking time for yourself. We know that storm anxiety is a major concern, especially when you're dealing with severe thunderstorms like these. So you want to make sure that if you have storm anxiety, you want to make sure that you are taking care of yourself. Take time to rest, take a mental break, take a nap, play games with your family, spend time with your loved ones that are around you. Do things that can make you feel calm, as well as making sure you're putting yourself in a situation in which you do not want to be panicked. Panicking can only make the situation worse for those and you around you. We do have a question here coming in the chat here, courtesy of Sergeant Small. Thank you very much for relaying that question in. This is courtesy of Sergeant Small. I'll send it over to Samuel here real quick to take this question. How does Canton, Ohio look? Actually, Canton is located in the severe thunderstorm warning, which has been issued for Akron and Canton that Samuel was pointing out there for and let me pull this up here real quick. This is for the counties of Portage, Mahoning, Medina, Stark, Summit, Wayne, and Holmes counties. So if you are within Canton and North Canton, you are going to be seeing the potential for 70 to 75 mile per hour winds. But given the fact that this is moving at 75 miles per hour to the southeast, you only have like 5 to 10 minutes, perhaps even 10 to 12 minutes to seek shelter from these dangerous winds. You want to make sure you're already inside in a safe, secured structure, away from windows. Get to the interiormost portion of that safe room. You don't have to be necessarily underground, but you do definitely need to be in a safe, secured structure. Definitely need to be in the centralmost portion of that structure and away from windows. Go ahead, Samuel.
Yep, I do also want to break in with a new severe thunderstorm warning. This new severe thunderstorm warning also has a tornado possible on it, and this severe thunderstorm warning does now extend into Pennsylvania. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning that includes Portage, Trumbull, Mahoning, Geauga, and Ashtabula counties, as well as those in Ohio, and this now includes the following southern Erie and Crawford counties in Pennsylvania, in northwestern Pennsylvania, which is going to be going for the next hour and a half. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts will be the main threats with this. This particular segment of severe thunderstorm is actually moving a bit slower. Well, actually significantly slower than the main part of the line. It's moving to the east at 35 miles an hour. But nonetheless, tornado possible. If you are in Youngstown, if you are in Warren, Ashtabula, Meadville, Conneaut, Boardman, Niles, Campbell, Hubbard, Cortland, Edinboro, Titusville, Newton Falls, Lordstown, North Kingsville, Middlefield, Cambridge Springs, Garrettsville, Kinsman, as well as North Bloomfield, you do need to prepare to take your tornado safety precautions. As again, this segment of any part of this line is going to be capable of producing any brief but potentially significant QLCS spin-ups that could do significant damage and pose a serious threat to your safety.
I do want to point out here that I'm receiving a report coming from Chicago and Midwest storm chasers out of Weberville, Michigan. Tornado damage along I-69. There are numerous cars flipped, damaged, and destroyed. Search and rescue is still ongoing for other victims tossed off the road. Several firefighters are looking for others in the area of the interstate.
That is definitely some sobering news that's coming out of there. It's definitely not a good, definitely not good for that area. As that area has obviously been hit hard, as from what we've seen on the with the radar presentation that we've had. And speaking of damage, I do want to also point out that we just got some pretty significant thunderstorm wind damage near Chardon, Ohio, where there was a tree was blown down onto a house with some significant, which caused some significant structural damage. There has been mutual aid to Munson along Meadowhurst Road, and they also have reported a large amount of debris on Auburn Road. So that is a pretty significant damage swath that we have in Geauga County. But the good news is they have gone ahead and expired the tornado warning for Ashtabula, Geauga, Portage, Summit, and Trumbull counties. So those who were previously in that tornado warning, I'm going to go ahead and give you the all clear. And there has been another tornado warning update, which it now excludes Geauga and Lake counties from that tornado warning. But that part of Ashtabula is still in there for the next 15 minutes. This severe thunderstorm has been located just about 8 miles north of Orwell, moving to the east at 65 miles an hour.
I do have a question to answer here in the chat. Thank you once again, Sergeant Small, for tuning into our coverage here. He does have a question, or actually, real quick, Sergeant Small's a question here, and this particular individual is wondering for tornado warnings in Canton. Canton, Ohio, you're basically threading the needle between two individual severe thunderstorm warnings, as well as one tornado warning off to your southwest. So Canton should be fine in terms of tornado warnings, but you should still definitely be preparing for these significant damaging winds, as they are going to be approaching you from the northwest and are moving at very fast speeds of 75 miles per hour, with the potential of 70-mile-per-hour winds accompanying that. We are also receiving a report coming out of Omni, Michigan, of a completely destroyed and flipped over mobile home on top of a car, barely almost completely crushing the car, right on top of it, and seeing still massive damage coming out of the areas where we've seen the most significant severe impacts. And once again, just unfortunate situations we're hearing coming out of these areas. Still, definitely, we haven't heard any confirmed numbers yet from fatalities or of fatalities, which is some silver lining. However, given the fact that we have already heard reports of multiple fatalities coming out of the area, it is definitely a sign that this has been a deadly severe weather outbreak that has impacted many, many major population centers and has caused significant to widespread damage across a large chunk of this region. And I think it's pretty much safe to say that this event has strongly verified, Samuel. I don't know about you, but I think this event has verified and has performed to expectations. What are your thoughts?
I would honestly say the only place I think over that did overperform in terms of the tornado was definitely the tornado threat, like we saw in parts of central and eastern Michigan here, which I think is the only part that overperformed. But I think right now I would say in terms of the wind damage threat, I'd say this is verified pretty nicely. So definitely props to the Storm Prediction Center for forecasting this and upgrading it when they needed to. And just this is exactly one of the reasons why we tell you why you should be taking each of these risks very seriously. especially if you are in an enhanced risk or a slight risk. It doesn't matter whether or not it busts. You have to make sure that if you are in it, you need to prepare. You always need to prepare as if you are going to, if you are going to have the worst case scenario situation, especially if you are in enhanced risk and even in a slight risk. I mean, 5%. I mean, it's definitely possible that the 5% could have been sig hatched if that was possible to do. But those since those do not happen, like you definitely want to be on the lookout. Always want to be on the lookout. If you're even under any tornado risk, you always need to prepare for the possibility that a tornado could hit your location. Even though it might be very unlikely, you always need to prepare for that.
Yeah, I do want to point out here that you can actually take a look at the latest up-to-date SPC storm reports here, and you can definitely see that the 30% wind risk verified very well. The significant aspect of that risk as of this time, we're not seeing a lot of SIG wind reports, but we are definitely seeing thunderstorm wind damage reports, which is definitely the concerning situation. But at least in terms of actual risk standards, the significant wind risk has not verified yet. However, I can say that the 30% win risk overall has definitely verified nicely, and some of these reports could also be delayed. We could get more reports over the next several hours. So this event, once again, is still not over, and this is still an ongoing severe weather outbreak, which continues to basically rush southeastward into further portions of Ohio, given the fact that our main cluster of storms is continuing to rapidly dip to the southeast and will be gradually weakening with time, however, still is holding strong over the Ohio Pennsylvania region. And there is actually a considerable severe thunderstorm warning now for Ashtabula, Trumbull, Mahoning, Geauga, as well as Erie and Crawford counties as well, Samuel. That has been an upgrade to 70-mile-per-hour winds.
Yeah, I believe that is that the one that was issued by that was I believe that was it. Is that that's the one with that's the newer considerable one, isn't it? The update. Is that the one that includes Portage, Trumbull, and Geauga counties?
I believe that is for northeastern Portage, Trumbull, northeastern Mahoning, southeastern Geauga,
Yeah.
Ashtabula, southern Erie, and Crawford counties, which remarkably goes for the next 90 minutes.
Yeah, and this is gonna be tornadoes still gonna be possible, but yeah, they did amend that warning to include to now upgrade that to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and this is going to impact the likely going. This is set to impact the following locations: Youngstown, Warren, Ashtabula, Meadville, Conneaut, Boardman, Niles, Campbell, Hubbard, Cortland, Edinburgh, Titusville, Newton Falls, Lordstown, North Kingsville, Middlefield, Cambridge Springs, Garrettsville, Kinsman, and North Bloomfield. So again, you do need to take this warning seriously, and make sure that you are getting to a location where you are able to stay as far away. You're able to be as far away from outside walls and windows as possible.
And I do want to point out here, Samuel, that we now have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Youngstown, Ohio, Warren, Ohio, as well as Lordstown, Newton Falls, and Craig Beach in Ohio, as well as Lordstown, Austintown, as well as, once I said again, Youngstown in Ohio, 80-mile-per-hour winds. Potentially with the cell, this is a destructive storm for Warren and Youngstown, Ohio, 80-mile-per-hour winds, as well as quarter-size hail.
Yep, absolutely. I believe that is also going to be. Yeah, that is going to. That's going to be, I believe, an extension to that warning. That's going to include. Yeah, that's also going to. In addition to Youngstown, this is also include Warren, Boardman, Niles, Campbell, Hubbard, Canfield, Portland, Newton Falls, Lordstown, Vienna Center, Hilltop, Maplewood Park, Leavittsburg, Austintown, Struthers, Girard, Vienna, McDonald, and Poland. So these severe thunderstorms are actually moving to the east at 65 miles an hour, and you need to make sure that you are getting to a safe place quickly and quickly. Um, but you absolutely need to make sure that you are staying as far away from windows and outside walls as possible where you are. So make sure, especially this is going to be a quick moving storm, but you absolutely need to make sure that you are staying as far away from windows and walls as possible, outside walls.
Yes, absolutely. I do want to point out right now that let's give some timings right now for this line. This is approaching upon Newton Falls, and along the I-80 corridor. Basically, going to be crossing also between U.S. routes 422, State Route 711, as well as the State Route 616 corridors. Once again, timings right now for this line of storms, which is warned for 80-mile-per-hour winds. These are destructive, damaging wind gusts. So you need to be treating the situation very seriously. If you're located within the city of Warren, this is going to be impacting you in about 3 minutes. 12:46 for Niles, 12:48 for Austintown, 12:49 for Girard, 12:53 for Youngstown, 12:55 for Hubbard, 12:55 for Campbell as well, 12:56 for Strufers, 1:08 for Newcastle, and 1:32 for Butler. Once again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Warren and Youngstown, Ohio. Youngstown, Ohio is the basically the most heavily populated region here underneath this severe thunderstorm warning. This does include a lot of areas here within Youngstown. So if you are located in Bella Vista, West Side, the Butler Institute of American Art, if you're located near Mercy Health Hospital, if you're located near Wick Park, the McDonald's off of Madison Avenue near Ford Avenue and West Scott Street, if you are near the like I said, if you're near the Federal District, Youngstown, downtown Youngstown, if you're located along the Mahoning River, if you are located basically along US Route 422. If you're located near the Fellow Riverside Gardens, Mahoning Commons, Oak Hill, Riverbend, as well as areas in and around the city of Youngstown, please prepare for this potentially destructive line of severe thunderstorms as it is warned for 80-mile-per-hour winds, which means that a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which is once again a PDS severe thunderstorm warning, particularly dangerous situation, and this basically entails that destructive damaging winds are possible, if not likely ongoing, in the warned area. And we can continue to see basically here of this radar loop, how this particular cluster of storms has continued to intensify on approach to the Ohio Pennsylvania border. Samuel, if I do recall correctly, this will actually be heading generally off to the north of Pittsburgh, but will be entering Pennsylvania over the next few minutes. I believe they will likely issue an extension. So if you're located in Newcastle, New Wilmington, Pennsylvania, Hermitage, Pennsylvania, I would definitely keep an eye out as this warning likely is going to be extended, and it could be extended as a destructive severe thunderstorm warning if this intense cluster does hold as basically if it holds at its current intensity.
Yeah, and I would add that this is going to start this line is going to start encroaching on some more heavily populated areas in western Pennsylvania here, including Hermitage, West Middlesex, Newcastle, Elwood City, I'd say going as far south as around Cranberry in Pennsylvania. I believe that's heading towards the I-80 corridor that goes towards Pittsburgh, or am I wrong?
I believe so.
So that, yeah, it looks like, yeah, I believe that would be past Youngstown. I do need to see which highway that is real quick. I believe that is 76, I believe. I think that's Interstate 7. No. Yeah, no, it is. It is Interstate 76. I believe goes up through, yeah, goes down from Akron near Youngstown and down to Pittsburgh. This is basically going to be.
We do have a question here. coming in the chat. Will Washington, Pennsylvania be affected heavily at all, or are they near or outside of the storm right now, Samuel?
Um, Washington, Pennsylvania, that is southwest of Pittsburgh. You will probably be seeing more general thunderstorms in that area down there. I'm not expecting too much in the way of severe weather south, like getting from into the Pittsburgh metro. So you should be fine. You might get some lightning with it, and you might get some heavy rain and maybe some gusty winds. But I wouldn't expect anything too major down there.
All right, I do have a lot of damage reports to relay right now. The first report is coming out of Portage County, Ohio. Spotter reported 1.5 miles southwest of Kent, reported numerous trees and limbs snapped, power out, and it measured 80-mile-per-hour wind gust report on a backyard weather station. Reports coming out of Cleveland now. Spotter 1.5, the same report. Tree down on house with structural damage, mutual aid to Munson along Meadowhurst Road. Large amount of debris on Auburn Road, 3 miles southwest of Chardon in Geauga County, Ohio, or Geauga County in Ohio. Report of numerous trees and wires down on Edgecliff Drive near East 255th Street in Cuyahoga County, 2 miles northeast of Usalid. And finally, 2 miles northwest of Fairview Park in Cuyahoga County, report of wires down on Clegg Road south of Center Ridge. A tree is also down onto an occupied vehicle, report relayed via social media. But once again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Youngstown, Shrewsbury, and Canfield in Ohio, as well as New Milltown in Ohio, in Ohio. This will be crossing the Ohio-Pennsylvania state line, and a severe thunderstorm warning could be issued here, or likely is to be issued into Pennsylvania, and that may or not be destructive warned. So once again, if you are within Warren, Niles, Hubbard, Youngstown, Shrewsbury, Youngstown especially, if you are in New Wilmington and Newcastle, Elwood City, and Hermitage in Pennsylvania, I would give you basically a watch out warning from this particular cluster, as you likely are to be put underneath an extension downstream of this ongoing severe thunderstorm warning. And likely this is going to be extended relatively soon. I think Pittsburgh, I believe they have actually just drafted one warning. And they have extended it as a 60-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning for the next 50 minutes or so for Mercer, Venango, Lawrence, and Butler counties. Once again, severe thunderstorm warning for those counties and locations included Newcastle, Hermitage, Sharon, Grove City, Franklin, Sharpsville, Greenville, Sugar Creek, Farrell, New Wilmington, Oakwood, Newcastle, Northwest, Mercer, Pulaski, Bessemer, Stoneboro, New Bedford, West Middlesex, Polk, and Plain Grove Township. And I also believe, Samuel, that we are no longer we no longer have any tornado warnings currently active across the United States, and we are now down to 5 severe thunderstorm warnings across our main north areas, with one of them being destructive warned for Youngstown, Ohio.
That's definitely some good news right now that we definitely needed to see. But we still have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for strong damaging winds, which is definitely the case. Is definitely what we're expecting as this line continues to move across the enhanced risk area.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a little bit of an issue here. We're gonna have to pretty much keep looking at the Cleveland radar for now, as the Pittsburgh radar is actually down, as well as the TWR radar from Pittsburgh at the airport. So we are gonna have a little bit of trouble with in terms of radar coverage. So if you do see that things look a little bit messy and sloppy on the reflectivity presentation, that does not mean that storms are weak or storms are dying. It just we don't have a lot of good radar coverage, given the fact that the Pittsburgh radar, as well as the TWR radar, T-PIT, are down for maintenance for a decent amount of time. There also has been, for the first time, I believe tonight, a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for the far northern segments of our second line of storms that has formed and basically continues to form across western Pennsylvania for Cameron, Elk, McKean, and Warren counties, if I am correct there, Samuel.
I believe that would be the
It is
case.
along the
Yes.
New York border. It is along the New York-Pennsylvania border. St. Mary's, Emporium, Smethport, and Bradford are the locations in that warning.
Yep, and that would be getting up towards not too far from the Buffalo metro area, getting towards the eastern extent of Lake Erie.
I also do want to point out here, shifting back to Cleveland area of responsibility, basically across the Cleveland region, there appears to now be a second uh, area of showers and strong thunderstorms beginning to develop here, and they are intensifying actually significantly near Toledo. I believe this is going to go severe relatively soon. The velocities are starting to slightly increase a little bit, so this could be nearing severe characteristics here. So if you are in Toledo, Bowling Green, Wauseon, Napoleon, Holgate, North Baltimore, Ohio, there appears to be a strong thunderstorm complex which could be pushing severe limits here. So there could be some severe thunderstorm warnings issued for this cluster behind our main activity. Although I'm not 100% sure if that's going to evolve into a more significant line of storms, given the fact that storms have already moved through the area and have basically taken away prime ingredients for for future storms to basically live up to the same intensity as the previous storms that moved through were. Well, Samuel, your thoughts on that cluster there near Toledo, and do you think it could definitely go severe over the next few minutes as it does push off towards the east and southeast?
Um, Run that by me again.
I'm just talking about the cluster there near Toledo and Bowling Green, Ohio. That's continuing to develop there. That could go severe relatively soon.
Yeah, I definitely would say that this is starting to get to that point where it's going to go severe for sure. I would not be surprised if Toledo gets put under severe thunderstorm warning here, going down towards Bowling Green, uh, for sure. And this does continue to move off to the east, though. The question does remain: could these storms be as potent as the line that moved through all of northern Ohio just recently? Is really what the probably the question that a lot of people are asking.
I don't expect that cluster to be significant at all, given the fact that a lot of our thunderstorm energy has been basically taken away by the storms that have already moved through. Definitely still have an elevated pocket of thunderstorm energy, basically where this second cluster is forming. So this definitely could produce some severe wind gusts. I don't expect it to produce it to the extent at which our event has already played out for tonight. But definitely do keep an eye on that westernmost cluster, as that could be a second cluster of storms forming. Although I think it's going to be more localized and won't be affecting a large area of northern Ohio. It likely will remain confined to actually from the looks of this, it actually looks to be back building on top of the line, Samuel. This could mean that it could be merging into just one large line, albeit gradually weakening with time, but that looked to be interesting. Um, there is a severe thunderstorm warning that has now been issued, which does actually include Pittsburgh proper, to the northwest of downtown. I will go over this here real quick. I'm going to have to go back to Cleveland radar because Unfortunately, the good old Pittsburgh radar is down at this time. So this particular severe thunderstorm warning has been issued here for northeastern Harrison County in east central Ohio, northern Jefferson County in east central Ohio, Columbiana County in east central Ohio, Carroll County in east central Ohio, Beaver County in western Pennsylvania, northwestern Washington County in southwestern Pennsylvania, southern Lawrence County in western Pennsylvania, southwestern Butler County in west central Pennsylvania, northwestern Allegheny County in southwestern Pennsylvania, Brooke County in northern West Virginia, and Hancock County in northern West Virginia. Locations impacted include Ross Township, McCandless Township, Cranberry, Moon Township, Newcastle, Weirton, Steubenville, Franklin Park, Salem, East Liverpool, Aliquippa, Beaver Falls, Columbiana, Monaca, East Palestine, Wellsville, Carrollton, Hampton Township, Robinson Township, as well as Economy in Pennsylvania, Ohio, and West Virginia, approaching upon Pittsburgh right now. And while I go ahead and look for more storm reports here real quick, Samuel, I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to you for some severe weather and tornado safety plans.
Yeah. So yeah,
And
it looks like
also,
actually.
note here real quick. Note to the viewers how they can receive watches and warnings overnight to prepare for heavy rainfall, flash flooding, severe weather, and all kinds of different strong thunderstorm activity.
Yeah. So first of all, I do want to point out that this is definitely a massive extension. That area northwest of Pittsburgh is currently an extension. It's a pretty big extension of that squall line that's moving now towards Pennsylvania and into eastern Ohio. But for those who are exercise, those who need to for those in the air who are in these severe thunderstorm warnings, um, I would definitely not go to bed yet. I would wait until these storms pass, at least until these storms pass through completely, and then that should be done for the night after that. But for those who are out ahead of it, if you are planning to go to sleep, you need to make sure that you have. Well, basically, for those who are in Pittsburgh area and those who are particularly more who are back towards Toledo, make sure you have a way to get notified, like get alerts, weather radio, uh, get a have make sure your wireless emergency alerts are working, as well as that. Is those can help you a long way, as uh, really all you need. Just enact your safety plans once you get the alerts. You need to make sure that it's loud enough to wake you up, though. So definitely, definitely probably the best way you're going to stay safe overnight is to get those alerts and make sure that they wake you up.
I am receiving reports right now that authorities are still turning people around to try to get on I-96, as well as ambulances driving along the interstate. They are responding to major severe weather damage, and apparently there is also reports of two life flight helicopters in the area. So potential triage and search and rescue efforts are still underway. And unfortunately, Samuel, you can also attest to this. We really do not want to see any more reports of fatalities or severe entrapments or any sort of significant search and rescue operations, as we've already had to dealt with what has gone on today. Quite a potent event for the Southern Great Lakes and Midwest United States here, as this was an enhanced risk 3 out of 5, and definitely has performed to expectations and definitely has caused a lot of damage across a wide swath of this region here. And we just really hope that we have no more. Uh, Significant reports coming out of the areas hardest hit tonight, as definitely it does appear that this is going to continue to be the case as the light comes today, or basically the day comes to light tomorrow morning, in the next several hours. But still keeping an eye on the severe weather activity and making sure you are staying safe here with us on Force 13 brought to you by Forest 13 United States and our U.S. team. Thank you so much for tuning into today's stream. And we're going to continue to stay with you on the air for as long as this severe weather threat persists. And likely will be going for at least the next hour or so, and likely will be cutting it at the top of the next hour, 2 a.m. Eastern. Perhaps maybe running it a little bit longer depending on how things go. But once again, dangerous situation has unfolded tonight with several confirmed tornadoes, perhaps even significant, as well as severe damaging winds across a large swath of the southern Great Lakes states into the Midwest United States, specifically across where our enhanced risk corridor was across the states of Michigan, Ohio, as well as now approaching upon into Pennsylvania and portions of far northern West Virginia. But Samuel, have you been hearing any reports coming in on your end in terms of injuries or any significant property damage or whatnot?
Not that I'm seeing, especially not out of Ohio for sure. Obviously, Michigan is a whole different story, but Ohio um, really can't have to wait till the light of day for that.
Also receiving reports from David that multiple semis have been overturned on I-96, which I'm not surprised. But Samuel, what are the current active severe thunderstorm warnings out across the United States? I believe we have 7 of them active right now.
Across the United States, that would be 7, I believe. Yeah, that would be in Ohio and Pennsylvania. Actually, also even Virginia. Do you
West
have a severe
Virginia,
thunderstorm
yeah.
warning going into West Virginia? So yeah. Um, yeah, and I would definitely say it looks like we're also getting some severe thunderstorm warnings for the line out ahead of the main storm that was mainly responsible for the damaging wind tornado outbreak that we saw in Michigan. But obviously it looks it definitely can see from a wide view that that cluster of storms near Toledo is kind of trying to form the back end of our main line that's still going on to produce some very potent damaging wind gusts towards approaching 70 winds approaching 70 miles an hour, and thankfully this should be starting to get on to come on to a weak this line of storm should be starting to take on more of a weakening trend as this continues further southeast into central and in eastern Ohio into western and southwestern Pennsylvania.
I do want to actually point out here that Lorain County, Ohio, question coming into the chat. Lorain County, Ohio is not underneath a tornado warning. There is actually no area across our main line right now that is underneath a tornado warning, which is a good thing. Although, given the fact that I did point out here that we did have a lot of thunderstorm spin energy, basically in the form of storm relative helicity across much of Ohio. Um, there does exist still the potential for brief spin up tornadoes within the messier decaying complex. However, as long as this line can remain organized, which obviously is not the case, this line is starting to become a little bit more disheveled in terms of the reflectivity presentation. But like I said earlier, this is heading into an area with poor radar coverage, so this still could be a large organized line. Although thankfully it is gradually weakening with southeastward extent as it pushes very fast at like 60 to 75 miles per hour down to the southeast. So I definitely think that this will be out of Ohio in the next 30 minutes. But still, Pennsylvania, definitely keep an eye out for this basically this lingering severe threat. could push 60, 70, maybe even 80. I know the Youngstown severe thunderstorm warning was just downgraded to 70-mile-per-hour winds, so definitely do keep on the lookout if you're in the path of these dangerous storms for the potential of 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds as they do approach your local areas. Something I'm trying to find out here as well is another report here coming out of Weberville appears to confirm a car flipped and thrown into a fence, or flipped over by a fence, which is another significant report coming in. I'm also trying to figure out here real quick, Samuel, if you have any reports coming in on your end, as I also do believe we have several damaging wind reports coming out of Metro Cleveland. If you want to go ahead and go over them, they have been put up on radar. Several of them have been logged, especially in Akron. If you can pull those up and go over them if you can.
Yeah, I do want to add that we did have a few. We did have a few. Cuyahoga. We did have a few thunderstorm wind damage reports, mainly tree damage coming out of various parts of Ohio, including some in Portage County, with where we did have one with power poles broken as well in about 2 miles south of Aurora, in Ohio. We have another severe thunderstorm. We have more thunderstorm wind damage in counties uh, in where multiple large trees and tree limbs are down on Kelly's Island, on the Kelly's Island Peninsula, and trees are blocking the only road and is down on power lines. So that's definitely not a very convenient situation down there on Kelly's Island. Um, and I do want to note that we want to see there's another wind damage report out of Mentor on the lake, and from Lake County. Some trees have been uprooted or snapped.
Given the fact that also this is going to be basically basically the eastward extent of this severe activity, basically, which is the activity that's sub-severe, which is bringing that heavy rainfall threat. I wonder, Samuel, if you can go over the flash flood risk areas, as that is going to be also a threat tonight, with a slight risk out for two specific areas here across the United States.
Yeah, and as you can see on the Weather Prediction Center's risk of excessive rainfall, there are two slight risks of excessive rainfall, but I do want to focus on the one that is in that where our main severe weather threat is and has been, including parts of far southeastern Michigan, going into parts of southwestern Ontario, across much of the Lake Erie region, and going south down through Ohio and Pennsylvania, as well as Northern Virginia, where there is also a slight risk of excessive rainfall. I do want to point out that um, there are some areas, most that are in this slight risk and marginal risk, that have been receiving multiple rounds of rain as well, back towards northwestern Ohio, getting into far southern Michigan.
And also, I believe I mentioned this earlier, but there is also a slight risk for excessive rainfall out for portions of the Four Corners region. However, we're going to be primarily focusing on the eastern side of things. I believe also, Samuel, can you go over the day two excessive rainfall outlook? As I believe we also have a widespread margin risk across the central Appalachians into the pretty much a large chunk of the northern half of the eastern seaboard.
Yeah, that will be a continuation of that that's going to be a continuation of the of that line, in which, in fact, there is also an SPC slight, sorry, not slight risk, marginal risk, SPC marginal risk, covering a lot of the Ohio Valley, and it's stretching all the way out towards the mid Mississippi Valley, and even into
And they
parts of the
actually
upper
do know
Mississippi Valley.
here. They actually do know here across this quarter here that a small corridor of higher probabilities for wind could be added in subsequent outlooks depending on trends. So some of this area here, especially from Missouri and Illinois into Virginia, some of this area could get upgraded to a slight risk level 2 out of 5. We are actually going to be here for that outlook when it does indeed come out. So we will relay the new day 1 and day 2 outlook here from the Storm Prediction Center when that does indeed come out. But regardless, right now, 5 active severe thunderstorm warnings out across the United States. 2 of them with considerable tags. Um, actually, let me check this here real quick. Actually, one of them is only considerable tagged, and that's the one for Canton and Brewster. But other than that, things are pretty much remaining at or below 60 miles per hour, which is a definite sigh of relief for sure. Also, something to point out here, southwest of Toledo, west of Perrysburg, there was a 47-mile-per-hour wind gust report at the ASOS near Toledo. And that is what that cluster I did point out there, evolving towards Toledo that could have gone severe. It appears to be weakening and potentially being absorbed by this line, or basically being influenced by the line off to the southeast. So that cluster should weaken and sporadically spread out and just pretty much die off over the next few minutes here. And we're going to continue to track this pretty much gradually weakening line here as it does push into Pennsylvania and as well as West Virginia. This is mainly going to be pushing into Pennsylvania. West Virginia, you should be fine from this. However, far northern counties that do border along the Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia tri-state region should definitely keep an eye out, especially if you are in Hancock and Wheeler counties, or actually Brooke and Hancock counties, as a severe thunderstorm complex does approach your area right now. Still keep questions coming into the live chat down below. This is once again your United States team here on Force 13, bringing you live here still with severe weather coverage on an enhanced risk of severe thunderstorms, which remains in place across the southern Great Lakes tonight. And I am still joined by our very own Assistant Director Samuel. And Samuel, can you currently go over all the active severe thunderstorm warning, basically all the severe thunderstorm warning activities right now, or basically what is going on in terms of activity, as well as the different features that you're currently seeing with these severe thunderstorms, as it appears that one of the severe thunderstorm warnings has also just been dropped.
Yes, I believe that means we are now pretty much down to 3 or 4 severe thunderstorm warnings that we have ongoing. Most of them, all of them, being in Pennsylvania at this point. One of them is still in parts of eastern Ohio, and that's going to be the southernmost one right there. We're going to be seeing a couple of these. So do you want to see if this one severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to go to the northernmost severe thunderstorm warning that will be expiring.
Before you do that, before you do that, I think that our inflow jet, or basically the rear inflow jet, which is in association with our complex of storms right now, while it doesn't look too terribly strong in reflectivity, velocities aloft are definitely very strong. So perhaps could be seeing some intensification of this line. Although it may be a little bit difficult to actually transport these stronger velocities down to the surface. given the fact that the low-level mechanisms for basically transporting these winds down to the surface is kind of meager at this point. The low-level lapse rates are pretty much, to say the very least, meager at very best with 5.5 to 6 degree low-level lapse rates in place. So I don't think there's going to be too much downward momentum for these winds to basically be thrown down to the surface, but still a pretty intense velocity swath aloft. But go ahead, Samuel. You were going over those warnings.
Absolutely over those warnings. I do. Sorry, I do want. Yeah, I did want to go back to that one warning that we have. That's going to be going for about the next 15 minutes, and this is near the northern Pennsylvania, near the New York border, where severe thunderstorm warning does remain in effect for the next 15 minutes. The severe thunderstorm is on was located along a line extending from near Bradford to Portland Mills, which is moving to the east at 55 miles an hour. So this is still moving at a pretty good speed, at least this segment is. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts is going to be the main threat, although you can't discount hail up to nickel size. So if you're in St. Mary's, Bradford, Ridgeway, Kane, Johnsonburg, Port Allegheny, Emporium, Smethport, Wetmore, Shingle House, Petula, or Wilcox, definitely need to keep this continue to keep this continue to take this one seriously and make sure that you are staying away from windows. I'm then going to go to the Meadville, I believe it's Meadville part severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for southern Crawford County. This is going to be going to the top of the hour. Severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 7 miles northwest of Andover towards Lordstown, moving to the east at 35 miles an hour, where 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are going to be the main threat. This is going to be, and then I'm going to move down to um, our Stoneboro severe thunderstorm warning. That includes Mercer, northwestern Venango, northern Lawrence, and west central Butler counties. This segment is moving to the east at 55 miles an hour. Uh, between the segment is between Campbell and Atlantic, and around Atlantic. And this is going to be including Newcastle, Hermitage, Sharon, Grove City, Franklin, Sharpsville, Greenville, Sugar Creek, Farrell, New Wilmington, Oakwood, Newcastle, Northwest, Mercer, Pulaski, Bessemer, Stoneboro, as well as New Bedford, West Middlesex, Polk, and Plain Grove Township. And then I'm going to go to our the next one is is going to be is one of them that's been issued by National Weather Service in Pittsburgh. That is going to include southeastern Mercer, Venango, northeastern Lawrence, northern Butler, northeastern Jefferson, northwestern Armstrong, Clarion, and Forest counties. That's going to be going until the top of the hour. This is also for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, with this segment being draped between around Guys Mills to near Grove City and Newcastle, moving to the east at 55 miles an hour. And our last one, our southernmost one, is another one that is in effect. This one is in effect for the next half hour for northeastern Harrison, northern Jefferson, Columbiana, Carroll, Beaver, northwestern Washington, southern Lawrence, southwestern Butler, northwestern Allegheny, Brooke, and Hancock counties, where storms have been located between east 6 miles northeast of East Palestine, Ohio, to 6 miles southwest of Lisbon to near Waynesburg, which is also moving to the southeast at 55 miles an hour, bringing with it a hazard of 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
As you can see here currently right now, the main line of storms right now almost appears to be now merging or basically catching up. The line is actually moving so fast at this rate, it's actually going to be catching up with the stuff that's basically ahead of it. So that could be a good sign here, Samuel.
Yeah, and I also do want to we did also get a recently just get a question in the chat, the most recent chat being, do you think there will be more tornado warnings? Um, I wouldn't rule out more tornado any more. I wouldn't rule out additional tornado warnings, especially with how strong the vorticity still is. Storm relative helicity is with this storm, which could help feed it to keep it going a little further, even into Pittsburgh. Um, but beyond that, I don't think that's. I don't. I'm not seeing really a big tornado threat with this, especially considering that this line is really starting to move out of the prime conditions.
Yeah, and you can definitely tell here as these storms do move out of the prime conditions, they are weakening gradually with time. Although velocities aloft are still very strong, and I mean very strong, from the Cleveland radar at least. I don't think these are winds that are being reflected to the surface, so that's definitely good. But if you are in Lisbon, East Liverpool, New Cumberland, Weirton, Beaver, and Elwood City, I would still definitely keep a lookout for 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds. As there definitely exists the potential for that. It's just that to the extent at which these winds are produced are still heavily uncertain at this time. But this appears to be right over Lisbon and East Liverpool right now as we speak, Samuel.
Yeah.
And to basically recap what we currently have active right now, 5 severe thunderstorm warnings, with one of them, I believe, down to actually, we are now down to just 5 regular severe thunderstorm warnings, driven by 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Yeah, and I do also want to point out that I would not be surprised if we do get some flash flood warnings in the
Me
area
neither.
as well, especially considering that we do have a slight risk of excessive rainfall. Especially, we haven't really seen that. We've only started to see the beginning of the excessive rain threat in this area. That is primarily owed to this line. You can see there's still a lot of rain on the backside of this line. It's moving through the Cleveland area and going up into northeastern Ohio towards northwestern Pennsylvania. So these areas are definitely going to be experiencing multiple rounds of rain this evening as these storms continue to move through, especially for those areas that have already getting hit by the first round of rain. And I would be starting to watch Western Pennsylvania just a little bit more as this tries to interact with this second line, the main line is catching up with the one in front of it.
I do also want to quickly grab your thoughts on this, Samuel. The area of interest heading towards the Yucatan Peninsula. Any thoughts on that? As I think we can shift to the tropics here for a few moments as the severe weather threat has calmed down for a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. And I would definitely say this is going to be our first big. This is likely to be our first big storm potential big storm to watch for the Atlantic and especially the Gulf region. Uh, as we could definitely be seeing, we definitely could be seeing the potential for a significant. I'm not saying this will happen, but I do think the potential is there for a possibly significant hurricane threat for the for not only the maybe not so much the Yucatan Peninsula, but definitely towards towards parts of western Cuba, and all the way up into western Florida, which is definitely an area that has been having its fair share. That's been having its fair share of uh, of tropical storm and hurricane impacts in the last several years, especially along the Gulf Coast. So Um, so I would say if you are in Western Cuba, if you are in Western Florida, if you are in West, especially if you are in Western Florida or anywhere along the Florida Peninsula, you are gonna all anyone who you need to be watching this. You need to be watching the forecast. You need to be keeping up to date with the what the NHC is putting out because um, if the condition if the given how hot the and given the hot untapped environment of the Gulf, um, if you if there's if the storm is able to survive the shear through the going up the coast, and it goes into a low shear environment, that could potentially set the stage for a potentially significant, a potentially explosive hurricane in the coast as it heads towards Florida. And I really do not mean to scare you. I do not want you to panic. I want you to look at the situation and think about okay, what is the worst case scenario, and it never hurts to start preparing too early, because it's better to be over because one thing I do want to drive across is that it's better to be over prepared than to be underprepared, and it's absolutely crucial over the next week for those who are in Western Cuba and especially in Florida. Um, you really need to start thinking about making preparations in the event of a worst case scenario, in the event of a worst case scenario from this system. I don't know if it now, Patrick, I don't know if this invest, if this has been designated by the NHC as an invest yet, but what could you be, what could we be seeing out of this Caribbean system here?
I do want to first bring up upon Tropical Storm Ciola right now, which is currently located near the Philippines. Ciola right now is looking like a compact system right now. Definitely does look quite compact. It does appear to be maybe dealing with some shear right now. However, this storm is likely to rapidly intensify over the next 24 hours or so. And the JTWC Joint Typhoon Warning Center currently has this storm right now at 55 knots, 65 miles per hour, as well as a pressure of 982 millibars, likely to rapidly intensify over the next 24 hours or so, and could potentially. It's basically what's going to happen is that it's going to pretty much take a southward jog and meander over areas near basically just south of Taiwan, south of Taipei, Kaohsiung, and then basically it's going to be recurving northward, and basically could be bringing some pretty significant impacts to the Philippines, in terms of extremely heavy rainfall, as well as potentially some strong typhoon force winds. Our main Force 13 team will have a more in-depth updates on this particular system. However, or not Typhoon Sila, but Tropical Storm Sila is expected to gradually and perhaps even rapidly intensify into a typhoon relatively soon, and could potentially reach upwards of 120 knots. Is basically what the Joint Typhoon Warning Center (JTWC) is currently indicating right now for Sila, and that is basically all uh, on Sila right now. Likely to remain away enough from any land masses. However, this could be close. This could be a close call for Taiwan, as well as portions of the northern Philippines, as extremely heavy rainfall, as well as rough seas, potentially typhoon force winds near or off just along the coastlines. Definitely are going to be concerns. However, our main Force 13 team will have more in-depth updates on this particular system. You can also see Tropical Storm Domray, which was also designated here, also looking quite decent right now. Definitely some strong blowups of convection. JTWC is also indicating that this storm is likely to strengthen relatively soon, could peak as a 70-knot tropical storm, and will be basically not impacting any area of land or will not get uncomfortably close to land. However, this will be moving off away from portions of the mainland Japan, near Kyoto, Tokyo, Misawa, Sapporo, over the next few days going into the weekend. And Franklin, right now, this is Tropical Storm Franklin, as you can see right now, definitely dealing with some westerly shear right now. As it does has basically crossed over Hispaniola in the Dominican Republic and is now currently sitting in the Western Atlantic right now. Definitely struggling with some westerly shear right now. However, that is going to pretty much die off over the next 24 to 48 hours, and Franklin is poised to strengthen further into a hurricane, perhaps even a strong hurricane, and could potentially get upwards towards just below or at major hurricane status by the end of the forecast cone, and will typically be moving out to sea. Could potentially kick up some rough surf along the United States East Coast, specifically from maybe towards portions of Delmarva up towards southern New England. Although that is a little bit uncertain, but definitely some rough seas can be expected. Also, could cause some indirect impacts along the United States southern New England coastlines. I'm not 100% sure if this will be the case, though, but definitely some rough seas impacts can be expected across those particular areas there, as this will be passing around 750 to 950 miles away from the coast. However, definitely rough seas is a concern. Bermuda could also be seeing some high surf and rough seas impacts as well, and this could get very close to Atlantic Canada going into the next week or so here. So definitely keep an eye out, as ensembles are taking this very close to Atlantic Canada. However, shifting back to our severe weather activity, I'm sure our main Force 13 group of correspondents, as well as their team, will be providing more in-depth information on the tropics relatively soon over the next few days, as we have a potentially significant tropical storm threat for Florida, with that area of interest there heading towards the Yucatan Peninsula. Definitely not looking overly impressive right now, but definitely does have a high chance of development over the next week. However, kicking it back right now to our severe weather activity, we are continuing to see this line gradually weaken in intensity. Right now, still have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings active, and we actually do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning in Ohio, Samuel, for that basically for that cluster of storms I was pointing out there that did pass west and southwest of Toledo.
Yep, and there it is. That is going to be for Seneca, southwestern Sandusky, southern Wood, and northeastern Hancock counties, up in northwestern Ohio. That is attributed with that severe thunderstorm cluster. That's going to be going until 2:15 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Gibsonburg to 6 miles northwest of North Baltimore, moving to the southeast at 35 miles an hour. This is going to include the hazard of 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, which will include the following locations: Findlay, Bowling Green, Tiffin, Fremont, Fostoria, Clyde, North Baltimore, Gibsonburg, Woodville, Weston, Green Springs, Arcadia, Van Buren, New Regal, Ballville, Pemberville, Bradner, Wayne, Bloomdale, and Bettsville. So yeah, this is going to be for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So this is definitely on the lower end of severe thunderstorms, but this is um, still going to be a pretty strong wind gusts that are be moving through those areas. I also do want to note, um, I do want to note that there is that, a new strong thunderstorm special weather statement out for eastern Warren County in Pennsylvania, with winds of up to 55 miles an hour. We guess up to 55 miles an hour possible in eastern Warren County in Pennsylvania. I believe I'm not sure if that is attributed to the um, storms that's prompting severe thunderstorm warnings further to the west in Pennsylvania, but this is going into NWS State College's territory now.
Yeah, absolutely. This line is going to pretty much continue to pose a threat for 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. We have officially crossed the 9 hour mark in terms of streams here. We have been streaming for the past 9 hours or so. We are continuing to stay with you live here on Force 13, brought to you by Force 13 United States. We are going to be remaining live with y'all for as much as possible. We are going to pretty much be ending coverage here somewhere around the next hour or so, as we're going to be basically recapping the event as well as going over the latest SBC outlooks as well as the National Hurricane Center information once the intermediate advisories come out on Tropical Storm Franklin, as well as updates to our areas of interest, as well as potential invests out in the North Atlantic Basin. But for basically the rest of the time that we are here with y'all guys, make sure to send your questions into Force 13 United States by tagging us at Force 13 US, all in text, and it will light up in a nice bright color for our team to answer your questions. I am Patrick, your interim acting director of the United States team. And we have been glad to provide our services to you guys here on the main Force 13 channel to save lives as well as give out adequate and accurate weather information to those in a timely manner. And I am joined by my assistant director, Samuel, who is still with me, and we will be continuing to monitor the progress of the severe weather event as it continues to pretty much die down over the past few minutes here, and is continuing to weaken gradually as these storms continue to drift southward and southeastward into portions of Pennsylvania, and basically weakening as they move further southward into far southern portions of the state of Ohio. I believe, Samuel, we have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings currently active, with 3 of them in association with our line, as well as 1 of them back out to the west.
Yeah. So we still have a total of 4 severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing right now. And it looks like the line is starting center of that line is starting to close in on the Pittsburgh metro area. As this continues off to the east, I do want to note that this could create a short-term torrential rainfall, flooding threat, especially given that Pittsburgh being at the confluence of the 3 rivers, and it might be more susceptible. Some parts of the city may be more susceptible to flooding, as well as some of the outlying suburbs along those areas. But it's absolutely, I do want to make it. I do want to note that it is possible that we could see an extension of this severe thunderstorm warning into into the Pittsburgh metro, although it will most likely be for wind gusts of up to 60 miles an hour. Um, but I do also want to note, thankfully, that's this. I do also want to note that the lot that it's definitely trying to hold on as much as possible, especially be interesting to see how the severe if any of the convection from the storm south of Toledo are going to link up with the rest of the line currently draped across towards cross central Ohio and into western Pennsylvania.
That is definitely a wait to see situation, as this particular line of storms right now is continuing to gradually weaken and die off with time. And in a matter of at least I would say a matter of in a matter of time here, we are likely to see these severe thunderstorm warnings pretty much dropped across the board. And then, as such, we will be shifting into our final thoughts recap, as well as break in with some information in terms of NHC updates as well as SBC updates, as those are going to be definitely crucial, especially given we have that high chance for development in the northwestern Caribbean, which does set its sights on the western Gulf Coast of Florida, as it does have Florida in that area of potential high chance development over the next week. And something I
Yeah.
do want to bring up here real quick is I don't think we have received any more reports right now coming out of the hardest hit areas, which is definitely good. But I think we are likely to see more reports come in over the next several hours as we see the light come today. Samuel, I'm gonna go ahead and throw it over to you here real quick, as Pittsburgh now has been put underneath a severe thunderstorm warning extending to the Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Ohio state line, including the rest of Pittsburgh and Allegheny County.
Yep, there it is, and I will read that
Until
off real quick.
2:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, folks.
So yeah, that is going to be going for the next hour. This is going to include a hatch of 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This is going to include the following counties in Ohio. That is going to be Harrison and Jefferson counties. In Pennsylvania, that's going to be Washington, Allegheny, Westmoreland, Greene, and Fayette. And in West Virginia, Ohio County, as well as Brooke County and Hancock County. And like I said, this will be going for the next 50 minutes. This will be going until 2:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And these severe thunderstorms are now located between Oak Hills, Imperial, and around Wintersville, moving to the southeast at 55 miles an hour. The main hazard of this storm is going to be 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, which is going to include Pittsburgh proper, Penn Hills, Mount Lebanon, Bethel Park, Ross Township, McCandless Township, Monroeville, McMurray, Greensburg, Wyerton, McKeesport, Steubenville, Washington, Franklin Park, Jeanette, Cannonsburg, Wellsburg, West Liberty, Avella, and Valley Grove. This will also include Interstate 70 in West Virginia between mile markers 12 and 14, and Pennsylvania between mile markers 0 and 48. This will also include the PA Turnpike between mile markers 38 and 73. This will also include Interstate 79 in Pennsylvania between mile markers 22 and 67, as well as Parkway North between mile markers 1 and 10, as well as Interstate 376 in Pennsylvania between mile markers 57 and 84.
Yeah, absolutely, Samuel. There also has been another severe thunderstorm warning, which was issued at ahead of our line of storms right now. This is for an isolated separate cell at a head for Somerset, for central Somerset County, Somerset, Berlin, Frieden's, Boswell, Davidsville, Central City, Jerome, Acosta, New Centerville, Rockwood, Jennerstown, as well as Hooversville is underneath this warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, as well as nickel size. Thunderstorm wind damage report coming out of Canfield in Ohio. Several trees blown down on South Broad Street and Fair Street in Canfield. Power line is down on Fairground Boulevard. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it over to Sammy Hiller real quick. Go over the severe weather safety plans as well as potential tornado safety plans, as I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at some more reports on my end.
Absolutely. So, the latest reports that
Flooding as well. Don't forget to bring up the flash flooding thread as well.
yeah, absolutely. So we're going to get you situated with the tornado, severe thunderstorm, and as well as the flash flood safety precautions. So, basically, if you're put under severe weather does include, I would say severe weather does include flooding, but that's besides the point. But I would also like to say that for those who are especially in who are in these hard hit areas, your threat might not be over because you might be getting some flash flooding threats coming your way as well. I do want to include that for those who, so I do want to go over the precautions real quick. So those who are, if you are put under a severe thunderstorm warning, that's you basically just need to get into shelter. Now there are three categories to severe thunderstorm warnings. That's going to be your regular severe thunderstorm warnings. Then you have your considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, and then your destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. And destructive severe thunderstorm warnings are the ones that are going to activate the wireless emergency alert function, much like you would a tornado warning. Um, and speaking of tornado warnings, if you are put under a tornado warning, what you need to do is you need to get to a safe, sturdy structure. Even with a severe thunderstorm warning, you need to get to a safe, sturdy structure away from windows. But with a tornado warning, you need to get to the lowest, most interior part of that structure, and you want to make sure that if you are in, you want to make sure that you go to a interior more interior room, such as a closet or a interior hallway or a small bathroom that doesn't have any windows. But if you do have, is obviously best to go to a basement or a storm cellar if you have one. You also want to make sure that you are protecting your head and neck from flying debris by using any kind of soft objects that you might have on you, such as pillows, blankets, jackets, um, hoodies, and you want to make sure that I also want to point out if you are outside or if you are in a mobile home or a vehicle, you need to immediately get to the closest sturdy structure you have. Go in there and take your safety precautions there.
We do have an
Now,
update here regarding the National Hurricane Center. They have kept the Yucatan Peninsula and Northwestern Caribbean Sea or not invest, but area of interest at a high chance of development over the next 7 days at 70%, and a 20% chance of development over the next 48 hours. The remnants of Emily have been dropped to a 30% chance of development over the next 7 days. And we still have a area 92L is still potentially on the cards to potentially develop over the next few days, and a tropical storm or tropical depression could form by early next week while the system moves generally northwestward towards the central subtropical Atlantic and is currently at a 20 over 50% chance for development, 20% chance over the next 48 hours, and 50% chance throughout the next 7 days. And that is the latest update here from the National Hurricane Center. No major changes except downgrading the remnants of Emily to 30%.
yeah. So basically, the main threat that we're focusing on right now, um, that is an active storm, is Tropical Storm Franklin in the Atlantic and in the Pacific, in the eastern, oh, not eastern Pacific, the western Pacific. Um, you do have storms Sayola and Damri, which are, I believe, Sayola is currently a threat to the Philippines. Currently, I do also want to point out that we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued by National Weather Service in Pittsburgh. This is going to be for southeastern Butler, Indiana, northeastern Allegheny, Jefferson, north central Westmoreland, Armstrong, Eastern Clarion, and Eastern Forest counties, all in Pennsylvania here. And this is going to go until this is also going to go until 2:30 in the morning, Eastern Daylight Time. Where severe thunderstorms were located along the line from near James City to Freeport, moving east at 65 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts will again be the hazards with this storm. This will include Indiana, Punks, Suwat, Punks. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. Punks, Sutoni. Punks, Sutoni. I'm sorry for the butchering, but Punxsutawney. Yeah, there we go. Punxsutawney, as well as Indiana, Clarion, Vandergrift, Kittening, Brookville, Marionville, Apollo, Reimersburg, Lower Borough, Harrison Township, Tarentum, Natrona Heights, Brackenridge, Ford City, Reynoldsville, Leechburg, Brockway, Sarver, and Freeport. This will include I-80 in PA between mile marker 61 and 96.
Yeah, in addition to this as well, the severe thunderstorm warning back out in Ohio has been continued. And this particular severe thunderstorm warning goes until 2:15 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time for Seneca, southwestern Sandusky, southeastern Wood, and northeastern Hancock counties for 60-mile-per-hour winds and less than penny-size hail for Findlay, Tiffin, Fremont, Fostoria, as well as Clyde. Six severe thunderstorm warnings remain active across the United States tonight, and across the overnight hours here, as we are going to be pretty much crossing the 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time mark here on the East Coast of the United States. This is still Force 13 live on behalf of the Force 13 United States team. My name is Patrick, and we are going to be remaining with you here pretty much until these severe thunderstorm warnings drop.
Yeah, so now you are starting to see. Um, I do want to retract that Washington comment earlier. Is that Washington? Someone did reach out to us about Washington being under any severe threat. You are getting you are under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. So this is 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. So make sure that you are in your that you are away from windows while this line moves through. It definitely is still holding up quite a bit, but it doesn't it's not going to be working with much more juice as it continues into the lower Ohio Valley.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely good points to bring up there, Samuel. We do want to point out here that we are likely going to be running for at least another 45 minutes. And then I think it's pretty much safe to say that we will be heading off the air. We would like to once again thank you guys so much for allowing us to provide our services to you today here on Forest 13. Courtesy of the Forest 13 United States team for tracking this severe weather outbreak across the United States, specifically across the Southern Great Lakes region and portions of the eastern United States. We will be pretty much running the stream until we get the new SBC update here from day 2 and any more lingering severe thunderstorm activity. And then we'll pretty much be ending coverage. Once again, thank you so much for allowing us to be here on Force 13, brought to you guys here by Force 13 United States for live coverage today on a significant severe weather outbreak which has moved across the Southern Great Lakes region of the United States. And my name is Patrick. Once again, I am still joined by Assistant Director Samuel. And Samuel, what have been your thoughts on today's severe weather setup overall? Your thoughts on the event in general, as basically, what have been your thoughts on this event so far? What are your thoughts on this event in general, and future events that could be in store in terms of severe weather for the United States?
Well, I definitely thought this was definitely a kind of a do or die event for today. I did want to note that the way with how this ridge is I do think that because of this very powerful ridge that's in place that meteorologists like to uh, coin as a heat dome, as this was breaking down, it did seem to provide a lot of ample instability, especially concentrated over the Great Lakes region. Um, yeah, especially over the Great Lakes region here. Um, that is going to be, um, I believe, I'm not sure if I'm looking at this right, but this looks like Okay, so this is the looks like the valid outlook until it's the valid outlook here where that enhanced risk is, and that enhanced risk that we have right now, that's probably where that greatest instability is because with all that heat and moisture, I was not surprised that it was that parts up in the Great Lakes, those areas were able to tap into that instability and allow for severe activity to pop off the way it did, especially with that line of storms that formed and um, subsequently, basically the risks that came with that line that we saw. Obviously, it's absolutely heartbreaking to see um, what happened in Michigan and in um, well, mainly in Michigan with with these significant tornadoes, and we're definitely um, it's definitely going to be sobering to see what is going to come in the light on the light of day tomorrow in southern Michigan. I believe was that Millerville.
It would be Millerville Beach. Also another location here, Millerville Beach, Omni, as well as what other location is this again? I'm trying to figure out here real quick. Um, Let me try to find this here real quick. This is so the hardest hit cities appear to be uh, Weberville,
Yeah,
Omni, as well as Millerville Beach, and we are going to be waiting to see what reports come to the light of day, and if more reports do come in, likely will, given that very intense tornado in South Central Michigan, which is kind of rare for this time of year here, especially in this part of Michigan, and at this time, basically at this particular kind of setup here. And this has definitely been a that will definitely be talked about for a few days or so. Um, and we will definitely be keeping an eye on reports to come in over the next several hours here as we head into the morning hours. And pretty much today has been a very significant day. Um, Samuel, is Ohio in any more particular severe threats for tonight? Are they done, or is there more activity anticipated?
I would say the only activity I see that I'm seeing across Ohio that we have across Ohio is probably going to be in the near term, probably for the next hour at most. Um, as you do see, um, there is there is that cluster of storms down near near between Finley and Sandusky right now. So it's basically backbuilt behind the line. That's not that is trying to get as much energy out of the system as possible, but that's probably going to be the only. Um, but and then some of the storms in central Ohio are going to be weakening as they continue further south. Um, do still have that severe thunderstorm warning in place until 2:30 for the for a large swath of Pennsylvania, now including parts of including the Pittsburgh Metro and far eastern Ohio and parts of the far northern West Virginia Panhandle.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you continue to see here live from the Cleveland radar in Ohio, you can see this lingering severe activity pushing across Pennsylvania. And definitely does appear to be the case here. We don't really think that schools are going to be closed down in Ohio from this event. There definitely will be damage surveys across the region of Ohio. I don't think there's going to be school closures though, as this is like this is just a event that has happened in the moment. and has happened over a period of time and is not expected to continue to bring impacts. Basically, once the storms move out of your way, you're pretty much done for the night in terms of
Also,
impact.
I do want to note quickly that the SPC has issued both their day one and day two outlooks. The day one outlook has been issued um, almost 15 minutes ago, but the day two connective outlook is out and it's still loading on the SPC website.
The day two SPC outlook has come out and they have upgraded to marginal risk. This SPC outlook is out for portions of the southeast United States. I can actually uh, pull up the outlook here as we take a quick look at a very quick look at Franklin. Here's the day two marginal risk across the southeast. Basically stretches from central and eastern Arkansas throughout the Tennessee Valley, towards portions of the Carolinas, northern Georgia, far northern Alabama, southern Kentucky, all of Tennessee, as well as far southwestern Virginia, mainly driven by a 5% wind risk, which will be encompassing upon those particular areas. And the discussion reads as follows: a little of a convergence along the weak front, remain rather modest. Basically says right here, given the very favorable thermodynamic environment, occasional strong to damaging winds may occur with the most robust cores of supercells as well as potential severe cells. A marginal risk has been added across parts of the lower Mississippi Valley, mid-south into the Tennessee Valley and Carolinas, where the best signal exists basically for scattered severe thunderstorm activity, and that is the reason for the upgrade to a marginal risk. We are going to go ahead right now and sign off for the night. This has been Force 13 on behalf of the United States team. Thanking you so much for tuning in to today's severe weather coverage. Extensive severe weather coverage for the past 9.5 hours at very least. And we hope to we hope that our team will be able to host yet another stream like this relatively soon. And we do thank you once again for tuning in to Force 13 on behalf of the United States team for severe weather coverage for today. I'll throw it over to Samuel real quick for one more final thought before we go ahead and end the coverage. Take it away.
Yeah, so I just I just ask everyone tonight to please keep those parts of north of southern Michigan in your thoughts and prayers, as they did take a very serious hit from a couple of strong tornadoes, and it just shows um, with these QLCS spin ups, um, they even the strongest even strong tornadoes, like really strong tornadoes, do not need to form from supercells. You can see right here, and even with this is something that I saw in my own backyard a couple of years ago, when the QLCS tornado high NDF3 rolled through Naperville and Woodridge, near where I used to live, and definitely definitely heartbreaking to see how bad some of the damage it has already been, and what we could see tomorrow morning. So please, again, I urge you to keep your thoughts and prayers with those parts of southeastern Michigan that got hit, um, and for those of you who are in the tropics in Florida, who are in western Cuba, and even parts of Yucatan, to stay, keep an eye on the system, as the ceiling is high for this one.
Yes, absolutely. And this has been Patrick from Force 13 United States. Thank you so much to the team of Joshua Tipton, Sammy, myself, Steven, as well as Seek for contributions for today. Joshua has actually been the one running our stream for us. So thank you very much, Joshua Tipton, for running today's live stream as well as our team. And once again, this is Patrick from Force 13 United States, your interim acting director, signing off for the evening, and we'll be leaving you with a radar loop of what's currently underway across the United States this evening and basically what is left of our severe thunderstorm activity. Thank you so much for watching today's coverage. Stay safe, and our main Force 13 group will be providing updates on the wide world of tropics relatively soon. Stay tuned for further updates here from Force 13, and we thank you so much once again for tuning in to today's severe weather outbreak coverage.